Today, Ji Yu Hang is fully dressed in marshal's attire. The grandiose yet solemn military uniform in bright red is paired with black long boots and white pants, adorned with numerous medals on the chest, a ceremonial sash crossing his torso, and golden tassels and ribbons that intricately embellish the outfit. Ji Yu Hang has already grown accustomed to this attire. As the supreme ruler of the alliance, it is inevitable that he wears such clothing at many formal occasions. Whether he likes it or not, sitting in the hovercar heading to the Marshal's Terrace, the speed is not fast and it will take a while to arrive. Ji Yu Hang started thinking about the process of becoming a marshal. Though he had the reassurance from Ojuran, the matter had faced some obstacles a few days ago. According to Gallaraldo, his supervisor Mr. Norberto, the Minister of Military Affairs, fiercely opposed the idea. Norberto argued that Ji Yu Hang, with shallow experience, never truly led a real Star Realm army, never fought for the Star Realm army, was just a local force issue and even his legitimacy was questionable. To give him the title of Empire Marshal was surely a joke. If someone like Ji Yu Hang could be granted the title of Marshal of the Star Realm Army, then what would those veteran generals think, who have been stuck at the rank of Grand Generals for many years and have fought across countless battlefields and wars throughout the Imperial territory? In some ways, his point was valid. Compared to most of the Star Realm Army generals, who have spent years leading troops and fighting battles, only to earn ranks like upper generals, Ji Yu Hang's involvement in just one star domain and one battle, despite his significant contributions, was not enough to deserve the rank of Marshal of the Star Realm Army. Certainly, that wasn't enough. If Ji Yu Hang were really just a Star Realm Army general, his achievements at most would allow him to rise from upper general to Grand General, and that's it. If he were a Grand General, he could at most receive an honorary rank. But now, Ji Yu Hang's rank was about to jump directly from Major General to Marshal. Ji Yu Hang did not deny this, but of course he deserved it. His marshal rank, heroic deeds were only a small part of it, more importantly was the power he held. This differed from Star Realm Army generals, whose power came from the Empire. The central government, such as the Military Affairs Department or the Central Command of the Star Realm Army, if they think you're unfit, they can strip you of your power, leaving you with nothing. But Ji Yu Hang was different. He possessed actual power, managing tens of billions of Alliance Army troops, equating the level of the Star Realm Army, and even 100 billion defense army, and the Empire had to recognize and officially grant him the Marshal title. The nature of these two differed completely. If one day the Empire withdrew Ji Yu Hang's Marshal position, it would not affect his control over his troops in any way. Thus, Ji Yu Hang also felt no guilt about this. Didn't the Minister of Military Affairs understand this principle? He understood, very well indeed, but for that reason, he had to oppose. The reality exists, and then giving him the title, aren't you elevating him too high? Still, an adversary, of course, he would oppose it to the death. And the granting of Marshal could not avoid this Minister of Military Affairs. This issue even escalated to the Supreme Council. In the Supreme Council, according to Gallaraldo's account, after intense debates, the promotion of Ji Yu Hang to Marshal was passed with 6 votes in favor, 4 abstentions, and 3 opposed. For a Marshal's commission to be decided by a vote in the Supreme Council was quite rare. Ji Yu Hang carefully inquired about the composition of these 13 votes. Those who voted in favor were the Imperial Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Taxation, the State Religion Representative, the Supreme Grand Marshal of the Imperial Navy, the Interstellar Warrior Representative. The 4 who abstained were the Administrative Bureau Prime Minister, the Chief Judge of the Supreme Tribunal, the Sect of Mechanics Mars Representative, and the Provence Cosmic Domain Chair Representative. The 3 who voted against were the Minister of Military Affairs, the Supreme Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guards, the Northern Border Devouring Stars Sector President Representative. From these votes, Ji Yu Hang could roughly gauge how different major forces in the central government perceived the handling of the Iron Fury Stone issue. Speaking of this, it's also necessary to mention the origin of these Supreme Council seats. There are indeed only 13 seats in the Supreme Council, but actually, there are about 20 different types of seats. Some seats are permanent, although not explicitly stipulated, but present every term, such as the Imperial Prime Minister, the Mars Representative, the State Religion Representative, the Tribunal Representative, and the like. But such seats are relatively few. Most, like the Empire Commerce Guild Representative, The four great ministers of the government, the interstellar warrior representative, the psychic cultivator assembly representative, are sometimes present and sometimes not. Whether a permanent seat or a non-permanent seat, to occupy one of the 13 seats undoubtedly means having sufficient strength. First, there is real power and influence, then comes the seat. Permanent seats certainly mean these forces are strong, and continually so. The changes in non-permanent seats might show transitions in influence among some forces. Those who voted in favor did not necessarily have good intentions towards him, perhaps even disliked Gu Heng's extraordinary fast-tracked military promotion. However, they are definitely involved in the Iron Fury Stone issue up next, or are sharing interests in this matter, having reached certain benefit agreements with the political factions of Ojuran, Tang Mili, and Galaraldo. The representative of the interstellar warriors is usually a battle group leader elected by the major battle groups when they have a seat. The current representative is Jerry Earl Ganglong, the battle group leader of the Death Angel battle group. His battle group was reorganized from the First Legion of the past Legion era and belongs to one of the initial battle groups. In this affair, it's unclear how much political benefit the interstellar warriors can glean, but certainly, their political will is to eliminate nuisances like iron armor, which severely tarnish the reputation of the interstellar warriors and blatantly violate the regulations of the Star Warrior Codex. The interstellar warriors have always been a rather delicate presence at the heart of the human empire, being both admired and feared. Created with the Emperor's genes as a template, they were led by the Emperor's adopted sons to establish this vast empire in the form of legions, but they also nearly tore apart and destroyed the empire due to a great rebellion and mutual opposition that arose after the Emperor Ascension. Since then, the interstellar warriors have had to abide by various restrictions of the Star Warrior Codex, and largely withdrew from the central power sphere of the empire. Confronting a situation breaker like iron armor, all major battle groups would naturally abhor it. The Minister of Taxation and the state religion hold similar views. The star domains taken by iron armor report taxes capriciously, paying as they wish. Wouldn't we need to take action? Not allowing us to preach, causing serious conflicts with our churches, and even expelling clergy. Up to now, the situation with the churches in the Princess Star domain is still incorrect, and the dismantling continues. Their attitude towards the state religion is much worse than that of the Alliance. As for the other votes of agreement, they are generally those who want to profit from this situation, such as the Imperial Prime Minister Chi Bo, Minister of Justice Ojuran, and the Imperial Navy, among others. Those who cast abstention votes are generally unrelated to this matter, like the Provence Sector President, for example. Outside the Supreme Council, there is another parliament within the empire with a strong presence, the Presidium Council. Composed entirely of over 50 cosmic domain chairs of the empire, they represent the collective of the most significant local powers. They elect some among themselves to become one of the High Lords. The specific number of seats depends on the situation at the time. This term has two. Of course, just like the interstellar warriors, these cosmic domain chairs or battle group leaders cannot personally fulfill their duties as High Lords on Holy Terra. They will appoint representatives to act on their behalf. The Provence sector is part of the Western Empire border, unrelated to the empire's eastern frontier, so it directly abstained. The Mars representative and the Administration Bureau are almost the same. The tribunal must be mentioned. The Silver Tribunal stands with Tai Nu Shi without a doubt, but the tribunal as an organization is fragmented. For instance, the Heretic Tribunal is highly dissatisfied with the actions of the Iron Armor Battle Group. The Internal Court of Judgment, a faction that specifically oversees judges, is also investigating numerous overreaches of the Silver Tribunal and is covertly looking to make a big scoop. The chaotic and loose internal structure prevents the Grand Judge from being able to clearly articulate a position. Among the three opposing parties, Norberto certainly needs no further explanation as he is the big fish that's about to be consumed, and he naturally resists. The Supreme Marshal of the Star Realm Army, however, does not necessarily stand with Tai Nu Shi. He simply needs this dissenting vote to show a stance to the countless marshals and generals under his command. Otherwise, if Gu Heng, a man who has never mixed in the Star Realm army system, became a marshal and he did not voice any objection, it certainly wouldn't be good. However, Galaraldo has also conveyed to Gu Heng that this is just a stance, and in reality, there have been private communications. The Supreme Marshal will not actually impede the process. The attitude of the Devouring Stars Sector President is rather intriguing. Their proximity to the spiderweb domain and their relationship with Tai Nu-Shi is certain. But is it so strong as to support Tai Nu-Shi? Ji Yu-hang analyzed that it is likely they do not want a large-scale war. In a conflict, the star-devouring cosmos might very well become part of the front line, and a significant amount of resources would need to be levied from their lands. If the Iron Armor Battle Group strikes preemptively, the Empire's main forces may not have completed their assembly yet, and the star-devouring cosmos might suffer. But their attitude is also irrelevant now. The three opposing votes cannot halt the overall situation. The formal procedure for Ji Yu-hang to become an Empire Marshal has also been completed, and with considerable force, approved by the vote of the 13-member High Lord Council. How many things in the vast empire could be taken to this council for a vote? Very few, and each one is a major matter. An ordinary marshal would not receive this treatment. Approval by the Military Affairs Department and the Navy or the Star Realm Army would suffice. Yet, Ji Yu-hang's marshal position also comes with a complication. The two departments that should logically be the most concerned, the Military Affairs Department and the Supreme Marshal of the Star Realm Army, both oppose his promotion. Nevertheless, Galleraldo has also relayed that the Supreme Marshal of the Star Realm Army will attend the conferral ceremony and personally award the title. After making his position clear, he will have explained to those below, "This is a decision by the highest authority of the Empire, and I can do nothing about it." Then he can happily interact with Ji Yu-hang, the newcomer. Ji Yu-hang expresses full understanding of this. Norberto, who is supposed to attend as well, will certainly not come. One of the Deputy Prime Ministers, the former chair of the Eastern Cosmos Domain and Deputy Minister of the Military Affairs Department, Wang Suan, has already stepped down due to serious illness, and his life may only last another year or two. Another Deputy Prime Minister, a close ally of Norberto, will also not attend. But Galleraldo will come. The presence of the executive minister is barely adequate. As he thought, the towering Marshal's terrace had already come into view. He would soon arrive at the scene. At last, with the help of a fellow servant in the car, Ji Yu-hang adjusted his appearance to ensure there wasn't a single flaw. However, just at that moment, Ji Yu-hang's heart tightened, and a sudden palpitation swept over him. He sensed immense danger. His spiritual essence was frantically warning him. Instinctively, he wanted to deploy his spiritual energy shield, however, the black stone bracelet on his wrist was suppressing his psychic powers. But he did not hesitate for a moment. Despite the potential trouble, he still summoned a small subspace rift. He certainly chose to trust his spiritual intuition. No consequence could be severer than his own death. Tearing open a subspace rift was difficult, especially since the Terra Imperial Palace was a place that strongly repelled subspace powers, and Ji Yu-hang's psychic abilities were still being suppressed by the black stone bracelet. But just a slight subspace rift was enough to enhance his strength slightly, allowing his already near-threshold psychic power to exceed the limits set by the black stone bracelet. The black stone bracelet shattered, and the spiritual energy shield unfolded around Ji Yu-hang. The next moment, the car window broke, and a bullet shot towards Ji Yu-hang's head. The bullet, intercepted by his psychic power, stopped less than 3 centimeters from his temple. Using his psychic power, he gently moved the bullet in front of his eyes. It was a bullet approximately the length of a palm, as thick as a thumb. The bullet head was made of some verdigris metal, and the tail was a complex mechanical device supporting a transparent tube filled with some green liquid. Ji Yu-hang had no doubt that if the bullet had hit him, he would undoubtedly be dead. Indeed, this sniper bullet, coming from nowhere, put tremendous pressure on him. This was no ordinary sniping. Freed from the black stone bracelet, blessed by subspace power, his psychic power suddenly reached alpha level. A regular sniper rifle could not possibly penetrate his defense. A term flashed through Ji Yu-hang's mind: Assassin Court. This was a mysterious organization within the Empire, as its name implied, specialized in assassination. Their targets were mostly traitorous elements within the Empire. Occasionally, they would assassinate alien or chaotic leaders. They operated in secrecy, and anyone within the Empire, including the High Lords of Terra, could potentially drop dead at any time, with diverse manners of death. Whenever such incidents occurred, it likely meant the Assassin Court was at work. The assassins of the Assassin Court, each possessing unique skills, had undergone extensive biological enhancements and, since they had special permission to use any means or tools to complete tasks. They always had various advanced tech or alien equipment at their disposal. This bullet, and the gun that fired it, were very likely one of those, possessing strong penetration abilities against psychic defenses and physical armor, and contained a deadly poison. Had Ji Yuhang's psychic power been slightly weaker, not reaching alpha level, had he hesitated initially because tearing open the subspace would lead to uncontrollable consequences, had he doubted his spiritual warning for even a moment, he would have been dead. However, the crisis was not completely over yet. The driver of the hover car, in panic, stopped the car and attempted to land. The accompanying cars did the same. But Ji Yuhang, now fully unleashed, could sense several powerful presences appearing on the ground. Moreover, another bullet was shot from afar. This time, the bullet wasn't poisoned, but a high explosive bomb. The bullet caused a violent explosion, blowing the armored hover car carrying Ji Yuhang into pieces in midair. The limousine exploded violently, the vehicle instantly torn apart, debris flying everywhere. But amidst the flames and debris, a blue sphere of light flew out. Naturally, that was Ji Yuhang with his spiritual energy shield. With his full strength deployed, he wasn't so easy to eliminate. The assassins clearly hadn't given up. Their assassination attempt on Ji Yuhang included the initial highly penetrative toxic bullet and the subsequent high explosive bullets, along with personnel arranged nearby for aftercare. Suddenly, 4 individuals wearing optical camouflage acted. They were nearly invisible before due to their optical camouflage making them visually disappear, as well as scent masking, thermal energy covering, and spiritual energy shielding. While they remained completely still, almost no one could detect them. Even now, as they moved swiftly and their various camouflage devices were less effective, it was still quite difficult to capture their movements. The 4 fired a shot each. Their target was not aimed directly at Ji Yuhang, but at the empty ground around him. 4 dark green threads shot from their locations and interconnected, instantly forming a dense net. Ji Yuhang suddenly felt an intense suppression of spiritual energy. The assassination was clearly targeted. These assassins had a high level of intelligence on him, knowing full well he was a formidable psychic. Even though Ji Yuhang surely wore the black stone bracelet when entering the Terra Imperial Palace, they still prepared more potent spiritual energy suppression techniques, in case the initial assassination attempt failed. This assault was truly fierce, evidently targeting a top psychic. Even as Ji Yuhang tore through a subspace rift and demonstrated alpha-level spiritual energy, he still couldn't break free. His spiritual energy shield flickered twice, on the verge of collapse. The fireworks from the exploded limousine again cloaked his body. He couldn't even maintain his levitating posture, almost falling back into the fiery scene. Seeing the next fatal strike about to follow, Ji Yuhang had only one move left. He hid inside the subspace. The anti-magic net aimed to suppress spiritual energy, but it couldn't completely close off the subspace rift, allowing Ji Yuhang to slip in. His presence out of the real world nullified all incoming attacks. However, Ji Yuhang couldn't stay in the Storm God Kingdom for too long. He counted a few seconds in his mind, simultaneously summoning power within the divine realm, enhancing himself with lightning to form a lightning shield, then he emerged again. The powers brought from the subspace were still suppressed by the anti-magic net, but not instantly dissipated, providing some protective effect. Regrettably, the subspace rift emerged exactly where it opened. Ji Yuhang couldn't immediately tear another entrance elsewhere. Otherwise, he could have teleported directly. Upon re-emerging, Ji Yuhang felt a surge of high temperature. This was not from the flames produced by the limousine explosion, but from a heat melt. In the few seconds he was missing, the assassins hadn't been idle. They directly used heat melt weapons, covering the area where Ji Yuhang was previously. If Ji Yuhang didn't have this layer of thunder protection, he would likely have been incinerated upon exit. But the good news was, Ji Yuhang felt that the intensity of spiritual energy suppression had significantly decreased. Looking up, he saw among the 4 assassins, one lay in a pool of blood. His invisibility cloak was still in effect, but could not prevent the blood seeping out, staining him in a vivid red. LaCroix had killed this assassin. Ji Yuhang did not come to Holy Terra alone. That would not be fitting for his status as a strong local leader. In fact, on his journey here, a whole team served him. This included a daily life team handling his everyday needs and an entire secretary team assisting his work. He often communicated in star speech with the Tianma star sector, guiding the development direction of the alliance. The star language tower on Flying Wing Star was of high standard, and Ji Hang's ship also had a high-grade onboard star language tower. Combined with his own high-level spiritual energy and increasingly skilled star speech communication, he could establish a stable communication line with Flying Wing Star in about an hour. Besides these life and administrative secretaries, Ji Hang also brought a bodyguard team. When departing, Commander Mattins had proposed sending a squad of elite veterans to take care of Ji Hang's security. However, this proposal was declined by Ji Hang. It was a bit too conspicuous. Instead, Ji Hang selected some skilled members from the newly formed Glory Guard Corps. All members were equipped with Servant God-powered armor, all trained beyond T1 level, and had also been enlightened in the Heroes template. The combat strength of these Glory Guards could basically match an interstellar warrior recruit in single combat, even slightly better. If they encountered veterans, they could still compete. Additionally, a small squad from the Storm Mage Corps also arrived. They were, besides the Phoenix Battle Group, the highest-level organized force under Ji Hang's command. LaCroix is one of the standouts. This recipient of the Alliance Hero Medal is almost one of the earliest combat heroes to be enlightened. Currently wearing powered armor, his personal strength is even stable enough to surpass a Phoenix veteran. Of course, this is almost the upper limit for normal mortals. Even with the Hero template enhancement, it couldn't be elevated further. LaCroix, being immortal, and his feedback-type power armor is different from the real interstellar warrior-powered armor. He couldn't possibly catch up to an interstellar warrior in terms of hard conditions. What he could rely on are his powerful combat skills and excellent battle intelligence. At this moment, LaCroix used these aspects to the fullest. While Ji Hang was traveling to the Marshal's terrace in a ceremonial car, LaCroix as a bodyguard also brought 2 squads of warriors, following in 4 hover cars alongside Ji Hang's ceremonial car. The moment Ji Hang was attacked, the elite warriors had already reacted. LaCroix especially swiftly. The 4 assassins mainly focused on targeting Ji Hang, and were somewhat inadequate in dealing with Ji Hang's bodyguards. Moreover, objectively speaking, there is a huge difference in the combat abilities between the 2 sides. The equipment on the assassins is clearly very sophisticated and expensive, but their main skills are focused on concealing themselves. For attributes needed in direct confrontations like physical enhancement and protective capabilities, they are definitely insufficient. At least not comparable to the legitimate feedback-type power armor, Servant God. And they clearly did not expect that these mere mortal bodyguards around Ji Hang would have such strong combat abilities. Especially LaCroix. After he quickly got out of the car, with his precision bombard gun, he delivered bombs to an assassin in a very precise manner. The assassins were surprised to find that their disguises had almost no effect. However, these assassins were also extremely agile and exquisite in their movements. The one targeted by LaCroix was caught off guard and injured at the beginning but was still able to dodge. Of course, he couldn't dodge the bullets, but he could catch the rhythm of LaCroix's shooting and dodge and advance. Yet, this was still within LaCroix's expectations. He maintained running while shooting, and his shooting was forcing the assassin to move closer to himself while dodging. The distance between the 2 rapidly closed under this double approach. That assassin certainly realized this, but was not afraid. LaCroix's shooting skills exceeded his expectations. He was eager to enter into close combat, even if he couldn't quickly defeat. He could tie down this unexpectedly skilled bodyguard to buy as much time as possible for his teammates. The strong camouflage coats and their outstanding agility and flexibility made their movements resemble a dance. This technique and skill, acquired from a group known as Spirit Race, could be utilized to a certain extent by these specially modified assassins. During the dance, however, he only saw a flash of the blade, and his body was cut diagonally into 2 sections. LaCroix's fine-worked dynamo sword was like lightning, unavoidable. His Spirit Race war dance seemed to have had no effect at all. The assassin's gaze remained astonished as if to express his complete disbelief in how lethal LaCroix's gaze was and how fast his blade was, even more outrageous than any interstellar warrior he had encountered. But LaCroix would not give him any answers. Currently, his heart filled with immense urgency, his bombardment gun was already firing at another assassin. And this was the scene Ji Hang saw when he re-emerged from Storm God Kingdom. After an assassin died, the The magic inhibiting net that sealed off the space around Ji Hang instantly became unstable. At least, it could not lock down an Alpha-class psychic. Ji Hang, freed from constraints, raised his spiritual energy shield, replacing it to withstand the heat, burst out of the heat meltdown area, while also summoning lightning, locking down 2 assassins. Lightning struck from nowhere, killing these 2 assassins who realized their mission failed. And the last one was left by Ji Hang on purpose. He attempted to keep a living captive, seizing the assassin with his psychic power. With the magic inhibiting net completely collapsed, Ji Hang could control every inch of the guy's muscles, ensuring that he couldn't make a single move. However, moments later, that assassin still died. Inside his body, there seemed to be some special mechanism that triggered automatically under Ji Hang's control, eliminating his life from within. Dropping this corpse, Ji Hang looked into the distance. That was where the initial 2 sniper bullets came from. There were 5 assassins in total. Ji Hang looked in another direction. 3 rays of golden light were rapidly approaching. Those were the Imperial Guards riding hover motorcycles. Inside Terra Imperial Palace, without a doubt, it was the domain of the Imperial Forbidden Army, who are fully responsible for the security work of Terra Imperial Palace. Terra Imperial Palace is certainly not an absolutely safe place. As the core of the Empire's power scene, assassinations and coups happen frequently. Most assassinations are conducted covertly. Poison, daggers in the dark, a silent bullet from nowhere, leaving behind just a corpse after the deed. This situation is of no concern to the Imperial Guard. What exactly does the Imperial Guard protect within the Terra Imperial Palace? No one knows, but it isn't the High Lords, let alone ordinary Empire officials. But who was responsible for turning the assassination against Ji Hang into a forceful killing? The initial bullet did conform to the definition of an assassination. A sniper, hidden in the shadows, fired a silent and deadly bullet. If it had been successful, Ji Hang would have ended up like the countless Empire officials who had died within the Terra Imperial Palace that covered the entire Tibetan plateau. Whatever storms the future would bring, it would no longer be the concern of the dead. But that bullet did not succeed, nor did the second one that destroyed the entire limousine, neither did the 4 waiting experts. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger. A silent assassination can be ignored by the Imperial Guard, but explosions, earth-shattering bombardment, gunfire, these cannot be ignored. Moreover, there appeared such a strong, unrecorded psychic power reaction. There are indeed psychics within the Imperial Palace who do not wear the black stone bracelets. After all, there are some psychic devices within the palace that require maintenance, especially the Star Language Tower Cluster and the Imperial Star Torch. However, those who are legally permitted to employ psychic power within the Terra Imperial Palace have all been approved and registered. And what's happening now was definitely not on the register. The Imperial Guard's response was already very fast. It's only been 2 minutes since the assassination attempt began. The Imperial Guard was nearly on the scene. Should these Imperial Guard be trusted? Ji Hang hesitated slightly, then turned into a bolt of lightning, heading towards the previous sniper's position. The target was also retreating, invoking all possible invisibility tactics. However, an enraged Ji Hang still managed to find him and again used his spiritual power to attempt to take control. This time, he changed his approach. Controlling the body would trigger suicide, so what if he switched to a soul spike, aiming to knock out the assailant? It still didn't work. The self-awareness mechanism had still kicked in. Ji Hang could only regretfully bring the corpse back to the scene of the crime. At this moment, 3 Imperial Guards arrived. They were confronting Lacroix and the Glory Guards, loudly ordering them to lay down their weapons. Of course, Lacroix and the others would not disarm so easily, arguing about something. Ji Hang quickly persuaded Lacroix to comply. What are you resisting the Imperial Guard for? Keep jabbering, and these gilded warriors won't go easy on you. With Ji Hang's command, Lacroix and the others laid down their weapons. However, the 3 Imperial Guards did not relax their guard. Their gaze was all fixed on Ji Hang. They noticed the shattered black stone bracelet on Ji Hang's wrist, appearing both astonished and wary. Breaking free from the black stone bracelet was not something an A-grade psychic on Ji Hang's registration could do. In fact, not even S-grade, it had to be alpha level. But the psychic power of an alpha grade was something that humans cannot stable control. Alpha grade psychics were unstable entities. Yet Ji Yu Hang did not seem to show such signs. At this moment, though the spiritual power on him seemed mighty, it had not reached the alpha level. The Imperial Guards dared not be careless. The leader commanded Ji Yu Hang, "Cease any attempt to resist and accept our investigation." Of course, Ji Yu Hang complied readily, dissipating his spiritual power. However, as the Imperial Guard took a step forward, Ji Yu Hang also stepped back. He spoke, "No offense intended, but I've just faced an assassination attempt. I won't question why there was such a security breach within the Imperial Palace, but please forgive my caution. How can I be sure that you truly are the Imperial Guard and not imposters? You have no right to resist." These golden warriors really had some nerve. But Ji Yu Hang didn't intend to have a standoff. "I will not violate your rules and will cooperate with your investigation. I have no intention to resist, but please consider my proposal. Let's all wait here." With such commotion, the news must have spread. Once more people arrive, we should be able to clarify the whole situation. Speaking to this point, Ji Yu Hang paused slightly, not intending to show complete weakness, revealing a bit of firmness. "Otherwise, I can only assume that you are in league with the assassins." The Imperial Guard indeed hesitated. "Everyone stay put. Nobody leaves the scene." "Of course, I have no intention of leaving." Afterward, Ji Yu Hang, LaCroix, and a group of guards, along with the 3 Imperial Guards, were left staring at each other in silence, waiting. The 3 Imperial Guards called for higher-level support, while Ji Yu Hang didn't need to do anything. The Marshal's terrace was so close that they must be aware of the incident here. During the waiting, Ji Yu Hang's mind raced, contemplating the current situation and how it might evolve in the future. Undoubtedly, this time Ji Yu Hang had faced a lethal threat. The Assassin Court's actions were fierce, fully orchestrated as if assassinating a controllable Alpha-class psychic. This was an outrageous arrangement already. Openly, Ji Yu Hang's psychic strength was grade A, although, with a bit more intelligence, knowing his feats in the Dragonhawk star domain, they would know he's more than A, but at most they could guess he was S, or S+, not more. Alpha-grade psychics are uncontrollable, that's an iron law. Yet the Assassin Court still acted as if treating Ji Yu Hang as an alpha grade, which could be called overly cautious. If Ji Yu Hang were a regular alpha grade, he would have died under the 3rd wave of anti-magic web and thermal melting combination. Was this the Assassin Court's limit? Obviously not. If they wanted, they could organize many similar actions, even more threatening ones. Could Ji Yu Hang withstand them once or twice? Could he stand up to countless assassinations by the Assassin Court? Impossible. This assassination aimed at him. The mastermind behind it doesn't even need thinking about. It definitely is Norberto. But the mastermind behind the scenes is no longer important. What Ji Yu Hang cares about is the executor of this assassination, the Assassin Court. Indeed, they are just a tool, but this tool is very important. Assassinations are their specialty. Ji Yu Hang kills these elite assassins like slaughtering chickens, and the direct combat capabilities of these elite assassins are just so-so. He can easily crush them with his hand freed. But the problem is, when the assassin carries out the assassination, the most important thing is to create unfair, indirect actions. Today, the most important actions of those assassins are all centered around blocking Ji Yu Hang's spiritual energy abilities. First, by utilizing the presence of the black stone bracelet for long-distance sniping. If that fails, then they turn to sealing the spiritual energy and using thermite. These tactics are adopted against a powerful psychic like Ji Yu Hang. However, if they were dealing with powerful warriors, even top interstellar warriors, they would employ different methods. Accurate intelligence, sufficient targeted methods, powerful technology, fearless elite modified assassins. These are the secrets to the success of the Assassin Court. Their failure this time was also due to insufficient intelligence. But next time, with experience, they certainly won't treat Ji Yu Hang as just an alpha-level target. They might instead use poisons, blow up spacecraft, or similar methods. Even if they detect and intervene in subspace failures, it's very likely they will bring out some black technology, derived from aliens or from prehistoric archaeological findings, to temporarily block subspace and proceed with the next action. In short, if the Assassin Court wants to kill someone, if they spare no expense, the success rate is very high. Ji Yu Hang managed to handle it once, but it's impossible for him to handle it every time. However, the Assassin Court, after all, is also a well-defined institution within the Empire. Their actions are not without cost. The leader of the Assassin Court, known as Great Master, is also a candidate who could occupy a seat on the Supreme Council. Although not this term, throughout history, they often have been one of the High Lords. Even during a murky part of imperial history, there was a time when the great mentor of the assassin court governed with terror, violence, and assassination, completely controlling the Supreme Council. Although that period was brief, after various forces resisted, the assassin court was quickly crushed by direct forces like the Interstellar Warrior and the Star Realm Army, thus swiftly ending their reign. But this event still had a deep impact. Since then, the assassin court cannot act independently. In theory, for the assassin court to act, authorization is needed. Depending on the target, the level of authorization required varies. This means that deploying the assassin court as a weapon is not easy. Gu Hang can think of three possibilities for Norberto and the Iron Fury Stone interest group letting the assassin court act. Either Norberto himself gave independent authorization, and the assassin court took action. This scenario is the simplest, but the least likely. Norberto should have a certain level of authority as one of the High Lords, especially now when the assassin court is relatively weak. But the target cannot be Gu Hang. Someone like Gu Hang, requiring a vote in the Supreme Council for appointment, is currently a focal point in the imperial political arena. The decision-makers of the assassin court, with a bit of political sensitivity, would know not to act. This possibility is rather low. Second, there might be changes in the Supreme Council. Perhaps right after the last meeting ended, another meeting was convened, or there was a secret resolution, overturning the previous resolutions, with several High Lords signing authorization at once. Even if Ojuran and Galaraldo did not sign, they might default to abandoning Gu Hang. But Gu Hang quickly dismissed this possibility. He had previously analyzed that against the Iron Fury Stone interest group with Norberto, it's a major trend of the empire itself. Whether with or without Gu Hang, it doesn't affect. Without the alliance, they would just substitute another knife to do the job. Gu Hang's existence, rather, benefits the propulsion of the larger plan. Otherwise, the Supreme Council wouldn't have granted special approvals for his unsuitable appointment as marshal, passing with high votes. A reversal of the basic situation in just a few days, abandoning Gu Hang? This isn't realistic, it doesn't make sense, it absolutely doesn't match the situation of the imperial political arena. Thirdly, Norberto has his own forces within the assassin court, or collaborators. He skipped the usual processes, directly ordering the assassination through collaborators. This, of course, breaks regulations, but Gu Hang doesn't believe that if someone dares act, they would leave very obvious traces, easy for others to catch. What needs to be settled would probably be already settled. After carefully thinking through these possibilities, Gu Hang felt a slight relief. As long as it's not the second worst scenario, he shouldn't continue being targeted by the assassin court. If it really were that case, Gu Hang would have to consider fleeing Holy Terra at light speed, or even directly fleeing into the Storm God Kingdom and finding a way back from the subspace to his old lair, then prepare to raise the flag in rebellion. But the probability of that is extremely low. The first scenario is also unlikely. Text. Of course, these were all speculations. Although Gu Hang was fairly certain, when it came to his own life, he couldn't afford to be careless. In the following period, he was extremely cautious. During the wait, the expected visitors arrived one after another. The fastest were the Imperial Guards, including a centurion. Then, those at Marshal's Terrace, or who were supposed to go to Marshal's Terrace, also arrived. Galaraldo, Ojuran, and Supreme Marshal of the Star Realm Army Shui Yongsheng came to this place. The expressions on their faces were all very grave. The bodies of the 5 assassins lying on the ground, which became visible after the camouflage failed, were very iconic, and they recognized the situation immediately. Galaraldo quickly stepped forward, walked up to Gu Hang, and looked around. "Are you okay?" "No problem, standing here fine, no need to worry too much." "That's good." Galaraldo sighed in relief. "I was very angry when I heard the news, but the best news is that you're unharmed." Speaking of this, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and cursed. Some people have broken the rules, and they will pay the price. On the other side, after chatting with the Imperial Guard's centurion, Ojuran also came over, with a gloomy face, saying to Gu Hang, "Galaraldo is right. Someone will definitely pay the price." Everyone knew whom he was referring to, and Gu Hang just smiled. The attitudes of Galleraldo and Ojuran roughly indicated that this situation wasn't about being abandoned. The most dreadful second possibility was essentially ruled out. He felt quite relieved. Jiyu Hang then turned his gaze towards the other Imperial guards, his eyes filled with questions. Cough cough. Ojuran seemed a bit embarrassed, as if the communication with the centurion of the Imperial Guards was not too smooth. He had intended to dismiss the Imperial Guards directly, but clearly, the Emperor's Imperial Guards did not heed him. Even the High Lord had no effect. Jiyu Hang, you might need to go with this centurion of the Imperial Guards. This incident is rather significant, and the Imperial Guards need to conduct a thorough investigation. You need to cooperate. However, I assure you, there won't be any issues. The Psychic Cultivators Association will provide you with the Spiritual Energy Inspection Certificate, and the Supreme Council won't just stand by. Moreover, going with the Imperial Guards now is also a good choice. If someone tries any tricks, it will be even less likely to succeed. Jiyu Hang nodded slightly. All right, no problem. He was psychologically prepared for this. Having revealed his psychic power, the Imperial Guards would certainly not just turn a blind eye. Actually, having psychic power exceeding the registered level isn't a big issue. It isn't a serious matter. Under normal circumstances, he is only S level, a legal psychic level, and he had reported A level because he hadn't updated his information at the Psychic Cultivators Association for a while. This matter on someone else might be a crime, but not on Jiyu Hang. As for breaking the Blackstone wristband, that required Alpha level, and that I, Grand Marshal, am not aware of. Perhaps I was agitated in the life and death moment, but now you can check all you want. I definitely don't have Alpha level, certainly not to the extent of needing constant surveillance in the Black Prison. However, what Jiyu Hang was most reluctant to face was the issue of the subspace rift. Although he had only opened a small gateway, the Imperial Guards arrived too quickly, and Jiyu Hang did not have time to deal with the traces. However, the Imperial Guards are not psychic experts. Under the exhibition of regular high-intensity psychic power, he hoped they hadn't detected the lingering presence from subspace. In conventional terms, subspace equals demons. If implicated, Jiyu Hang would have much more trouble ahead. The tribunal might even get involved. But for now, it seemed all right. Jiyu Hang reassured Lacroix and the others, and compliantly followed the Imperial Guards first. The few people left on the scene included Shui Yongsheng, whose eyes flickered. He wasn't guilty, as he truly knew nothing about this event and had not participated in it. But like everyone else, the mastermind behind this assassination operation was too obvious. He had a good relationship with Norberto, but still did not expect that the old man could bypass the Supreme Council and initiate such a high-quality operation. These 5 dead assassins were probably among the elite of Assassin Court, quite valuable. Norberto was not to be underestimated, but that Jiyu Hang, even more capable. Under such an assassination, he still survived and even managed to kill all 5 top assassins on the spot. This capability belonged to top-tier psychics. Moreover, since Jiyu Hang did not die, with the assassins' bodies laid out here, Shui Yongsheng knew by looking at Ojuran and Galleraldo's faces, that there would be a storm of strife and bloodshed ahead. He involuntarily shivered. He decided in his heart to clearly separate himself from Norberto in the future. Although their relationship was good, certain tacit agreements existed, like voting with Norberto in the Supreme Council this time. However, they were not deeply tied political allies. Seeing Norberto in big trouble, Shui Yongsheng decided to distance himself, to avoid any splashback. After thinking, Shui Yongsheng did not hastily bid farewell but stepped forward to chat with Ojuran and Galleraldo for a while. During the conversation, he subtly conveyed a few messages. Firstly, this matter is unrelated to me. Let the one responsible bear the debt, don't pin it on me. Secondly, I have no grievances against Jiyu Hang. See, I even attended his commissioning ceremony. If there is a continuation of the ceremony later, I will still attend, and I will help smooth out some discontent within the Star Realm army regarding Jiyu Hang's promotion to Marshal. Thirdly, I too am outraged by what Norberto has done. If you need any help, just say the word. This was undoubtedly an offer of goodwill. Ojuran and Galleraldo politely responded with a few words. After Shui Yongsheng left, Ojuran said to Galleraldo, I didn't expect the unexpected benefits. Norberto, he really shot himself in the foot this time. Galleraldo's face didn't show a hint of a smile, as he stressed, that old bastard must pay the price. I know you're angry, but calm down, Ojuran said. Patience. A noose tightens gradually, not all at once. Galleraldo whipped his head around. Ji Yuhang nearly died. And you're telling me to be calm. How can I be calm? He seemed to realize that he had lost his composure, but his emotions refused to settle. He added, he's a crucial part of our plan. According to our idea, he would have fired the first shot. He was supposed to annihilate the Fury Flame battle group. If he had died, with my understanding of the Dragonhawk Star Domain situation, that alliance would inevitably collapse, and all of our plans would go awry. We must make Norberto pay a sufficient price. Otherwise, what if next time the target is you or me? Are we confident that we can block an assassination of this magnitude? This time, it was Ojuran who fell silent. After a moment of quiet, he said, all right, I'll think of something. Clement is also implicated in this matter. He has to give us an explanation. Jefferson Clement, though not one of the High Lords, still held a status that was lofty and unique as the great mentor of the Assassin Court. He was capable of obtaining a seat, and even without such a seat, the Assassin Court was not an entity to be taken lightly. And yet, such a person now could only sit in front of Ji Yuhang, issuing an apology. Certainly, it wasn't a matter of groveling. Ji Yuhang hadn't reached that extent. But, at least the manner was sincere. Marshal Ji Yu. Not yet. Clement smiled and said, soon enough. I have to admit to you, the operation went seriously awry due to a significant issue within the Assassin Court. An assassin instructor named Naldo Kiro violated the court's rules and issued an operation order on his own, leading to this incident. I won't shirk the responsibilities that the Assassin Court should bear and will offer you appropriate compensation. On behalf of the Assassin Court, I sincerely invite you to become a sponsor of the court. From now on, you can donate funds to the Assassin Court, the specific amount being up to you. You will also automatically obtain the authority to assign tasks to the Assassin Court. Of course, you still need to abide by the Empire's laws. The Assassin Court will review whether you have the authorization to assign tasks to a particular target, based on the situation. Given your rank, the Empire Marshal and Star Domain Head, I well know you're not there yet, but you soon will be. You have actually a pretty broad choice of targets for the Assassin Court's assignments. Moreover, the Assassin Court has an iron rule. We do not kill sponsors. I wonder if my sincerity meets your satisfaction? Ji Yuhang did not immediately respond, but in fact, he was quite satisfied. This sponsor identity didn't require much investment, merely a few million or tens of millions at most, a symbolic rather than substantial significance. The Assassin Court wasn't short of money. It's the attached powers that mattered most. After investing, Ji Yuhang could assign tasks to the Assassin Court. Plainly put, it meant hiring killers. Despite the fact that Ji Yuhang had to observe restrictions related to the assassination target's authority level. For instance, if he were to give the Assassin Court a task to kill Norberto right now, it would be impossible. No amount of money would help. The authority level isn't high enough. However, once he gets the Marshal's title and establishes himself as the Dragonhawk leader, giving an order to kill the former leader, Tanjui, would certainly suffice. And the use of the Assassin Court goes beyond just internal strife. In the event of a situation like the Iron Teeth War against the Green Skin invasion, he could assign the Assassin Court to assassinate the Green Skin leaders. The Assassin Court has the capability, and there are success stories. Of course, the Assassin Court would pay a substantial price for this, and Ji Yuhang would have to pay as well. This is the concept of a sponsor. Give money, and the Assassin Court helps you kill anyone within your authority. Despite having to pay and face authority restrictions, the Assassin Court doesn't take just anyone's business. Many would covet such access but never have the chance. This was an unexpected gain. Although the people Ji Yuhang wanted to kill couldn't be touched by them now, this rare access might come in handy at any time in the future. Having personally experienced the services of the Assassin Court once, Ji Yuhang was quite satisfied. Furthermore, the iron rule of the Assassin Court does not kill sponsors also caught Ji Yuhang's attention. Although, this didn't mean an absolute talisman of protection. After all, the unsaid subtext was, once you're no longer a sponsor, you can be killed. And it's not like a sponsor status couldn't be revoked. However, should the sponsor status be cancelled, the individual would be notified. If in the future, a higher-level decision mandated the assassin court to take action against Ji Hang, the court couldn't refuse, but they would inform Ji Hang beforehand that his sponsor status had been revoked. In other words, they would subtly notify him. We have no choice but to act, so be on your guard, and let's see how it plays out. This was actually quite disadvantageous for the assassin court. The best way to complete an assignment, of course, would be if the target was unaware of the impending assassination. Conversely, once prepared, the difficulty of the mission would greatly increase. But even though Ji Hang was quite satisfied in reality, he did not respond immediately. There was something else he cared about. So, Great Master Clement, may I ask where is this Naldo Kiro now? Naldo Kiro? What Naldo Kiro? I don't know this person. At the Supreme Council, Norberto said with a sneer. When speaking, one must have evidence. Don't blame everything on Ji Hang. Who knows if he has offended some people. Juren felt somewhat helpless. He had brought the matter of Norberto illegally instructing the assassin court to assassinate Ji Hang to the Supreme Council. As expected, Norberto denied all the accusations. Moreover, there really wasn't sufficient, concrete evidence to prove that Norberto was the culprit. This was anticipated. Norberto had covered his tracks very well. The key person who could incriminate him, the assassin tutor Naldo Kiro, had already disappeared without a trace, likely vanishing soon after issuing the mission. Other evidence was either not crucial or had not been collected. Overall, nailing him down was fraught with difficulties. However, since this was an expected outcome, Juren was not disappointed. Everyone knew it was Norberto's doing, which to some extent was enough. Assassination is a transgression of the rules, a destruction of the political baseline. The resulting outrage not only fueled the anger of factions already against him but also dissatisfied some of the original neutral parties and even those who were vaguely on Norberto's side. He didn't pay any price. Although Ji Hang was assassinated, he didn't die. And the enemy had paid a huge price, exposed a massive flaw, and gained nothing. This was an excellent opportunity. Juren had already prepared a whole basket of proposals, from reducing the permissions of the Military Affairs Department, to legitimizing the alliance with Ji Hang, to deciding on the vacant Deputy Prime Minister position of the Military Affairs Department that had yet to be filled, to finding a way to eliminate a few key figures within Norberto's faction. And the most important measure was to initiate an investigation into Norberto based on this incident. Regardless of whether enough evidence could be found to bring down Norberto, at least entering into the investigative procedure would surely hinder his ability to exercise his power smoothly. Of course, Norberto would not so easily comply. Prime Minister Juren's proposal is so preposterous, to initiate such a disgraceful investigation against me, a High Lord, without any evidence. This is simply an insult. I can't help but ask, if I now suspect that you, Juren, orchestrated all this, assassinated Ji Hang, and framed me, can I also request an investigation of Juren? Norberto rebutted, arguing by reason or, rather, being unreasonably stubborn. His opposition indeed had some effect. The entire council was in an uproar. Tap, 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 heavy footsteps came from the doorway. It quickly quieted down within the Supreme Council chamber. That was the sound of powered armor. Inside the venue, the representative of the interstellar warriors unconsciously reached for his waist and felt nothing. It's prohibited to carry weapons into the meeting. They could only watch helplessly as the great doors of the meeting hall were pushed open. Leading the way were two golden armored warriors. Seeing them, the High Lords breathed a sigh of relief. The Imperial Guard, no worries then. In the history of the Empire, the Imperial Guard had never been involved in any palace coups. On the contrary, in many court coups, the Imperial Guard sometimes passively played the role of bringing them to an end. For those who prided themselves as the true guards of the Emperor, though the Emperor had ascended to godhood, wasn't the Imperial Palace still there? Although guarding the Emperor remained their primary task, which was not needed, next, guarding the Imperial Palace became their most important duty. You carry on with your coups. The Imperial Guard cares not for these mortal squabbles. But causing chaos in the Imperial Court, that will not be tolerated. Whoever does it will be dealt with. Inside the Imperial Palace, truly, none could stand against the Imperial Guard. Now that it was the Imperial Guard entering, no worries about a group of the rebel army coming in with bombardment guns to mow down all the High Lords. But what was the purpose of these Imperial Guards? usually indifferent to the empire's politics, suddenly showing up. Following the two imperial guards were a whole column, led by a centurion. Shielded by the guards was a group of 4 people. Among them, 3 stood side by side, while another was bound and brought in. The 3 standing, everyone was familiar with. Bochoya Galleraldo, the executive director of the Military Affairs Department; Clement, the great mentor of the Assassin Court; and Jiyu Hang, the leader of the alliance. The person dragged in by the Imperial Guard behind them was unfamiliar. The crowd couldn't help but look towards Ojuran. Both Galleraldo and Jiyu Hang could now be considered part of Ojuran's faction. But at this moment, Ojuran's expression was also one of surprise, seemingly not expecting this. At the same time, the High Lords immediately noticed that one person's reaction was the greatest, Norberto. He still endeavored to appear calm, but his face began to pale, and a fine sweat broke out on his forehead in the comfortable temperature of the assembly hall, witnessed by many. Those present were all clever. From the unusual actions of the Imperial Guard, the appearance of the great mentor of the Assassin Court, and the state of the bound person, they could roughly guess what had happened. Some people closed their eyes, some glanced with amusement, and some laughed openly without hiding their mockery. The High Lords each had different expressions. During the silence, the Imperial Guard spoke first. The centurion stated that they had concluded their investigation on Jiyu Hang, whose psychic identity had been recognized by the Psychic Cultivators Association, and already updated him as a grade S psychic. However, they were now there to arrest those causing disturbances at the Imperial Palace. During the conversation, the centurion's gaze was consistently on Norberto. No, you misunderstood. The head of the Military Affairs Department opened his mouth, trying to defend himself palely. But the centurion cut him off. I would like Clement, Jiyu Hang, and Galleraldo, the 3 parties involved, as well as the criminal Naldo Quiro, to first explain the situation. Clement nodded slightly and began, Gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the man behind me, Naldo Quiro. He is an assassin trainer. After the assassination incident, I immediately checked the Assassin Court's action records. The Assassin Court never received any orders from the Supreme Council. This command was an illicit directive issued directly by Quiro. Galleraldo took over the conversation. I invited Great Master Clement to visit the residence of the Imperial Guard, to see Jiyu Hang and discuss the entire event. After learning of Quiro's escape, Mr. Jiyu Hang expressed that as a victim, he hoped he could be of some help. Jiyu Hang took the opportunity to speak. Merely by chance I have some capabilities. Using my psychic power, I discovered the way Naldo Quiro fled. The Imperial Forbidden Army moved out personally and captured the disguised Naldo at Terra No. 46 Star Harbor, outside the Imperial Palace. Impossible. How did you? Naldo Quiro couldn't help but interrupt. He genuinely couldn't figure it out. He thought his departure was seamless. However, no one answered his question, and just as he was about to ask again, he was kicked in the back by one of the Imperial Guards. Shut up, you have the right to answer questions. Who instructed you to illegally issue the action command? Naldo Quiro, frustrated as he might be, had no choice but to tell the truth. It was Minister Norberto. You lie, Norberto roared, but it was already pointless. After the meeting, Ojuran, Galleraldo, and Jiyu Hang gathered again in a secret chamber. They had emerged completely victorious in the recently concluded meeting. Though removing a High Lord's position and firing the head of the Military Affairs Department wasn't simple, the Imperial Guard didn't care much about the process. They respect the authority of the Empire government, letting them follow whatever procedure necessary. But they took away the person first. Norberto, falling into the hands of the Imperial Guard, likely wouldn't be able to come out. His downfall would trigger a chain of reactions. The most direct was Galleraldo being ignited with further ambitions. Previously, he thought about competing for the position of deputy head of the Military Affairs Department, contemplating the position left by Wang Xuan's retirement. But now, he really had a chance to seize the position of head of the Military Affairs Department. He was already the highest-ranking executive minister, with only 3 people above him, the minister and 2 deputy ministers. 1. Wang Xuan had retired. 1. Norberto was under investigation. The remaining deputy minister, being a close associate of Norberto, would be the next one purged once his backing fell. That left no one above him. Of course, the new head of the Military Affairs Department didn't necessarily have to arise from within the department. Choosing someone from the high ranks of other departments was also possible. But as all the influential figures had their positions, Gallaraldo believed he still had a competitive edge against other departments' deputy ministers. Although the challenge was still high, other factions within the Supreme Council wouldn't likely sit by watching their people seizing 2 seats directly. But that was the struggle, the exchange of interests, the political compromises. However, despite their victory, the atmosphere among the 3 in the secret meeting was not cheerfully jubilant. Especially for O'Juran, the Minister of Justice, whose demeanor was somewhat ominous. "Your actions were too sudden. Even I didn't know. Do you know how much trouble this will bring?" O'Juran rebuked Gallaraldo. Gu Hang spoke from the side. "This can't be blamed on him, and of course, it can't be blamed on me either." Subsequently, Gu Hang explained the whole situation to O'Juran. When Gallaraldo came to the Imperial Guard's quarters with Clement, the great mentor of the assassin court, he had offered to help find the whereabouts of Naldo Kiro. The method to find Naldo wasn't what Gu Hang had described as spiritual energy techniques. That guy ran very swiftly, evidently premeditated, and even Clement, the great mentor who could mobilize the entire assassin court, couldn't locate Naldo, let alone relying solely on the power of spiritual energy. The headquarters of the Psychic Cultivators Association is also in Holy Terra, and although grade S psychics are rare, there are still definitely a few here. If it had been possible to find Naldo just by using spiritual energy techniques, Gu Hang wouldn't have needed to take action. But who lets Gu Hang have connections? After the assassination, an activatable event named Vengeance popped up on Gu Hang's event panel. It only required 1,000 grace points to activate. Gu Hang believed that this was a blessing from the Emperor. After activation, Gu Hang directly obtained Naldo's whereabouts. It was even updated with real-time coordinates. With this, capturing him posed no problem. However, the problem arose elsewhere. Catching Naldo, once his location was known, anyone could do it. Especially Clement. He is the leader of the assassin court, and having a traitor who conspired with external forces and acted independently caused him a lot of trouble. He was eager to clean house. His assassins were also suited for this job. Whether it was killing on the spot or, according to Gu Hang and Gallaraldo's demands, bringing back a live capture, both could be easily accomplished. But they overlooked the existence of the Imperial Guard. No wonder, the Imperial Guard has always stayed out of politics. They are aware of the countless dirty deeds secretly transpiring within the Imperial Palace but have always refrained from intervening. As long as you keep it out of the public eye. Various forces also always maintained this baseline. However, this time the unexpected breach startled many, including the reaction of the Imperial Guard. After Gu Hang completed the review by the Psychic Cultivators Association, after giving a heads up, the Imperial Guard requested to join the manhunt for Naldo. Someone had to be responsible for dirtying the floor of the Imperial Palace. Who can resist the Imperial Guard? Not even Clement. They didn't even give Clement, Gu Hang, or Gallaraldo a chance to discuss. No one was willing to confront these formidable opponents head-on. So, the Imperial Guard led the team, and with Gu Hang guiding the way, Naldo was captured. Coincidentally, the Supreme Council was in session, and that Imperial Guard centurion, after consulting with the Forbidden Army Marshal, led his men directly to the site. In this process, there really was no chance to report the situation to you. Gallaraldo concluded with a final explanatory remark. After listening, O'Juran's expression softened slightly. Indeed, throughout this whole process, there really was no opportunity to report. But still, he couldn't help but feel a headache. It's still very troublesome. All the High Lords saw that you came in with the Imperial Guard. No one will think that the Imperial Guard has sided with us, but everyone will murmur that we broke the rules by actively using the Imperial Guard, introducing this uncontrollable force into the fray. This has been an unspoken rule that everyone has followed all along. O'Juran's concerns are justified. In the entire Holy Terra, which faction holds the most powerful military force? Without a doubt, it is the Imperial Forbidden Army. The 10,000-man team is no joke. At least tens of thousands of Imperial Guards are stationed here, each of them possessing extraordinary combat abilities. In their presence, the Interstellar Warriors are almost no match. Among the Interstellar Warriors, only some top warriors can barely compare to the unnamed Imperial Guards. Moreover, these Imperial Guards are not only powerful as individuals, Their equipment is also among the most formidable throughout the empire. Nobody knows how many black technologies are guarded inside the numerous imperial secret laboratories they protect. Their powered armor, the weapons they carry, and the vehicles they use are all custom-made precision products, not mass-produced. Apart from their combat capabilities, their influence is also unparalleled. Which faction loyal to the Empire would dare point their guns at the Imperial Guards, the spokespersons for the Emperor? These Imperial Guards in Holy Terra can mobilize almost all military forces. This power is not explicitly stated in any law or decree, nor do they have a specific command grade, but likewise, no one doubts their ability to do so. Even the Golden Knight Legion, one of the initial battle groups based in Holy Terra, also maintains a very good relationship with the Imperial Guard. Should a conflict arise, they would surely stand by the Imperial Guard. Under such circumstances, who would dare provoke the Imperial Guards in Holy Terra? Fortunately, the Imperial Guard does not interfere in politics and they have never had the intention to overthrow the Empire government. They are even the maintainers of the current political framework. Because the framework of the Supreme Council, the political structure of the human Empire government, was established by the Emperor, securing this framework means upholding the Emperor's will, an undeniable duty of the Imperial Guard. But this does not mean they can't act. We don't care about your internal conflicts, but no one should escalate it publicly, otherwise, even the High Lords have no say in it, I command. In this context, even though the High Lords have significant power, they are still cautious not to overstep due to the looming presence of the Imperial Guard above them. The presence of the Imperial Guard also objectively serves as a check on these High Lords, though that is not their original intention. No one can ignore the presence of the Imperial Guard. Everyone fears them, and naturally, no one wants such an Imperial Guard to become an adversary's weapon. The Imperial Guard does not meddle in politics, and no one should provoke the Imperial Guard, which is an unspoken rule among the High Lords when engaging in political struggles. Norberto breached this rule and paid a heavy price. Now, Ojurin worries that he too has violated the rules and will also pay the price. The Supreme Council is in session. Who dares to push the door open without permission? Whichever party commits such an act will bear the wrath of the High Lords. Such disloyal and disrespectful actions will surely be punished by the highest authorities of the Empire. It's the Imperial Guard. All is well. Is everything really fine? 13 High Lords, each of them was taken aback. Someone has to be responsible for this matter. They dare not direct their anger at the Imperial Guard, but someone must be the target for the High Lords to vent their anger. Ojurin does not hope that he will be that person. However, Galaraldo has a different opinion about Ojurin's concerns. This is not our problem, it is Norberto's problem. We never intended to involve the Imperial Guard. It was Norberto's overstepping actions that caught the attention of the Imperial Guard. We need to emphasize to the other factions that it was the Imperial Guard who took us to capture Naldo. It was the Imperial Guard who led us into the council, not our proactive actions. I believe that the other High Lords will understand this. After Galaraldo finished speaking, Ji Yuhang added, the actions of the Imperial Guard are a clear warning, indeed stemming from Norberto, not us. No need to worry that we will be hated for this. Ojurin nodded slightly. Indeed, blaming Norberto is not a problem. It really was Norberto's doing, we are the victims. Yet, even so, Ojurin's mood has not completely improved. Let's leave this matter aside. Another very crucial issue is that, alas, Norberto fell too quickly. At this point, Ji Yuhang and Galaraldo also fell silent. The downfall of Norberto was indeed their goal, but it shouldn't have happened so quickly. Such haste will disrupt many of their original plans. Originally planning to devour step by step, now suddenly, a huge cake is exposed. Other surrounding forces, like hungry wolves, quickly encircled, creating chaos. Many who originally had no chance to benefit from this matter now suddenly see an opportunity. This would affect the political gains of Ojurin's faction. Moreover, another major downside is, how will Tai Nu Shi react? Norberto was a protective umbrella for Tai Nu Shi, allowing Tai Nu Shi's influence and development to expand locally. Objectively, he also bridged the communication between Tai Nu Shi and the Central Empire, acting as a buffer between both. Before Norberto's fall, Tai Nu Shi still somewhat listened to the words from Holy Terra. Now that Norberto has fallen, can Tai Nu Shi still heed any advice? Iron Fury Stone certainly understood that they had become a thorn in the side of Holy Terra. The two had made political efforts, with Norberto trying his best to mediate the relationship between the two parties. But now, with the mediator gone, would Iron Fury Stone take this as a sign that the Empire was about to move against them? Would they believe that the option for peace had completely vanished and that war was the only choice left? This was the biggest reason why they couldn't just swiftly eliminate Norberto. They feared it would directly push Iron Fury Stone to rebel. The Empire wasn't yet fully prepared for a rebellion. Troops, supplies, personnel, propaganda, policies. Everything was still in the planning stages. If Iron Fury Stone were to rebel first, the entire eastern frontier of the Empire might well face a major crisis. Thinking of this, not just the High Lords who were shocked during the previous council, but even ordinary politicians understood that the situation had slipped further toward an uncontrollable abyss. Everyone was cursing internally. These golden corn spirits were really of no help at all, completely lacking in political wisdom, knowing only how to create chaos. If you have the ability to create chaos, why not break out from Terra and personally subdue iron armor in the Empire's eastern frontier? Staying in the Imperial Palace every day, even the Emperor ascended and still not knowing what they are protecting. But as much as they complained internally and bore resentment, they dared not voice these to the Imperial Guard. Different departments of the Central Empire could only race against time, trying to get the bloated system moving, in order to respond to the crisis that might break out much sooner than expected. After the assassination incident, Gu Hang stayed at Holy Terra for about another month. During this period, his previously interrupted honors ceremony due to the incident was held again. This time, there were no accidents, and he received the golden scepter that symbolized his status as the Empire Marshal. He became the highest-ranked individual in the entire Dragonhawk star domain. Although in reality, the only forces he had direct command over were the ones that originally belonged to him, the Rage Bear Legion, and his title was Marshal of the Rage Bear Legion. He did not have command over other corps of the Star Realm Army. However, the Star Realm Army was, after all, a unified military force with a nationwide character, unlike the defense armies under different planets which really had no jurisdiction over each other. According to the unified regulations of the Star Realm Army, within a war zone, unless there were special orders, the highest-ranking officer would automatically obtain wartime command over the Star Realm Army in that region. This meant that Gu Hang indeed could not exercise his power in places outside of the Rage Bear Legion. He could not decide on the organization of other legions, personnel appointments, or military movements. But if a war broke out and there were no higher commands from a level above Gu Hang establishing an alternative command system, then all Star Realm Army forces within that battlefield region would have to follow the orders of this marshal. In practice, for the Dragonhawk star domain, this would include not only his own Dragonhawk 3rd Corps but also the 8 additional army groups of the Dragonhawk Legion, which were currently under the jurisdiction of the Dragonhawk star domain government. They would all have to listen to him. Although there was a Legion commander of the entire Dragonhawk Legion in the Dragonhawk star domain, Michelle Oliki, the Legion commander, only held the rank of Admiral, still a rank below Gu Hang. If the Alliance and Fury Flame Battle Group went to war, the Dragonhawk Legion fighting under the Fury Flame Battle Group would find itself in a very awkward position. Everyone was part of the Star Realm Army. Would they listen to commands from a marshal? Thinking of treason, are you? Similarly, Yelicia had been somewhat troubled before, as her Tianma fleet kept receiving orders from the Yunluo fleet's fleet commander, who was also the highest Imperial Navy official in the Dragonhawk star domain. But now, being associated with Gu Hang, she had been promoted to Admiral of the Imperial Navy. Now that their ranks were the same, Yelicia could rightly ignore the other side. Of course, just as Yelicia had previously evaded orders from that admiral, technically Legion Commander Oliki could also ignore Gu Hang's commands. The difference, however, lies in the fact that Yelicia had firmly decided to follow Gu Hang, with their relationship being clear. Was Oliki firmly determined to follow the Fury Flame Battle Group's command, at the risk of being labeled a traitor? Probably not. At the same time, Gu Hang also gained another benefit. This one came with more complications. It was about the proposal for him to become the highest administrative officer of the Dragonhawk star domain, the star domain head. The appointment process for the star domain head is proposed by the higher-level government, namely the space domain government, reported to Holy Terra, and sanctioned by the Imperial Executive Yuan, thereby coming into effect. Regarding the proposal to appoint Gu Hang as the leader of Dragonhawk, It followed the most normal and reasonable process. At Galleraldo's suggestion, Zhuo Zhaofeng submitted the nomination. Generally speaking, the Imperial Executive Yuan rarely rejects proposals from the space domain government. But with Ji Yuhang, things are a bit different. He is now the Marshal of the Imperial Star Realm Army. His daughter-in-law is an Imperial Navy Admiral, and he has an interstellar warrior battle group at his command. Now to give him the title of leader of the Dragonhawk Star Domain government. Amassing military and political power in one hand, right? The Empire had just been contemplating how to eliminate Iron Fury Stone, and now they're fostering another local independent warlord themselves. Indeed, there were concerns about this. The chief of the administration bureau was opposing it. Everyone knows he is Zebert's man, which to some extent represents Zebert's thoughts. In this matter, Juran played his role. The appointment of a star domain head doesn't need to go to the Supreme Council for a vote. Juran worked his connections, especially with a personal visit to Zebert, giving assurances that persuaded the Prime Minister. Although not explicitly stated, Ji Yuhang could more or less guess the thoughts of these heavyweights. They were of course afraid of nurturing another iron armor. But on the one hand, although Ji Yuhang had the allegiance of interstellar warriors, unlike the situation in the Princess Star Domain, the Iron Armor Battle Group acted autonomously, while Phoenix did not. The Supreme Council believed they had ways to separate Ji Yuhang and Phoenix later. They were more wary of interstellar warriors than a human political leader. In the history of the Empire, interstellar warriors have caused turmoil time and again. A mortal rising from the local ranks to become too powerful to control? That had never happened. Turmoil, caused by mortal political leaders did exist, but these occurred within the central government. Including the Sun Lord era that ended only a decade or so ago. Solikium first became the Supreme Marshal of the Star Realm Army, stepped into the ranks of the 13 High Lords, and then launched the Solar Expedition, seizing control. Moreover, compared with the numerous misdeeds of iron armor, Ji Yuhang was dutifully paying taxes. Whenever he didn't pay taxes, it was due to explicit tax exemption policies given to him, which were not even sought by him but proactively provided for various reasons. With these exemptions, he did more work than the taxes he saved. Such as saving a nest capital, such as winning the Iron Teeth War. Ji Yuhang's reputation in this regard was much better. Letting Ji Yuhang hold great power was also because of the presence of the formidable enemy, iron armor. Having an enemy that even the Central Empire found troubling. Let them bite each other first. Once the battle was over, Ji Yuhang's coalition would likely suffer heavy losses. By then, it would become much easier to dismantle it. To this, Ji Yuhang just smiled, repeatedly reassuring everyone he met how honest he was. His lifelong wish was to achieve some merit locally, and then to move to Holy Terra to work together with everyone. His words indeed made many believe him, because this really fit the notion most imperial officials had at heart. Holy Terra is the best, superior to any other place. Better to have a bed on Terra than a palace in a garden world. Being transferred to Holy Terra to serve a term as a high official would make one willing to give up all local accomplishments. Many imperial high officials came about this way. Once the battle with iron armor is settled and Ji Yuhang has achieved fame and success, finding an official position for him on Terra would naturally lead him to let go of the so-called coalition and come over eagerly, right? No need to fear that Ji Yuhang will become too strong and troublesome at the local level. You never need to worry about Ji Yuhang's loyalty. One banquet after another, one meeting after another, one social gathering after another under the guise of art and music. In the last month on Holy Terra, Ji Yuhang was diligently expanding his network of contacts. To be honest, he didn't enjoy these things, but he was trying hard to integrate himself into them and use their methods to secure everything possible for his alliance. The more he did so, the more disillusioned he became with the highest echelons of the human empire. On this trip to Terra, Ji Yuhang had come to an in-depth understanding of the heart of the human empire. From the high lords at the very top to the rank-and-file executive officers, he had dealt with them all. Among them, were there any with glorious ideals or grand visions? Yes, there were. But they were a minority. Instead, what Ji Yuhang mostly saw was interest exchange, sordid dealings, and lives steeped in debauchery. Even when discussing serious matters, in Ji Yuhang's view, they were quite impractical, dissociated from reality, and of no benefit to the nation or the people. It was fortunate that it hadn't yet come to a point of total negligence in civil administration and military recreation. The former might be present, but the military had not yet become recreational, which was the only consolation. Before Ji Hang left, the struggle for the head of the Military Affairs Department had concluded. Gallaraldo had won but hadn't won completely. He had succeeded in becoming the Minister of Military Affairs, the highest administrative office within one of the four major departments of the empire. Under the empire government structure, in theory, the only person above him was the imperial prime minister. But that was only in theory. In reality, not to mention that he hadn't yet secured his position, within the empire there were too many independent power factions outside the government structure. Moreover, the reason he hadn't won completely was due to not having secured a seat in the Supreme Council. It was quite rare in empire history for the Military Affairs Department to lose the position of a High Lord. After all, if there was a hierarchy among the four major departments, military affairs would be second, possibly vying for first. While it's true that not every term within the four departments guarantees the seat of a High Lord and sometimes none have it, typically the Minister of Military Affairs would be among them. It was rare to see the ministers of the three other departments included while the military affairs was excluded. To be honest, this had a substantial impact on Gallaraldo's control over the Military Affairs Department, as the people below might become dissatisfied and uneasy. But he didn't actually care about these anymore. In his words, "I've risen through the ranks at breakneck speed in recent years, unavoidably offending a great many people, especially those whose positions have taken, whose paths have blocked. However, after my promotion to minister, many of these issues will subside. If I am not high enough, they will envy me, resent me. But once I rise to a level they can only look up to, they will instead flatter me. I'm not lacking in grudges. If I feared this, I would have kept a low profile long ago. It's you who should be careful when you return. Whether it's dealing with the Fury Flame Battle Group or possibly Iron Armor that may soon make big moves, neither is easy to handle. Don't let us down, but don't overextend yourself either. If it really comes to the worst and there's no way out, always remember to stay alive at all costs. With me here, no matter the difficulty, I assure you a chance for a comeback." These were Gallaraldo's final words of advice to Ji Hang before he left. Gazing at Holy Terra growing smaller and more distant within his sight, Ji Hang withdrew his gaze and turned towards the boundless star sea ahead. The matters on Terra had concluded, and he was on his journey home. It had been 1 year since he left the Alliance, and the return trip would take nearly another year. Together, 2 years were quite an extended period. As a leader, being away from the core of your dominion for a long time is certainly not beneficial. However, as a part of the empire, and a power grown under the wings of the empire, Ji Hang had to make this trip to Terra by all means. Putting aside the benefits acquired and the troubles resolved on this trip, he had to let these old masters on Terra clearly recognize what kind of person he was, in the way he wanted to be recognized. This way, when they thought of the Alliance, they wouldn't just see it as a rising power in the Empire's eastern frontier grasping both military and political power. Instead, they would associate it with the identity of Ji Hang, the leader, think of him in the context of the imperial political arena. Realize his connection to Holy Terra, as part of an emerging political faction. One of their own. Should things come to some dangerous yet inevitable juncture later on, the contacts established on Terra might prove to be useful. And, for the past 20 years, the alliance system that he had crafted should still be trustworthy, not wholly reliant on his presence, capable of operating smoothly on its own. The biggest problem with his absence from the center was not the governance, but the morale. 2 years was nearly at the limit, and for this reason, he didn't dare to waste any more time on Holy Terra. Once matters were settled, he promptly embarked on his return journey, hoping that all would still be well when he returned. In the Eastern Cosmos domain, within the Dragonhawk star domain and the Snow Eagle starfield, Fury Flame Battle Group leader Casimir Ursu was in communication with his ally, Humphrey Paulo, the Iron Armor Battle Group leader located far away in the Princess star domain. But Ursu's current expression could hardly be considered happy. Because Paul had ordered him to retreat, to give up the Dragonhawk star domain, and with his battle group, which had now actually grown to around 1,600 men, to circle back to the Meng River star domain, located north of the Dragonhawk star domain, and then return to the Princess star domain. The reason for doing so was also clearly explained by Paul. Urso knew about the events that had transpired on Holy Terra. After this information was relayed to Urso by him, Urso could understand why it was necessary to consolidate their forces. Because war was upon them. Because the Empire could no longer accommodate them. To be honest, upon realizing this, Urso felt somewhat bewildered, to the extent that he was initially unable to accept it. He had led the Fury Flame Battle Group, and for the past century or so, had always stood together with the Iron Armor Battle Group, committing many heinous acts. However, every single act was done in the name of loyalty to the Emperor and patriotism. Deceiving others is certainly important, but perhaps deceiving oneself is even more so. From birth, he believed in the Emperor. After becoming an interstellar warrior, that belief was further reinforced with the genes of the Emperor. Aside from training, the most common aspect of his daily life was prayer. In the midst of war, the most frequently heard battle cry was, "For the Emperor." Who would have thought that one day they would become traitors? "No, we aren't traitors," Paul said, as if he could see right into his heart. "How much have we sacrificed for this empire? Our battle groups fought in the Princess Star Domain's abyss of nothingness for 100 years. Countless iron armors and fury flames have given their lives. In recent years, your battle group has battled the green-skinned orcs in the Dragonhawk Star Domain, with innumerable sacrifices. Everyone says that Gu Hang was the one who killed Titus in the end, but who can deny the contributions of the Fury Flame on the front lines? Without your steadfast defense on the front lines, the entire Dragonhawk Star Domain would have fallen long ago. How could it have been Gu Hang's turn to steal the final fruits of victory? But how does the Empire treat us? Distrust, vigilance, oppression. Has it ever lessened over the past century? The blood we've shed appears rightful in the eyes of those on Holy Terra. But the resources we should receive for the war effort are seen by them as if we were cutting flesh from their bodies. In the past, we might have harbored illusions, but now Norberto has been finished, and the Central Empire can no longer hear a single word from us, nor do we have anything left to discuss with those bureaucrats idling on Holy Terra. We have bent over backward for the Empire, and that will not change in the future. Only now, we've come to realize that the greatest crisis facing the Empire doesn't come from external enemies, be they aliens or demons. Instead, we must awaken to the fact that the greatest crisis of the Empire comes from within, from Holy Terra itself. The enemy lies at the heart, and as angels of the Emperor and loyal guardians of the Empire, it's our duty to eradicate this greatest of foes. Paul's words were so resolute and compelling that they stirred Urso's blood. This resolved a major worry for him, becoming a traitor. But according to this, they were not traitors. Although he could vaguely feel that this argument wasn't entirely solid, he was very much willing to believe it. Whether a claim is believable hinges greatly on whether the listener is willing to believe. If one is willing to believe, then even the most absurd lies can deceive. And Urso was someone who was very willing to believe this argument. Moreover, he had figured out many of the implications behind these words himself without Paul needing to say anything. The ultimate goal to save the Empire was to ascend to Terra and usurp the throne, but that wasn't something that could be immediately achieved overnight. What they needed to do now was to hold their base, strike at the forces that have been misled by Holy Terra, and continue to expand their foundation in the midst of the war, eventually amassing enough strength to conquer Holy Terra. It was not something that could happen overnight. However, after believing in this, and dispelling the psychological resistance to the upcoming war, he naturally developed another concern that mattered greatly to him. Then, why retreat from the Dragonhawk Star Domain? Why can't we make the Southern Front, the Dragonhawk Star Domain, or even the entire Eastern Cosmos Domain, our primary or at least a secondary target? Because we don't have enough power, Paul patiently persuaded. I understand your feelings. Fury Flame has invested a lot in the Dragonhawk Star Domain, and it's hard to pull back without reluctance. Urso didn't speak because it was indeed true, but we have to think about the overall situation. The Void Black Hole still needs forces to defend, and if we are the main offensive, our discussions have concluded that we would have an advantage operating within the entire Spiderweb starfield, which we have managed for many years. Yet there are many challenges, and we need as much military force as possible. Before Holy Terra's preparations are complete, we need to strike first and expand our power as much as possible. Inside the Spiderweb starfield, right by our bed, there are 6 battle groups with unclear attitudes, and many forces that may not necessarily be willing to stand with us. We must achieve an undisputed, overwhelming, heart-shaking victory, like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves, to cover as much ground as possible. A powerful, irresistible victory is essential as a great start. Compared to the forces controlled by Holy Terra, we are ultimately at a disadvantage. Our strength lies in having significant superiority in localized areas. We must leverage these advantages, using such a victory to deter all the waverers and sweep as many of them as possible under our banner. Our time window is short. To create that kind of earth-shattering momentum, we must employ every power we can. So, I need you, more than ever before. Do you understand? Paul's persuasion was akin to heartfelt advice. After listening, Urso sighed deeply. All right, Paul, I understand your point, and I agree with your plan. I will withdraw my battle group as soon as possible. I still have 100 warrior brothers in the hands of that alliance, waiting for me to negotiate a prisoner exchange plan, to get them back before withdrawal. Good, the sooner, the better. At this moment, the alliance had also learned of the changes in Holy Terra's political situation. It was Gu Hang who informed them. If the many changes that occurred on Terra were still somewhat distant news to the alliance officials, in reality, they had a very direct impact on the layout of the Dragonhawk star domain, and they could feel it very clearly. The most direct manifestation was the withdrawal of the Silver Tribunal. They had been in the control area of the alliance for a full year. During this year, they had caused not a few troubles for the alliance. The alliance's various intelligence agencies had exhausted all sorts of means, entangling with these judges. The opposition was roughly divided into overt and covert fronts. The covert aspect was actually easier to handle. The Silver Tribunal had dispatched many spies to quietly infiltrate the areas controlled by the alliance, especially in the core ruling worlds of the Tianma star sector, to collect intelligence and even fabricate charges. These spies would of course not notify the alliance, otherwise they wouldn't be able to find anything out. But this played right into the hands of the alliance. If you don't say anything, that's just fine. All with illegal identities, the intelligence agencies of the alliance would directly take extreme measures. They were all treated as enemy spies, subversive elements, caught one, processed one, and had to be quick and strict. The judges of the Silver Tribunal often couldn't react in time, couldn't rescue their people, and those spies were either executed or disappeared before they had the chance. For such disrespectful behavior from the alliance, the judges at the Silver Tribunal were very annoyed. In their work experience, they had seldom encountered such a situation. They were the tribunal. Their word was law, holding great power. All high officials were insignificant in their eyes. Calling you a traitor meant just that. Wherever they went, weren't they treated with caution? Local powers in any empire were like facing the Grim Reaper, kneeling on the ground in fear, anxiously waiting for their verdict. During this process, it was very common to see them flattering and groveling. Clearing out spies sent by the tribunal? Who would dare? Although sent secretly, those local powers could certainly recognize that the spies were from the tribunal. Pampering and supporting them was hardly enough. At most, they would try every means to hide evidence, only daring to take drastic measures when absolutely necessary. But often at these times, it was when the judges would become furious and then sentence the rulers to severe punishment. But the alliance did not behave this way at all. They maintained necessary courtesies, but in many areas, there were conflicts. For instance, regarding spies, the alliance didn't care whether you had gathered any intelligence or not. If the spies were not dispatched after notifying them officially, they were treated as illegal infiltrators and eliminated. Furious? Well, just be angry then. Yet the Silver judges dared not do anything. Did the Silver judges dare to pass judgments without decisive evidence just because of this? Obviously not. Even though, over the past year, they had received numerous urgings from the Fury Flame Battle Group. But still, they dared not. Declaring the alliance as traitors sounds easy. Just a flip of the tongue. But look at those alliance intelligence officers always following them. And the glory guards, these officers could call upon at any time. The Silver judges had no intention of making any move. Once judged, do you think Flame would directly wage a war? Obviously not. In the past, the tribunal or its allied forces had absolute overwhelming power over local powers, and the ultimate goal of judging rebellion was to find an excuse to start a war. But this is not the case at the moment. Even if the Flame compelled the Silver Tribunal to make a judgment, they would not go to war unless their strength was sufficiently accumulated. Their judgments were more often used by the Flame Battle Group as a way to suppress the alliance. In fact, right after their judgment would come, The Flash Judgment Court following them might well overturn their decision. Their judgments could not be enforced, and even if Flame decided to act, they might not necessarily be stronger than the Alliance. If retreating 10,000 steps, even if they could defeat them, that would be a matter for the future. At the moment, these silver judges situated deep within Alliance territory would definitely be doomed. The Alliance intelligence officers following them might not be able to slaughter them, but those so-called glory guards made the silver judges somewhat shudder. These elite Alliance forces, although not as majestic and mighty as the interstellar warriors, still should not be underestimated with their bodies covered in powered armor. What was key was the spirit they displayed, which was unsettling. The silver judges couldn't help but compare privately. On their tribunal's black ship, they also had an elite force of stormtroopers, composed of the finest veteran elites from the Star Realm army equipped with exoskeleton armor and Hellfire laser guns, and each tactical squad could also choose bombs, plasma, thermomelt, and other more powerful weapons depending on mission objectives. Although the stormtroopers were said to be from the Star Realm army sequence, in fact, it was more common for them to work for the tribunal, being one of the tribunal's most reliable elite armed forces. However, compared to these glory guards of the Alliance, perhaps similar in training level and mental will, the equipment still felt slightly inferior. The silver judges often lamented, "How rich is the Alliance?" Even if their stormtroopers could contend with these glory guards, the other side could always call upon the Empire's interstellar warriors at any time, whereas the Flame battle group was far away. Even if they just wanted to escape, the Tribunal's black ship had excellent performance, but next to their black ships were always several times the number of Alliance warships. This method, called escort, in reality, was for surveillance, making them dare not make any rash moves, nor hope to unearth any results. Neither from covert nor overt sources could they gather any solid intelligence. Wanting to use the Alliance's poor attitude to declare them as trying to obstruct the investigation, they dared not. These reasons left the silver judges feeling extremely frustrated. Yet, they still always wandered around in various places deep within Alliance territory. They also understood their role, if not to kill you, then to annoy you to death. As long as they existed, the Alliance had to divert a significant amount of attention to them. Truth be told, their role was indeed being played out. Otherwise, so many intelligence officers, so many Glory Guard warriors, and a considerable part of the Alliance warships, could totally be doing something else instead of just following these judges, preventing them from causing unpredictable problems. However, they are leaving now. They are leaving without reaching any conclusions. Honestly, this is quite unusual for the judges. They came with great fanfare, deploying an entire black ship, hundreds of judges from all levels, tens of thousands of elite Tempest soldiers, and countless spies to investigate a faction's territory, only to leave without any results. What if they concluded that the Alliance hadn't committed treason? That wouldn't work either. Wouldn't that be tantamount to endorsing the Alliance? But to conclude treason? That would be even worse. Not only would this entire team currently in the heartland of the Alliance be doomed, but they also wouldn't be able to enforce their judgments. Moreover, they wouldn't even dare to make a judgment after leaving Alliance territory because the changes in Holy Terra have even scared the Silver Tribunal. In the past, they had covered up many actions of the Iron Armor Battle Group, but that was because Holy Terra had not yet defined the conduct of the Iron Armor Battle Group. Now, do they really want to be tied completely to the Iron Armor Battle Group? The Silver Tribunal has not yet made a final decision, and there is still fierce debate within, with some purges already occurring among them. The Iron Armor faction is reluctant to give up the unrestrained power it enjoys with the support of a strong battle group in the Empire's eastern frontier and the substantial benefits provided by the Iron Armor Battle Group. The Imperial faction thinks that following the Iron Armor is a dead end. Within these two major factions, there are many disagreements. It's total chaos, but in any case, the investigation of the Alliance cannot proceed. The Imperial faction opposes it, and within the Iron Armor faction, information from the Iron Armor Battle Group has been received. Dragonhawk Star Domain, located 2 star domains south of the Princess Star Domain, is not the core direction for the Iron Armor Battle Group's next move. The Silver Tribunal disgracefully withdrew. Meanwhile, the Flame Battle Group is also withdrawing. But before leaving, the Flame Battle Group made a demand to the Alliance. Several years ago, the Flame Squad, consisting of 100 men sent by Casimir Ursu to convey tasks to the Alliance, has been detained by the Alliance for a long time. the Alliance needs to return these people. Whether to return them or not is, of course, for the Alliance to decide. If the Alliance insists on not returning them, what can the Fury Flame battle group do? A battle not worth fighting now also cannot be started over these 100 Fury Flame captives. However, the Alliance is still seriously considering this matter. Whether or not to return the captives, the Fury Flame battle group can only withdraw. But the manner of withdrawal could be different. Would they withdraw honestly and obediently, returning their currently occupied areas to the Dragonhawk Star Domain government in full, and finally wait for Ji Hang, who has been clearly appointed as the leader of Dragonhawk, to take over, or would they go on a spree of looting before leaving? They would definitely engage in looting, which goes without saying. They would likely take their currently controlled warships and leave with a large amount of material. But the difference lies in whether their looting is relatively mild or destructive. If it's the latter, that is actually very troublesome. They would leave a huge mess for the Alliance. Of course, this would provoke tremendous resistance and would greatly tarnish the reputation of the Fury Flame battle group. But since they are withdrawing and are going to confront the Empire anyway, they obviously wouldn't care about these consequences. Even though they can't possibly wreak havoc in every area of their control, even just causing trouble on Yunluo Star would be very distressing. Before the war, Yunluo Star was a developed world with a production value comparable to Flying Wing Star. With a level 4 development degree and a population of 12 billion, just looking at these figures means nearly 50 billion in output. Many areas controlled by the Alliance put together might only amount to half this figure. What's more, after breaking the pot, they wouldn't just be taking away wealth. The Alliance would have to spend money to pacify and rebuild these areas afterward. In fact, upon learning of the political changes in Holy Terra and anticipating the possible withdrawal of the Fury Flame battle group, the Alliance government had already prepared for this scenario. As soon as there's any sign of Fury Flame's intention to leave, the plan is to strike on all fronts, seizing the time and opportunity to force the Fury Flame battle group not to go too far and to drive them away. Even if it triggers a certain degree of warfare between the two sides, it's a sacrifice worth making. And the negotiators from the Fury Flame battle group subtly implied, "Return the prisoners to me, and I'll commit fewer atrocities." To this end, the Alliance is actually willing. 100 stripped Fury Flames might be valuable, but to the Alliance, preserving a more intact world is more valuable. Even if the Fury Flames might not fully adhere to the agreement, and will still loot and destroy as they intended, saving as much as possible is still better. However, when they had in principle agreed to the conditions for exchanging the prisoners, the Phoenix battle group came up with a new idea. And this idea still requires Ji Hang's approval. Ji Hang, who was still on his way back, heard the report and the request, and sent back a signal. Agreed. Snow Eagle Star Sector, Upper Plateau Star. This world, which was once a critical battleground where humans and Iron Teeth greenskins clashed, has been devastated by the war. The extensive orbital bombings, along with the brutal ground battles, have nearly destroyed this world. The majority of the original city clusters on the ground had already turned into ruins. Perhaps there were still civilians who had survived the war, but their numbers would not be too many. It would likely take an extremely long time to restore it to its former state, if there were no external interference. Yet today, this planet once again became the focal point of the entire star domain. For the Fury Flame battle group and the Alliance were to hold the handover ceremony of the Dragonhawk star domain here. From today, the Fury Flame battle group would withdraw from the Dragonhawk star domain, allowing the Alliance to take over smoothly. Originally, the Alliance wanted to sign a detailed handover list with the Fury Flame battle group, specifying what could be taken, what could not, and what must be obligatorily left intact. But the Fury Flame battle group refused. So far, no explicit written agreement has been signed between the two parties. All arrangements reached were oral or even based on tacit understanding. This was very unreliable. However, there was one thing that was very clear and certain. Today, on Upper Plateau Star, the Alliance would hand over 100 previously captured Fury Flame warriors. Representing the Alliance was the Phoenix battle group, who were fully responsible for this exchange ceremony. And the method of exchange was a blood duel to the death. The rules are very simple. Phoenix would put forward 100 warriors, to be challenged by Fury Flame on the platform, where both victory and life or death would be decided. For every win by Fury Flame, a captive would be returned. If they had the capacity to kill all 100 Phoenix, then all 100 captives would be released. The arena had already been built, it was just a big open field. Any means were unrestricted, all equipment that a single soldier could bring in could be used, but interference from outside the arena was forbidden. Fair and just, everything depended on skill. After each bout, both parties could choose to change players or not, but as soon as Phoenix accumulates 100 losses, the duel would be declared over, and how many rounds Fury Flame would need to win these matches depended on their own abilities. If Fury Flame could win every round, breaking through the 100 Phoenix warriors, then it would be as if they had slaughtered 100 Phoenix at no cost and gotten back their captives. If they could not break through these 100 at all, that was their own problem to deal with. Without a doubt, this was a significant provocation. It was not only a duel between warriors, but essentially a battle between battle groups. There was not a trace of friendliness, just two battle groups filled with deep-seated resentment towards each other, engaging in a life-or-death blood battle when open warfare was not an option. In the outer orbit of Upper Plateau Star, the ships of both parties gathered densely. Naturally taking the lead for the Alliance was the Firebath Nova, while on the other side, the flagship combat shuttle, Spiritfire, of the Fury Flame battle group also glared menacingly. The distance between the ships of both parties from the planetary orbit was quite considerable. Their mutual distrust almost seemed palpable. Neither was willing to let the other's vessels idle in orbit, lest the people who went down to the ground suddenly get hit by an orbital cannon. There was a cruiser-grade warship from the sect of mechanics present as well, belonging to the Mingyang sect. They were the first to come as spectators, and to some extent, witnesses. The venue, cleaned up in advance, was a wide open space amidst the ruins of a post-war city. From both parties, a large number of personnel had already landed, standing in clear-cut divisions on either side. The most conspicuous between the two sides were two clusters of steel bodies with different colors. One side had red armor with white edges, the other predominantly orange with black shoulder pads and knee guards. Both parties numbered 800 people. Neither had dispatched all their warriors, keeping some in reserve. But as the most important individuals of their respective battle groups, the battle group leaders of both parties were present at the scene. Casimir Ursu gazed intently at the front, where he could see Mattins in his Terminator power armor. When he first received the challenge of a duel personally from Mattins, rage surged within him. A newly revived battle group dared to challenge them? Utterly presumptuous. At the same time, he also saw it as an excellent chance to address the pent-up anger felt throughout his entire battle group. Just like when Humphrey Paul begrudgingly ordered him to retreat, his subordinates harbored similar sentiments. How could proud interstellar warriors tolerate surrendering without firing a shot? Although retreat was not a surrender but a strategic move, the inherently impulsive warriors of the Fury Flame battle group still found it suffocating. They did not wish it so, they were merely compelled by orders. Now, the challenge proposed by Phoenix was precisely what they desired. They didn't want to retreat, and now the enemy was delivering themselves to their doorstep. Coupled with the loss of the Beastman tribal chief Titus's head, and a century of enmity, the entire battle group would absolutely have to accept Phoenix's challenge. Otherwise, the whole battle group would be shamed. Even if Casimir Ursu was the battle group leader, he could not go against the wishes of countless individuals and flat-out reject this duel that related to the honor of the battle group. To do so would destroy his credibility, and countless combat brothers would question whether he still qualified to lead the entire battle group. Moreover, he himself had no intention of refusing at all. Even though he had heard that the Phoenix battle group, since its resurgence, had recruits whose strength was nothing to scoff at, that they should not be treated merely as rookies, so what were all of Fury Flame recruits? The entire rank and file, with years of service and far deeper combat experience than those Green Phoenix recruits. If they were scared to duel the opposition, that would truly be suspicious. Even if taking down these Phoenix proved to be extremely challenging, costing 100 of their own, or even 200, for 100 Phoenix, the duel must be fought. Especially since the opposition had chosen their own turf. The entire Snow Eagle Star sector used to be within the Fury Flame battle group's control area. Under such conditions, Fury Flame could not back down. We're meeting for the first time, aren't we? As the two battle group leaders walked forward to engage in a deadly duel, Urso seemed quite relaxed. Mattins, standing opposite him, did not appear so composed. It was evident that he was trying hard to remain calm, but the fury in his eyes could not be concealed. Hearing Urso's greeting, Madden slowly pulled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Not exactly, on Leviathan 9, I fired a bomb at you. Ha ha ha. Madden's words seemed to amuse Urso, who, after a moment, reined in his smile and mocked. I remember that battle. It was a great victory indeed. I personally slaughtered 6 Circe's flowers and 4 phoenixes. But I don't recall your bomb, it seems to have been entirely ineffective. Maddens vividly remembered that battle. His company and the Circe's Flower Company were ordered to garrison on the planet named Leviathan 9 and were fiercely attacked by the Fury Flame Battle Group, suffering heavy losses. Many of his close warrior brothers died in that battle. I truly regret not having killed you that day. Oh, now you have your chance. Urso was still laughing, not taking Maddens seriously. How about we two fight the opening round, and see if that bomb you fired 100 years ago can hit me today. He was trying to provoke Maddens into making an irrational choice. The battle group leaders leading the duel would certainly push the duel to a climax immediately, but likewise, the risks would become enormous. Urso had absolute confidence in victory. He wanted to slash Maddens with his sword in this first battle, gaining the upper hand. Maddens was nearly about to agree, but at the last moment he exhaled deeply. Let's compare our warriors first. Later you may become so desperate that you'll want to join the fight yourself, and then I will take your life. Hey, Urso stared at Maddens, then I'm afraid my warriors won't give me that opportunity. They'll quickly kill off your 100 green recruits. But even if that happens, I will mercifully grant you the 101st chance. As long as you dare to join the fight, I'll play along. Wait and see. Returning to his own formation, Maddens still hadn't calmed down. He felt that he hadn't performed well in the argument, indeed losing to Urso in terms of verbal sparring. This made him very frustrated, but the conversation was over, and he couldn't possibly drag Urso back for another round. He could only bottle up his frustration, however, he quickly came around. What was the point of tongue lashing anyway? In the end, everything still hinged on gunfire and blades. He asked Rizzo, "Are our warriors ready?" "They are always ready. The 100 men named by the governor are all eager for battle." Maddens was somewhat moved as he said, "How did the governor know that these 100 men are our best warriors? Moreover, after some training following the announcement, their already powerful capabilities have further improved." Rizzo revealed a mysterious smile. Perhaps this is the governor's blessing. Maddens paused, without replying. He always felt that old Rizzo was becoming more and more cryptic. Ignoring him, Maddens turned his gaze to another person standing beside him. "Brother Kaldus, according to the plan, you'll be the first one to fight. Any problem with that?" Kaldus was the company commander of Phoenix First Company and one of the survivors of the 100-year-long expedition who first came to Rage Owl Star with Maddens. He was almost the strongest in Phoenix, second only to Maddens. It was most appropriate for him to fight this battle. "No problem." Kaldus replied absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on someone in the midst of the Fury Flame battle group's ranks. "Are you looking at Sao Boyang?" Kaldus came back to his senses and nodded. "I heard he's now a company commander of the Fury Flame. I wonder if we'll have a chance to meet later." Maddens knew why Kaldus wanted to meet this guy named Sao Boyang. Just as he loathed Urso, Kaldus also had close brothers who died at the hands of Sao Boyang. These 4 centenarians who had survived 100 years, who among them didn't hold a deep-seated grudge against Furyflame? Maddens thought for a moment and said, "You can call him out, maybe he will come down." "Good idea." Kaldus took off his helmet, which he was just about to put on, and tucked it under his arm. He stepped out of the formation and shouted towards the opposite side. "Sao Boyang, come out and face your death, old Sao, he's calling you out. Let other brothers wait a bit, I'll go first. It won't take long. I can slaughter him in a few minutes." Wrapped in the heavy Terminator power armor, Sao Boyang nonchalantly twisted his neck. 100 years ago, that guy slipped away, and 100 years later, he still has to die by my hand. With that, he too stepped into the arena. The gap in equipment between the two was significant. Sao Boyang was fully armed. In addition to his indomitable Terminator power armor, he had 2 rocket launchers perched on his shoulders. Under his left arm hung a heavy bomb machine gun. If this had been a war, his weapon of choice would usually be a Thunder God hammer. But today, seeing Kaldus on the opposite side, he put down the Thunder God hammer and took up a powered sword. This isn't holding back or deliberately not using the most familiar weapons. Rather, it's about strategically choosing the right gear. Because the opponent Kaldus isn't wearing Terminator armor, just a set of regular tactical powered armor. Although the model is a bit rare, the majestic powered armor is something many battlegroups would be envious of. Using a Thunder God hammer, which is more than enough to take down heavy units, against an opponent in regular powered armor isn't suitable. Something more flexible like a powered sword would be much more appropriate. To be honest, the gear Cao Boyang is wearing is far more expensive than what Kaldus has on. If this were a war, Cao Boyang, in such attire, could play a much stronger role than Kaldus by many folds. Suppressing firepower, charging into the fray, he could do it all. But a duel is another matter. Terminator armor is heavy, allowing for equipment that regular tactical powered armor can't accommodate. However, its bulkiness and lack of agility are simply irremediable. If both users are of low skill, then without a doubt, the person outfitted with the Terminator set could simply crush the opponent with superior equipment. However, if both are experts, then it's not so clear-cut. The alliance isn't poor, and Kaldus isn't someone of insufficient status within the battle group to be denied access to good gear. It's a confrontation with an archenemy. There's no holding back or underestimating the opponent. Whatever Cao Boyang has equipped, Kaldus could have it too if he wanted. If he didn't bring it, it's surely for victory. Agility and skill are crucial for Kaldus to seize victory today. Yet at the onset of the battle, Kaldus was immediately met with a grave crisis. The arena for the duel is vast, encompassing about 2 kilometers in diameter of city ruins. However, for interstellar warriors who can sprint at full speed, even complex terrains can be crossed in mere minutes. If the distance is closed, many of Cao Boyang's long-range heavy weapons would lose their effectiveness. Almost the moment the broadcast announcing the start of the battle sounded, he crouched with legs apart, assuming a horse stance. The built-in scanner had roughly locked onto Kaldus's location, and the 2 rocket nests mounted on his shoulders began launching rockets. One after another, the rocket, trailing long plumes of flame, shot forth. They drew beautiful arcs in midair, flew over numerous ruins, and precisely targeted the area where Kaldus was. He didn't launch all the rockets in one go, but fired them in a controlled rhythm. He precisely calculated Kaldus's position and potential movements, sealing off many of his paths. The main objective was to prevent the Phoenix veteran from taking shelter in the building ruins to avoid the blast damage. No way. He would be blasted to bits en route, and Kaldus could only keep moving nimbly amid the bombardment. Of course, his speed was not enough to completely avoid the blast range, but tactical powered armor is still powered armor. As long as he could evade the explosive core of the precise rocket hits, the threat from the outskirts of the blasts was relatively low. However, during this process, he could hardly close the distance between them and couldn't afford any mistake whatsoever. Otherwise, a direct hit from the rocket would mean severe injury, if not death. Kaldus's disadvantage from not choosing heavy equipment manifested just as expected. Although he was still unscathed thus far, the problem was that Cao Boyang's means of attack were almost risk-free, whereas Kaldus could only passively take the hits. A mistake meant defeat. Without any slip-ups, it was merely a matter of Cao Boyang running out of rockets. He surely had more than 20 rockets in his 2 rocket nests. How much energy would Kaldus have to expend to dodge all of them? While pondering this, all the spectators witnessed a blue beam shoot across the dueling ground, striking right at Cao Boyang's left shoulder-mounted rocket nest. The audience were all elite interstellar warriors. They immediately recognized that this shot came from a plasma gun, and it was a charged shot at that. But when did Kaldus draw the gun to charge it? Wasn't he scrambling to avoid the rockets just moments ago? How did he find the time to do this? And with nearly 2 kilometers separating them, not to mention countless obstructing ruins, how did Kaldus manage to hit the target? Watching from a distance, Casimir Ursu's face had gone completely grim. There was no magic to it. The man was simply capable of charging the plasma gun while distracted, all the while analyzing and adjusting his position as he dodged, finding a gap free of obstacles between them. The gap was extremely narrow. Even more terrifying, Kaldus was constantly under bombardment, dodging explosions while adjusting his position, which was extremely difficult, let alone seizing the fleeting moment in that instant to make an accurate shot, surpassing a distance of 2 kilometers. Urso could only say, this was nothing short of divine skill. Urso asked himself, within the entire Fury Flame battle group, was there anyone who could do this? A few top-notch experts who had gone through specialized training and drills might be able to pull off this performance. But unfortunately, this was not a performance, it was a real combat, a matter of life and death. Even in this real combat, Phoenix was at a disadvantage. This territory was under Flame's control, even the duel location was their choice. They were able to come in advance to observe and study the terrain. But Phoenix didn't have that condition. To fire such a shot in the nick of time during real combat, Urso didn't even have confidence in himself. But this man, whose name had not stood out in the wars 100 years ago, actually did it. Just an old soldier? Impossible. Even Company Commander Champion didn't have this ability. Yet the company commander of the 1st Company of Phoenix could actually demonstrate such strength. He couldn't help but look worriedly at Cao Boyang. From the beginning of the battle to now, Old Cao's firepower suppression had shown extremely outstanding tactics, but Caldus's godlike shot directly overtook him in terms of performance. However, Old Cao's actions were actually quite decisive. The moment his rocket nest was pierced by the plasma, he violently detached the rocket nest from its connection to his body and flung it far away. The rocket nest exploded in midair. Had Old Cao's decision been just a bit slower, he would have suffered severely from the sympathetic explosion of the rocket nest. Caldus also took this opportunity to swiftly advance by using the cover of the urban ruins. Clearly, he intended to close the distance between them, even wanting to enter close-quarters combat. Old Cao was not afraid either. This company commander of the Fury Flame battle group, taking heavy steps, also delved deep into the urban ruins. However, the watching Urso couldn't relax his tense anxiety. Caldus's performance was too frightening. Now he could only hope that this Phoenix veteran was a master specialized in long-range shooting, with his close combat swordsmanship not being outstanding, at least not that harsh. It was possible, otherwise, Caldus's capability wouldn't be just that of a company commander. But seeing Caldus's eagerness for close combat, Urso didn't dare to fully trust his own judgment. He could only watch as the distance between the two sides got closer and closer. Caldus managed to get up close and personal with Cao Boyang. Despite the lack of rocket launcher suppression, Cao Boyang still had the heavy bomb rotary machine gun mounted underneath his left arm, which possessed far more destructive power than ordinary bombs, as well as a much higher rate of fire, providing an immensely strong suppressing effect. With it, he could even frontally blast a lion tank to pieces in less than 10 seconds. This kind of weapon, in the hands of mortals, could only be used as a fixed turret. Even armored vehicles couldn't carry it and still move because the recoil when firing was too much to handle. If it were mounted on a lion tank, they'd have to remove the main gun, which was a loss not worth the trade. When used by interstellar warriors, it required a two-man operation. Only interstellar warriors wearing Terminator power armor could normally operate it alone, and it could be mounted under one arm, shifting the muzzle as the arm moved. However, it was still unavoidably cumbersome. When Cao Boyang realized that they were getting very close, he swiveled the muzzle towards the direction Caldus would appear and began firing furiously. The consecutive firing of the heavy bomb could demolish even collapsing building walls, exposing Caldus, who had wanted to use these building ruins for cover as he advanced, to the line of fire. In this way, he suppressed with fire, attempting to stop Caldus from approaching and hoping to deliver a powerful strike. A single hit from a heavy bomb could also inflict significant damage on Caldus, who was only wearing regular powered armor. Indeed, Caldus was hit, taking 3 bullets. It was impossible for him not to make any mistakes. During his erratic maneuvering, he took a bullet that grazed past his abdomen. It wasn't a direct hit, not enough to injure him. However, as a company commander of the Fury Flame battle group, known as one of the top warriors of the entire battle group, Cao Boyang could not miss such an opportunity. He himself was a master in the use of heavy weapons, having already demonstrated his skill with the rocket launcher bombardment. It wasn't that he was unskilled, but rather that Caldus's performance was simply too good. Now, a bullet hit, causing Caldus to slightly lose balance, and Cao Boyang quickly followed with the muzzle. Being able to control a heavy bomb rotary machine gun, maintaining such sensitive tracking of the target even at full rate of fire, he was truly adept. But Cao Boyang's outstanding performance simply served to highlight Caldus. The next 2 bullets that hit, one was deflected aside by Caldus's powered sword, while the third, intentionally so, struck his shoulder armor and detonated. Admittedly, the explosion from the heavy bomb caused his shoulder to throb with pain, but the huge shoulder armor, akin to a shield, was not pierced through. It was painful, but did not affect his bodily functions. And with the force of the explosion, Kaldus's body quickly darted to the side, dodging the subsequent attacks. At the same time, Kaldus's fully charged high-efficiency plasma pistol fired again. Cao Boyang's soul nearly left his body when he saw the gun drawn. Its power was obviously great, and although it required a longer time to charge for a single shot, it definitely packed a punch that was much heavier than the heavy bomb. What's more terrifying was its accuracy. Just moments ago, Kaldus had demonstrated his ability to hit his target from such a distance, through so many obstacles. Now, at a much closer range, he had no doubt that a shot from the other party would surely land on a vital spot. For example, the visor on his helmet. The visor on the Terminator armor, of course, had been specially reinforced and was not that easy to penetrate. But it was still not as thick or as strong as other parts of the armor. One shot from the high-efficiency plasma ray would certainly penetrate, and the brain behind the visor wouldn't be spared. He could only jerk his head to the side, turn his body, and even raise his powered sword to try to block. He succeeded. The ray hit the powered sword squarely. Though unharmed, the powerful force contained in the plasma ray reacted with the powered sword, the tremendous force it produced throwing his body into sudden imbalance. And in that instant, it was Kaldus's opportunity. Without hesitation, he continued to charge forward, rapidly closing the distance so that his power axe could pose a threat. By this time, Cao Boyang had also readjusted his previously unbalanced body. Seeing Kaldus's proximity, he swung his powered sword horizontally. The strike was powerful and swift. Kaldus blocked with his battle axe, but there was a sizable gap in strength between the two of them. It wasn't a difference in the individuals, but mainly in the powered armor. The output power of the Terminator was certainly much greater than that of regular powered armor. But Kaldus seemed to always flow with Cao Boyang's powerful force, either twisting his body or deftly dissipating the energy. In the close-quarter combat, Kaldus appeared like a small boat sailing through raging waves, seemingly adrift, but in reality, he always maintained the initiative in the fight. All Cao Boyang's attacks were, in fact, more of a passive drive rather than active acts, yet, he never succeeded, as Kaldus, like a tenacious ghost, continuously hovered at his side. His powered sword in hand actually wasn't as fast as Kaldus. That meant every time he slashed, Kaldus could either dodge or block, still with enough strength left to counter Cao Boyang. Kaldus also had to hold back, not using his full strength against the enemy, since the Terminator power armor was solid enough that if he failed to deliver a fatal blow, he would lose his agility advantage and couldn't block or evade Cao Boyang's next attack. Such a powerful and heavy strike from the Terminator would immediately cost him dearly. Despite this, every shallow attack from the power axe was terrifying when accumulated. The spectating Urso clenched his fists tightly. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, Urso believed that in this duel, the Fury Flame battle group had lost. Within the battle group, Cao Boyang, one of the best warriors and the company commander, had been defeated. If this were a normal duel, it would be at the point where conceding would be acceptable. However, this was not a normal duel, but a blood fight to the death. What does a blood fight to the death mean? It doesn't end until the blood runs dry and the person dies. There has to be a complete death for it to end. Even if he was reluctant to accept the death of his old comrade and brother, there was nothing he could do now. In a duel observed by all, he couldn't interfere without trampling the honor of the battle group underfoot. He could only watch helplessly as his brother sustained more and more injuries, growing increasingly immobile and sluggish, much like a wounded, bleeding bull in a bullfight that becomes more enraged yet weaker. Eventually, the defeat Urso had foreseen came, but the slight hope he harbored never materialized, as Kaldus, feeling it was about time, stopped playing. Cao Boyang's movements had slowed significantly, especially after a heavy blow where his powered axe pierced through the back of his left knee, causing a limp. Another axe blow slid during a clashing and cut at the junction of his wrist guard and iron glove, making it harder for Cao Boyang to wield his powered sword. Additionally, his left hand's heavy bomb rotating machine gun was almost useless in such close-quarters combat, at most serving to block and provide a slight threatening effect with the heavy bomb, which was better than nothing. Now, 3 out of Cao Boyang's 4 limbs were either disabled or had very limited effectiveness. At this point, Kaldus finally felt it was secure enough to go for the kill. This time, it was Kaldus's attack that led. In fact, After his knee and wrist suffered heavy blows, Sao Boyang hardly launched any attacks, not even trying passive movements, just waiting for Kaldus to come forward. Then let it come. Kaldus brought his axe down towards Sao Boyang's head. Sao Boyang of course tried to block it, however, just a moment before the axe struck, Kaldus simply changed direction and Sao Boyang could no longer keep up. Or rather, his eyes, his consciousness could keep up, but his body, his damaged Terminator power armor could not. With this, Kaldus's power axe solidly, with utmost force, chopped into the inner side of Sao Boyang's elbow. Amputation. The highly durable outer armor of the Terminator's elbow wasn't so easily shattered, but the axe cutting from the inside undoubtedly severed Sao Boyang's arm. Agonizing pain, but Sao Boyang, as a top-notch warrior himself, simple pain couldn't rob him of his combat ability. With his other arm, he threw a fierce punch at Kaldus while also firing the hanging heavy bomb. It seemed to be his prepared counterattack for a desperate situation. He no longer cared if the heavy bomb would also injure himself. He wanted to fire at close range while Kaldus was fully committed to cutting off his arm, even if it meant perishing together. Kaldus was slightly surprised internally. Sao Boyang's resolution indeed exceeded his expectations. But it was meaningless. He quickly kicked out, causing Sao Boyang to stagger back 2 steps, while Kaldus used the momentum to retreat 5 or 6 steps away. He dodged, and though a step slower, Sao Boyang didn't give up. He tried to shift the gun barrel to fire at Kaldus. But in the next moment, Kaldus charged back in, his axe severing Sao Boyang's left arm as well. With both arms lost, Sao Boyang had no remaining final moves. In desperation, he lunged forward with his head, appearing to attempt a headbutt as a final resistance. But it looked more like he was presenting his head under Kaldus's axe. One axe split the helmet, and another split his head in 2. The company commander of the 1st Company of the Fury Flame Warband, arguably the second most important figure in the battle group next to the battle group leader, died like that. The 800 warriors of the Fury Flame battle group, now 799, watched as Kaldus, clad in red armor, stood with his foot on the respected old company commander's corpse, raising his axe and roaring towards the sky. Under this serious provocation, the warriors of Fury Flame first were astonished and shocked, but then they roared ferociously as if insulted, cursing at Kaldus. Kaldus took off his helmet, sneered disdainfully, and turned to leave. The first battle, Phoenix wins, and the second battle quickly began. The combatant that appeared looked like a very young warrior. He introduced himself, claiming to be the first new blood of Phoenix with a military career of 20 years. 20 years, for mortals, of course, is quite a long military career, all veterans among veterans. But for interstellar warriors, 20 years is just the beginning. Most interstellar warriors at this stage are roughly considered to be out of the rookie period. It is not until they reach 50 years of service and are awarded a silver stud on their forehead that they can be called veterans. Those who had just been cursing at Kaldus from Fury Flame battle group now quieted down a little. Although they cursed Kaldus, regardless, Kaldus was a real veteran with more than 200 years of combat experience, having survived the redemptive expedition. His strength was formidable, sent to spearhead the battle and having won, killing company commander Sao Boyang, albeit difficult to accept, but not inconceivable. But to send a 20-year rookie? Looking down on us? But they soon reacted again. Aside from the 4 veterans who had survived a century of expeditions in Phoenix, the rest were all recruits from the past 20 years. Among the recruits, this young warrior who called himself Palates Anatole was actually one of the oldest in terms of service. With this in mind, some members of Fury Flame couldn't help but sneer. Urso also calmed his emotions from the recent loss of his comrades. Having lost the first battle, there was absolutely no room for loss in the second. Urso sent out the most outstanding, new recruit in the battle group. Although called a new recruit, he had actually been in service for 48 years and was about to reach the customary status of a veteran. And sending him wasn't Urso trying to save face. This warrior was a rare genius within the Fury Flame battle group. A natural-born warrior showing extraordinary talent after becoming an interstellar warrior, surpassing the level of average veterans. In the internal duels within the battle group, he had won countless victories, even if not quite at the level of the company champion, but not far off, stronger than many of the sergeants. Defeating a Phoenix recruit should surely be easy. At the call of Urso, the genius warrior of Fury Flame went down to the field. The two combatants of the second battle both wore Terminator armor, the difference being that Flame used the unyielding type, while Phoenix used the Iron Cavalry type. The unyielding type was the most common Terminator armor of the current era, while the Iron Cavalry type was much more precious and performed somewhat better. Urso really didn't know where Phoenix got so many Iron Cavalry types. Kaldus previously wore the Majestic type, which was also more rare and better than the most common, Sky Eagle type, equipment used by Flame. He glanced over and saw that every Terminator was Iron Cavalry, and every tactical power armor was Majestic. Where did Phoenix get all this good gear? Jealousy and confusion put aside momentarily, he focused on the battlefield at hand. Although the unyielding type fell somewhat short in performance compared to the Iron Cavalry type, both were still Terminator-powered armors, and there wasn't an ultimately decisive gap in quality. Victory or defeat hinged mainly on the difference between individuals. He had full confidence in his warrior, however, his confidence was soon shattered. Watching that Phoenix named a knot step on the body of the battle group genius and roar like his predecessor, Urso's face darkened to the point of dripping water. Defeated again. And what made it even more embarrassing was that in the battle just now, the highly anticipated genius of Flame had hardly posed any real threat. The knot was clearly stronger, having gained the upper hand in the long-distance fight and inflicted severe damage. In the end, a knot appeared in front of him, knocked him to the ground, stepped on his chest, and executed him with the heavy bomber gun to the head. This was a clear sign of a symbolic execution. If not for that, a knot could have killed him from a distance earlier. This was clearly a crushing disparity, and even more humiliating was that after the battle, a knot did not leave. He stood there, calling for the next Flame to come out, wanting to continue fighting. The clear implication was that he hadn't enjoyed the previous fight enough and hadn't exerted much effort. Urso was willing to go all out, not caring for face anymore, and sent down a company champion from Flame's squad. However, the third battle was another defeat. This company champion was wearing normal tactical power armor, seemingly trying to replicate Kaldus's previous victory. He did manage with his exquisite skill to break through the long-range fire blockade and brought the fight into close-quarters combat. But in hand-to-hand combat, tactical power armor didn't necessarily have the advantage. The Terminator's armor thickness and equipped weapons were not for nothing. The knot's power fist, in dozens of rounds of close combat, eventually struck the Flame company champion on the head, killing him with one blow. Although a knot was wounded all over, he won. Still removing his helmet, a knot provocatively flashed a smile and turned to leave. The whole Flame battle group was about to explode. 3 consecutive losses. 2 were beaten by one person. And a recruit at that. Son of a. Urso didn't care anymore, the 4th battle had to be won. The 4th to enter was a battle group champion from Flame. His strength was on a par with the 1st company commander Sao Boyang who had opened the match. But the Phoenix entering this time was the battle group's priest with a skull helmet, Rizzo. When the gravity scepter shattered the skull of that Flame champion, Urso went numb. How to win a battle? Lost 4 matches and in an utterly humiliating manner. The first match involved using Terminators against standard powered armor, lost. The second match was a duel between Terminators, lost. The third match was his own powered armor against the opponent's Terminator, still lost. The 4th match, infuriated, he sent out the battle group champion, yet still lost. The humiliation is actually secondary, the most terrifying aspect is the substantial actual losses. The 4 who perished were all the backbone, the core of the battle group. A company commander could almost be considered the 2nd or 3rd most important person in the battle group. Should anything unfortunate happen to Urso, a company commander could almost directly take over the work of the battle group leader temporarily. The battle group champion, unit champions are all absolutely the elite backbone of a battle group, and there are hardly many of them. Even the most easily perished, the worst performing new recruit of 48, represented the future of the battle group. In a single battle, the loss of any one of these 4 would deeply pain Urso. Not to mention now that 4 had died. What is more terrifying is that Urso now had no more confidence. Before this duel between battle groups began, he had thought it would go smoothly, but now, he had no idea how many more would die before securing these 100 victories. But could it be stopped? Not to mention there were 100 hostages in the enemy's hands. To stop after losing 4 matches in a row would be akin to admitting defeat directly. If word got out, Fury Flame Battle Group would seem as though they had lost all face. Winning was best, losing was acceptable, but to lose in such a manner not only showed weakness but most critically, it would indisputably earn the label of coward. No battle group could endure such humiliation. Interstellar warriors could admit to being less skilled or underpowered, resorting to the saying, "No shame, then be brave." But coward? Shying away from battle? Retreating without a fight? This would be the subject of everyone's ridicule. During the process of being transformed by the gene seed, due to physiological changes, many of their mundane desires greatly diminished. They could tolerate bad food, had very low sexual interest, and their desires for power and luxuries also diminished. In contrast, their pursuit of honor, prestige, and loyalty became particularly obsessive. Interstellar warriors regarded honor as their life. Although every battle group, and indeed each interstellar warrior, had a slightly different definition of honor and loyalty, almost none could ignore the damage brought by the label of coward. This was almost the most intolerable slander for interstellar warriors. They would rather die than bear such a reputation. Urso felt the same way, especially since the battle-driven culture of Fury Flame made them even less able to tolerate the infamy of fleeing a duel. With gritted teeth, he would continue to fight this battle. Urso once again sent out a battle group champion, determined to claim this 5th match. This time, he finally got his wish. Although victory was not easy, the opponent seemed to be a new recruit, not more than 20 years old. In the past, they might have disliked not winning beautifully enough, but now, regardless, this was a victory. To win was already very good. On the field, that Fury Flame champion seemed to hesitate, but ultimately, he asked Urso through the communicator if he could fight another match. Urso also hesitated. This champion's strength, of course, was beyond question, but he had spent quite some energy in the last duel. Could he really win another match? Losing another champion was truly something they couldn't afford. All over the battle group, there were only 3 warriors who could bear this title. Nonetheless, Urso eventually agreed. The strong will of that Fury Flame champion was one factor. Another was that he thought, probably Phoenix could not produce another who could compete with the Fury Flame champion, right? Earlier, Kaldus definitely had the strength, but he was severely injured when he killed Sao Boyang and couldn't come out to fight another match. Phoenix's battle group priest Rizzo unexpectedly demonstrated considerable combat effectiveness, even killing the first Fury Flame champion who appeared, but was also worn out from the tough battle and not capable of fighting a second match. Of course, if Maddens personally entered the fight, it might be risky, but if that was the case, he would personally fight. But this 6th match they lost again. Inside the Phoenix battle group, a veteran claiming to have been through a century-long penitential expedition, the Phoenix 2nd Company commander named Hejinaudo, when he entered the field, Urso faintly sensed something ominous. But ultimately, he chose to trust his own people, and then, he died. Although Hejinaudo was also severely injured, losing a limb, it was better than being alive, wasn't it? With clenched teeth, Urso, and everyone in Fury Flame was silent as if they were in a library, and the duel continued for 67 matches. In these 67 matches, they only won 11. In the matches they won, they almost always sent the strongest warriors in the battle group. Besides the 2 who died earlier, the 3rd battle group champion also went down. This time, Phoenix really couldn't produce another warrior of equivalent level. 3 continuous, new recruits, fought. The first 2 matches the Fury Flame champion won. Those 2 from Phoenix, to be fair, performed quite well, but there was a definite qualitative difference compared to the battle group champion. They were relatively easily defeated, and though this Fury Flame champion was injured, the wear and tear, although present, seemed manageable enough to fight another new recruit. The rare string of victories greatly boosted the morale of the Fury Flames. It was with great difficulty that some shouts of encouragement came forth as they proceeded to fight their 3rd consecutive battle. But they capsized in a ditch. This time, the one Phoenix sent into battle was still a rookie, but this individual displayed strength greater than any of the previous newcomers. More crucially, he was a member of the think tank, wielding powerful psychic powers. This Phoenix named Henrik Larsson used the power of spiritual energy to kill the last Fury Flame champion who had fought 2 battles in a row. And in other battles, the Fury Flames were utterly defeated more often than not. They sent out their core forces, with almost every company's champion entering the fray. These company champions, when fighting against the rookies sent by Phoenix, had a winning rate of about 40%. But that was just it, 40%. Before this duel began, who the fuck could have imagined that the company champions of the Fury Flame battle group would only have a 40% chance of defeating these Phoenix rookies, who had at most 20 years of service? Who would believe that if you told them? But this was the reality they were facing. What to do when all the company champions had fought? Then it was the company commander's turn to fight. The combat strength of the company commanders was generally on this level as well, usually only slightly better than that of the company champions. But what when all of those were exhausted? How many in the Fury Flame battle group could truly be called champions? It wasn't feasible to send everyone out into such brutal combat, especially when the success rate was so low. So, they had no choice but to send the veteran sergeants from each company into battle. But when they fought, forget about winning rates, they only won 2 battles. It was clear to see that the 2 Phoenixes who had fallen had mainly done so because of critical blunders. Their actual displayed strength far surpassed that of their opponents. Excluding the 2 lucky victories, all the rest of the veteran sergeants were defeated and killed in battle. For the Fury Flame battle group, the loss of 56 lives should not have been a serious problem for a battle group that was actually much larger than the scripture-defined scale. But if among these 56 fallen, there were the battle group's only 3 champions, 6 of the 10 company commanders known to the public, including 1 company commander considered the second in command of the battle group, over 20 company champions, 27 sergeants equivalent to the backbone of junior officers. Then this loss was catastrophic. The entire battle group's higher echelon combat power was swept away, a large number of command-level personnel were eliminated, and what was more severe, the task of promoting talents from the lower ranks became extremely difficult. From this perspective, it was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Fury Flame battle group, meaning their spine was broken in half, almost as bad as the most severe losses in the battle group's wartime history. Enough! Casimir Urso roared furiously. Battle group leader. The chief priest beside him grabbed him, trying to dissuade him from the dangers of entering the battle himself. But now, Urso could no longer heed any advice. He was red-eyed, like a gambler who had lost everything, ready to push all his remaining chips onto the table, betting it all on one last desperate attempt to turn the tables. And this last, biggest bet was himself. He was the battle group leader of the Fury Flame battle group and also its most powerful warrior. What he hoped to win with this bet was none other than the battle group leader of the Phoenix. Come. The rest of the battles are meaningless. Let's set aside all that preamble, Mattins. Let's battle in the name of both battle group leaders, to the death. He issued his challenge. Mattins accepted the challenge. He could have declined. He could allow the elite warriors of Phoenix to continue fighting and wear down Urso. Even though Phoenix's warriors, no matter how strong, were far inferior to top experts like Urso, it would not be easy for Urso to win, at least he couldn't go unbeaten. As long as it took him effort, he would accumulate injuries in battle, spending more energy, and after several more bouts, Urso's condition would deteriorate. By then, Mattins could easily decide whether to let his warriors slowly wear Urso down or force him to retreat. Or choose to enter the fray himself when Urso's condition had worsened enough to ensure a greater chance of defeating Casimir Urso. This would cast a slight imperfection over Phoenix's victory in this battle group duel, but it was the safest approach. However, Mattins did not choose this option. Although it would be smart, it just wasn't the warrior's way. He didn't want to waste so many warriors' lives in vain. At the same time, he had a strong sense of honor about defeating Urso in a fair duel. Of course, Phoenix also valued honor. Mattins stepped onto the dueling ground. This time, he did not exchange many words with Urso. Verbal sparring was somewhat ineffective. It was time to show one's true capabilities through action. Neither of them engaged in the long-distance probing that was very common in the dozens of previous duels, as neither of them were masters of long-range firepower control. Such probing was unnecessary. The two simultaneously arrived at the most open area in the center of the battlefield. This area had almost been leveled by previous duels. Upon encountering each other, they charged towards one another. In the midst of the charge, their sword blades crossed, clashing hard against each other. Neither gained the upper hand. Neither could execute a killing blow on the first strike. Immediately after, both sides' powered swords began to clash at an extremely fast, high-frequency pace. Within this pure contest of swordsmanship and strength, Maddens felt tremendous pressure. Now, after engaging in personal combat, he had to admit that Urso, as an old warrior with 400 to 500 years of combat experience, was possibly only a step away from becoming a legend. In terms of swordsmanship, although Maddens had made significant progress recently, he was still no match for Urso. Urso's techniques were more exquisite than he had imagined. As for Maddens, while his swordsmanship was certainly not poor, coming from Phoenix Legion's heritage, though not as exquisite and flamboyant as the Mother Legion, it became more straightforward and focused on pragmatism, but that did not mean it was weaker. However, swordsmanship inherited from the Mother Legion, Punisher Legion, by Flame Battle Group, was not particularly renowned. The inheritance of genetic seed characteristics is one aspect. Personal training, experience, and accumulation are another matter entirely, explaining the individual level of disparity. Lesser is just lesser, but at least not by a whole tier, still within the range that Maddens could contend with. While Maddens was being suppressed by Urso's exquisite swordsmanship, Urso actually had his own unspeakable difficulties. Maddens' strikes were too powerful. Every clash left Urso feeling a strong vibration. This was not because Maddens himself was stronger, but rather a disparity in equipment. Both were fully equipped with Terminator power armor, both immensely strong and heavy. However, the key difference lay in the Indomitable model versus the Iron Knight model, with the latter possessing significantly greater strength, more powerful exertion, and stronger defense. The advantage of the Indomitable model mainly lay in its affordability and low cost of production. That was one of the reasons why it became widespread, not just because much of the Iron Knight's technology had been lost. But in this duel, that advantage was meaningless. Urso, at least a battle group leader, couldn't get the Iron Knight and had to settle for the Indomitable model, but at least he could obtain a finely crafted version. Finely crafted usually refers to pieces personally forged by high-grade craftsmen or even masters of the sect of mechanics, enhancing performance in all aspects compared to the mass-produced version. How much it is enhanced depends on the skill level of the craftsman. In theory, this finely crafted version should narrow the gap with the Iron Knight model Maddens wore. But in practice, it fell even further apart. Could it be? The Iron Knight worn by Maddens is also a finely crafted version. An expensive Iron Knight, plus fine craftsmanship. The cost of this set of powered armor could well be double that of Urso's. The disparity in equipment performance was blatantly evident at this moment. Urso hated this deeply. If I were rich, I would have slaughtered you already. Several potentially fatal attacks that he could have executed were all nullified by the stronger force of his opponent's strikes. The few attacks he managed to barely initiate were also blocked by the ridiculously thick armor of the finely crafted Iron Knight. Urso could only calm himself down and look for more and better opportunities. Maddens's battle with Urso was the longest of all 68 battles. Two giants in their different Terminator power armors fought furiously with their exquisite swordsmanship. As time passed, Maddens gradually found the key to countering Urso. There was no point in competing in swordsmanship where there was a gap that had to be acknowledged. He had to make good use of his equipment advantage. And indeed, he did quite well. Again and again, he used the cheap shot tactic when he was at a disadvantage in swordsmanship, often abandoning his defense to launch fierce counterattacks. It was an obvious statement. You might land a blow on my armor, causing me injury, but with the resilient defensive capacity of my armor, the wound I inflict on you will be more severe. Urso definitely wouldn't go for this trade, so he could only defend. But sometimes he couldn't help it. Maybe he felt that this exchange would be profitable. In reality, after several exchanges, both sides had their fair share of advantages. You would leave a gash on my abdomen. I would strike your arm hard in return. Often, Maddens, thanks to his armor's thickness, suffered lighter injuries. But because of the gap in swordsmanship, he would receive more attacks than Urso. Both of them were badly scarred at this stage, and it was hard to say whose condition was worse. But as fatigue and injuries accumulated, neither fought as flawlessly as at the beginning. Inevitably, they started making mistakes, which in turn led to more openings for being hit by the opponent. The onlooking warriors from both battle groups were increasingly tense. They could see that this duel was nearing its end, approaching the decisive moment. With both sides making more mistakes, the likelihood that the next strike would determine the victor was growing ever larger. And that moment finally came. Urso found another chance through his superb swordsmanship, better than any before. Under his maneuver, Madden's was wide open, and Urso's sword strike aimed straight at Madden's head. Earlier, he had already struck Madden's head once. However, that blow was off target, and Madden's quick reaction had prevented the end of the fight, only leaving a crack in Madden's helmet. Now, he had the opportunity to follow that crack with another strike. He was certain that this blow would claim Madden's life. Madden's couldn't block Urso's sword. He adopted a similar strategy as before, giving up defense to thrust his powered sword forward. The target was the juncture between Urso's chest plate and abdomen, which had also been hit by him before. This time, Urso chose not to defend. Facing a sword strike or beheading Madden's, he made his choice. Even if Madden's strike might pierce upward into his heart, Urso was willing to take the risk. Interstellar warriors have two hearts. Destroying one would cause severe damage but wouldn't result in instant death, and they could be saved later. The attacks of both men hit almost simultaneously. Urso's sword clearly cut into Madden's head, right into the existing crack. The crack suddenly widened under his heavy blow. He felt resistance, but his sword edge continued to cleave downward. That was until a sharp pain erupted from his abdomen. His powered armor had been pierced. Moreover, Madden's technique was indeed as bad as he had anticipated, angled upward, piercing his heart. To achieve this, Madden's body leaned forward to the utmost, pressing his head against Urso's sword edge to facilitate the upward thrust. This certainly made Urso's cutting easier, but what he found terrifying was that it seemed he had not fully penetrated the helmet, as if his powered sword was being stuck. The helmet was hard enough, and perhaps so was Madden's skull. He continued to exert strength, trying to completely break through, even as his body was pierced and one of his hearts impaled, not letting it affect his power output. Of course, it hurt a lot, and the injury was severe. But as an extraordinary soldier genetically modified, the interstellar warriors could be regarded as powerful war machines. Especially for a top expert like Urso. Unless he was completely dead or had incurable wounds like limb loss, his combat strength would hardly be affected. Even if he lost a heart, the other one would beat even more fiercely, giving him power not less than at his peak. This of course couldn't last and posed a significant recovery burden in the future. But in life and death struggle, there was no need to consider this. His body would automatically and instinctively react with such response. However, before he could completely open Madden's helmet, he was struck by a terrifying electric shock inside his body, piercing through his second heart. At the same time, Urso's sword finally cut deep into the entire helmet. The bodies of the two warriors froze there. Huan, Kaldus couldn't help asking Priest Rizzo beside him. At this moment, one powered sword was stuck in Madden's head, cutting halfway through. Another powered sword pierced into Urso's abdomen, most of the way in. After their powered swords connected them as one, the two battle group leaders stood still like wax statues, not moving an inch. Even with Kaldus's keen vision, he could not discern the final outcome. On one hand, it was somewhat distant, but most importantly, the two men's battle was too intense, the differences in the last moments too subtle, making the possibility of victory or defeat, life or death, all plausible. There was even a considerable chance that both men might perish together in this duel. Even Priest Rizzo, at this moment, furrowed his brows. What Kaldus couldn't see, he couldn't see either. Despite his strong convictions, he remained silent at this time, just like everyone else, nervously watching the situation in the arena. The brief wait seemed very long at this moment. Finally, movement came from the two still figures. Madden slowly withdrew the powered sword that had pierced Urso's body. Urso's body lost support and fell backward with a crash, his heavy Terminator power armor kicking up a cloud of dust. Madden stumbled a few steps backward, the powered sword still embedded in his helmet. He let go of his own sword, grasped Urso's sword, pulled it out, and then took off his helmet. A fierce bloodstain was on his face, starting from the forehead, slicing open his left brow bone, bursting one of his eyes, and completely tearing open his left cheek. Urso really came close to splitting Madden's head open. But in the end, it was Madden's who survived. After the silence, came the jubilant shouts of the Phoenix Warriors. In stark contrast, the Fury Flame was as silent as a library. Amidst the cheers of his battling brothers, Madden's raised his damaged helmet, not caring about the blood on his face, and shouted triumphantly. The duel between Madden's and Urso was also the last of all the battle group duels. Not even 100 rounds had been completed, let alone the 100 victories required by Fury Flame. Up to now, they had only won 11 rounds. For these 11 victories, Fury Flame Battle Group sacrificed from Battle Group Leader, to Company Commander, to 3 Battle Group Champions, a series of Squad Champions, and Veteran Sergeants. The 11 captives they exchanged fell to their knees, not even feeling their lives were worth that much. And those remaining 89, under Phoenix's watch, had absolutely no desire to continue the fight. It was not possible to continue. The still living high-ranking members of the Fury Flame Battle Group, 3 company commanders and the chaplain, stepped forward. No matter how bitter they felt inside, they could only negotiate with the Phoenix as they dragged back the body of Casimir Urso. "Let's stop here, the duel is over." "You're surrendering?" Speaking for the Phoenix, it was Caldus, with Priest Rizzo standing beside him. Mattins was also very severely injured. After returning to the ranks, he actually fell into a coma and was urgently treated by the pharmacist. Faced with Caldus's contemptuous inquiry, Adler Politos, representing the Fury Flame Battle Group, bowed his head. "Yes, we surrender. You have won. But there are still 89 prisoners, and according to the rules, they won't be released." Giving up comrades. Even though Politos stepped forward to surrender, having anticipated and accepted all the consequences, when he actually had to verbalize it, he still felt as if he were being cut with a knife. He even thought, why wasn't he the one to go down during the earlier battles? He would rather die in the dueling arena than bear such humiliation. However, the humiliation had already arrived. With only 11 wins in 68 battles, with the battle group leader killed, and probably all 800 men dying here without achieving even 100 victories, the honor of Fury Flame had been utterly lost. Humiliation was inevitably going to fall on Fury Flame Battle Group, and it would spread far and wide throughout the universe with this duel. Politos truly wished he could just die, but he couldn't. The battle group had to persist, as living required even more courage than dying. He could only take a deep breath and say, "Do as you see fit." Having spoken, he left without looking back. Accompanied by the silent members of Fury Flame, before boarding the ship leaving the planet, they heard gunfire. It seemed intentional. The distant gunshots happened one after the other. No one counted, but every interstellar warrior from Fury Flame heard exactly 89 shots in the distance. Right before he boarded the ship, as the last person to do so, Politos couldn't help but turn back for a glance. Actually, it was too far, even for the enhanced vision of an interstellar warrior, to see clearly. But in his mind's eye, he vividly saw the site where 68 core fighters of the battle group had bled in the execution of 89 Fury Flame captives, deeply etched into his heart. The backbone of the Fury Flame Battle Group was shattered. Perhaps, with the resilience of the interstellar warriors, they could recover from such a blow in the future. But not now. They fled the Dragonhawk star domain like bereaved dogs, not lingering any further. The effect of crushed morale was unavoidable, even for interstellar warriors. They tried to take all the naval ships under their control with them, but it wasn't just they who had lost morale. The outcome of this duel spread quickly, causing many of the ship commanders who had followed Fury Flame to doubt. Was following Fury Flame really a good choice? The direct fleets brought by Fury Flame themselves, their battle group fleet, didn't have this issue. Although morale was low, they were all their own people, and Fury Flame could still lead them away. However, in the Dragonhawk star domain, many of the ships that had stood with them were not from their direct fleet. Over half of the ships were actually from the Imperial Navy. Among them, the Yunluo fleet was the main force. Additionally, some support ships gathered from various parts of the space domain by the Eastern Cosmic Realm government during the previous Iron Teeth War also came under the command of Fury Flame. When Fury Flame was about to retreat, these ships didn't have any obligation to go with them. After this duel, they were even less inclined to leave. Many ships ended up falling behind during the retreat, particularly at several jump points in the Star Realm tunnels. Some ships appeared to activate their jump engines, but after the jump, a few, perhaps as many as a dozen, stayed behind as if their jump engines had malfunctioned. From afar, the command center of the Alliance Navy smoothly incorporated these ships. It wasn't exactly an incorporation, since that wouldn't be proper, as these ships all had their own fleet alignments. However, Yelicia, now an Imperial Navy admiral, ordered these ships to temporarily obey the command, which wasn't a problem. Until Fury Flame Battle Group left the Dragonhawk star domain, only the direct fleet they had brought with them remained by their side. even fewer than when they had entered, as many had been lost in the war. As for the evacuation plan prepared by the command structure of the Fury Flame battle group before the duel, all plans failed to keep up with the changes and were thus discarded. They simply didn't have the time, nor the mindset, to conduct plundering raids on various planets. Even if they had forcefully executed this evacuation plan, it wasn't realistic. The main fleet of the Alliance, as well as the formidable Phoenix, were following them. They had considered such a scenario before. If the Alliance dared to do this, they would turn around and fight a battle with the Alliance, creating a localized conflict. Who would be afraid? But now, having admitted defeat, there was no point in fighting. Could they have won? The spine-broken dogs had no will to fight, only wanting to quickly leave this nightmarish star domain. And thus, the Alliance reclaimed the entire Dragonhawk star domain. Dragonhawk star domain, Yunluo star. 8 months have passed since that brutal duel in which Phoenix emerged victorious. Even as they ensured the departure of the Fury Flame battle group from the Dragonhawk star domain, the Alliance was also hastening to dispatch various officials to each planet within the Dragonhawk star domain to take over these worlds. Governance was secondary. Especially the military needed to be held firmly in their own hands. Particularly for some key planets. Yunluo star, of course, was of the utmost importance. Here lied not only the core of economic development but also the political core of the Dragonhawk star domain, where the star domain government was located. But the current Dragonhawk government was incomparable to its most prosperous days in the past. The arrival of the Fury Flame battle group had almost treated the Dragonhawk star domain as a subordinate entity. The decision-making power of military and political affairs was controlled by the battle group under the guise of wartime, turning the star domain government into an executive body. However, being an executive body was still okay. After all, there was work to be done. But after the arrival of the Alliance, the situation was completely different. The Alliance was not just the Fury Flame battle group with just a battle group framework. They had a complete governmental structure, fully capable of replacing the function of the star domain government. Of course, the Alliance did not actually do so, or at least not entirely. The decision-makers, for sure, were all replaced, or rather, temporarily sidelined. But some of the middle and lower-level bureaucrats responsible for execution within the star domain government were retained. These people who did the actual work couldn't all be dismissed. It's not that the Alliance didn't have enough officials. Although suddenly having to manage almost 200 worlds and with such a vast increase in the controlled territory, the Alliance would certainly find it overwhelming. But for the time being, they could leave other planets as is, allow local planetary governments to govern autonomously. This was originally the structure of the Empire anyway. When they were free in the future, they would strengthen their management. But for a key world like Yunluo star, no matter how scarce the number of officials was, they had to squeeze out some to properly govern Yunluo. Officials who graduated from various academies of the Alliance and had been fully trained in the Alliance system were not inferior in ability to those from the star domain government. Although the latter's personnel were all picked from the vast populace, the consistent investments in talent cultivation over the years by the Alliance weren't in vain. Let alone the numerous outstanding talents produced thanks to the grace points used by Ji Hang. There were certainly more than enough qualified individuals. More importantly, as a relatively new force, and with Ji Hang always paying close attention to preventing systemic ossification, a large number of young talents took up government posts. This youth was not only reflected in their age but more so in their mentality. That special vigor and readiness to do great things were scarce in the weary and inertia-driven Empire government. However, the main reason why the Alliance did not replace all officers was that the officials of the Alliance were after all newcomers, lacking deep understanding of many local matters. A complete replacement all at once would cause chaos. But even with the retention of personnel, it was impossible to retain particularly high-grade officials. Decision-makers were definitely to be replaced, swapped with Alliance officials, who would then form teams with half the members brought from the Alliance homeland and the other half selected from the local officials. The execution layer retained more personnel, but a significant proportion of Alliance officials were also incorporated among the middle and lower-level officials to learn local affairs and supervise the work of local officials. And ensuring these measures tantamount to a power transition, were the fleets hovering over the skies of Yunluo star and the Alliance army landed on the surface. In fact, whether it was the local officials of Yunluo star or the middle and lower-level officials of the original star domain government, there was hardly any significant resistance, but rather they were quite active in moving closer to the alliance. The reason is simple. They are all working people, just middle and lower level officials. Their interests would be affected but not fatally so. The alliance's screening and dismissal process, on the contrary, required them to perform well and strive not to be sifted out. With changes happening above, not actively aligning oneself, what else could one think of? As for the high-level officials whose interests would be affected and who would be stripped of power, their opposition wasn't of much consequence. After all, the alliance intended to sideline them. Not being physically eliminated was already a stroke of luck. What more could they possibly want? Moreover, the alliance hadn't completely blocked their way out. The current explanation was merely temporary evaluation, assessing their loyalty and capability. The alliance also promised that if they passed the evaluations, these high-level officials might still have opportunities to hold senior positions in the integrated future alliance and star domain government. By then, it should be within the star domain level of the alliance government. These high-level officials actually had quite mixed feelings. On one hand, they resented being stripped of power. On the other, they feared the military might of the alliance and the possibility of being purged. Deep down, they longed to retain their positions of authority. Some individuals with connections had already started making moves. There were two directions for their efforts: either go to the space domain government or to the alliance. The path to the alliance was actually quite singular. Since the establishment of the alliance, the exchange and communication between officials haven't been very frequent or close. But wasn't there Ms. Nell Ruiz? She was considered a supporter of Ji Yuhang. When Ji Yuhang started his career, she offered her help. Then, nearly 2 or 3 years ago, she took the opportunity of representing the Fury Flame Battle Group to negotiate with the alliance and defected, establishing another Star Domain Administration Department in the half of the Star Domain controlled by the alliance under the name of the Chief of the Star Domain Administration Department. People knew that this so-called Second Administration Department didn't really play any role within the alliance's territory. It was purely used as a signboard by the alliance government. Be that as it may, she went there first and had connections with the alliance, so she could at least speak some words. Everyone went in search of connections to Ruiz, seeing it as a direction. But this path wasn't easy to walk. The alliance wasn't fond of this method, and Ruiz herself didn't have a strong will to help either. She knew how to bide her time. Despite her age, she still yearned for progress. Uniting many old acquaintances and exerting her meager influence to push these people into the alliance's system to serve as officials could indeed establish a small faction centered on her, which could be of help to her. But at the same time, this was a very risky move. She didn't want to be perceived as having the suspicion of forming cliques, which was quite a sensitive issue within the alliance system. If the alliance path was not so smooth, then the only other option was the space domain government. And this path was thought to be relatively easy. The star domain government had always been in close contact with the space domain government. Or rather, there was indeed a hierarchical relationship between the 3 levels of government: Star Sector, Star Domain, and Cosmos Domain. Many officials were transferred among each other, with clear promotions and demotions. Many senior officials serving in the Dragonhawk Star Domain came from some department of the Eastern Cosmos Domain government to take up leadership roles locally. On the one hand, it was a promotion. On the other hand, having experience in a local post could be beneficial for the future. But when the alliance effectively stripped them of their power within the Dragonhawk Star Domain, their first choice was, of course, to turn to the space domain government and seek redress. Most importantly, they had to think of ways to find opportunities to be transferred back to the space domain government or, at the very least, to manage a transfer to serve in another star domain. However, this route was only possible for those with truly solid relationships. The alliance did not obstruct their departure, but from within the space domain government, there was an unwritten rule that has become a tacit understanding. Senior officials from the Dragonhawk Star Domain should stay put. Other places should not accept them, and they should not be transferred out. Since it was a tacit rule, it could be broken. Those with strong enough relationships and who were not too conspicuous could indeed be transferred out. The alliance didn't care about these few small shrimps. But since it's a tacit rule, sometimes it's more reliable than some formal rules that are not properly enforced. For the vast majority, leaving the Dragonhawk cosmos was not possible. Tan Jui was one of them. This star domain head, the word former should now be added, was not for lack of connections. His position in the entire star domain was actually quite high. He was certainly not inferior to the few senior officials in the Cosmos domain government, and he could definitely be considered within the top 15 in rank within the entire space domain government. He did not lack for connections, but he was too prominent. He really couldn't be transferred. He could only wait uneasily in his office on Yunluo star with nothing to do. In theory, Ji Hang had already been appointed as the Dragonhawk star domain leader, but he had not arrived yet. In the whole empire, this was actually quite a common scenario. Generally, he would need to stand his last post, waiting for the new leader to arrive and then hand over his duties. Even with the handover, the process can be quite lengthy. If the former leader does not have another urgent appointment, they might stay in their current position for several months, helping the new leader to adapt to the work. However, he didn't need to stand this last post any longer, and there probably wasn't going to be any handover duties needed to be done. The Alliance had taken everything. He not only had nothing to do but also had certain restrictions on his personal freedom. He could only quietly await his fate, and soon, the person who would pronounce his fate finally returned. He received advance notice and went to the starport on Yunluo star several days in advance. To be honest, he was quite excited. Was he willing to lose everything just like that? Of course not. And after all other methods proved fruitless, the only avenue left for him was to rely on Ji Hang. The best would be to have an opportunity for a private exchange, to let him personally display a gracefully executed kneel before Marshal Ji Hang. But such an opportunity seems difficult to come by. Nevertheless, he is after all the former star domain head, and a handover process is due. They must meet at least once. During that one meeting, perhaps there'd only be the chance for a single sentence. The space for kneeling is limited, but precisely because of this, he must consider carefully. Weigh every word, design every subtle expression. He has been practicing this for several months now, and the moment to perform has arrived. After waiting another day at the starport, he was again invited by guards to the makeup room, donned in a set of grand attire, and then stood with many others at the starport's docking bay in wait. A massive warship slowly sailed in. That was the Firebath Nova, the flagship warship of the Alliance Navy, a battleship. At the exit where they waited, a red carpet was laid out, stretching far and wide. A fleet of hover vehicles drove out. Elite guards disembarked, securing the surroundings. Meanwhile, from the central limousine, emerged the most esteemed person in the entire Dragonhawk star domain. Alliance Governor, Star Domain Head, Empire Marshal, Ji Hang. Seeing Ji Hang's rather youthful face, Tan Jui was momentarily astounded. This was his first real-life encounter with Ji Hang. At most, he had seen virtual images during star speech calls. He must be only about 46 years old this year, right? For most people, this would be the prime of life, but also on the verge of late middle age. In fact, for those living under harsher conditions, by this age, their appearances are often significantly aged. But for Ji Hang, longevity procedures, and even his own spiritual power, are ways to obtain a much longer life. Living 300 to 500 years is no issue at all. From this perspective, his life has just begun. Yet, such a young man has already achieved today's status. And his own fate now entirely depends on the thoughts of this man. He was nervous, but he also did not forget what he had to do. After various Alliance officials had met Marshal Ji, shaking his hand, it was his turn. He hurriedly approached and shook hands with the smiling Ji Hang. Marshal Ji. Tan Juyi's friendly smile appeared flawless. Ji Hang's smile faded slightly, very perfunctorily shaking hands with Tan Jui. Tan Jui wanted to say more. His opportunity was scarce, perhaps just time for a sentence, as the next person in line was already waiting to shake hands. He had long prepared his words, yet under the fleeting glance of Ji Hang, he suddenly felt intimidated. Ji Hang did not want to listen, he dared not speak. Walking further away, he couldn't help but turn his head back, taking another look. He felt a sense of unwillingness. Hadn't he just braced himself and spoken well? But at the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. Being too forthright might have angered Ji Hang, right? The complex emotions of fear and relief echoed in his chest. Ji Hang did not care about Tan Juyi's complex thoughts at all. What he cared about was everything before him. When he returned to the Dragonhawk star domain this time, what greeted him was a complete star domain. This made him happier than any gift. How could he have the interest to listen to the words of someone who no longer mattered? No matter how well prepared, it was all meaningless. The alliance government did even better than Ji Hang had imagined. The blood feud to the death between Phoenix and Fury Flame was initiated by Maddens. Before he proposed this idea to the Fury Flame battle group, he had reported to Ji Hang and obtained his consent. Otherwise, how could he dare to stake the lives of 100 Phoenix warriors as a gambling chip on the table? And the reason Ji Hang agreed, of course, was because his own confidence was even stronger than Maddens's. After approving Maddens's suggestion, he provided a list of 100 names, instructing Maddens to draw from this list when arranging the duel. He had brought the training level of these 100 people all up to the grade of squad champions. Regrettably, the highest level of regular training that the system could carry out was only to this extent. It couldn't go any higher. But Ji Hang had other methods. The enlightenment from the heroes interface could also be used on interstellar warriors, though the cost of enlightenment was more expensive. But for this duel, Ji Hang was definitely willing to spend the money. In fact, the work of enlightenment began even before their training as squad champions. After all, Ji Hang could not entirely ensure beforehand what kind of hero template would emerge from the enlightenment. Some people, in fact, had talents not completely in combat but could be in battlefield command or stealth assassinations. One interstellar warrior's talent even turned out to be that of a civil government officer. By the way, it is somewhat feasible to have interstellar warriors serve as administrators, in a sense. After undergoing genetic modification, most of their mundane desires were removed, making them not easily corrupted by various low-level desires. They were full of energy, capable of working all year without rest. Mortals cry out in pain at the 996 work culture, while interstellar warriors can indeed achieve 007, no joke, at least for a short period. However, this is just a thought. The cost of training an interstellar warrior civil officer is far higher than that of a mortal, and the effect of improvement is far less than the enhancement of an interstellar warrior compared to mortal soldiers on the battlefield. Moreover, Ji Hang also had to consider the ethos within the Empire. Allowing interstellar warriors to govern is a bit taboo. Apart from the Infinity Warriors who have this privilege in their infinite starfield, there are no other interstellar warriors doing this. Regardless, the grace points spent on the interstellar warriors are still valuable, bringing about the improvement of a large number of elite warriors. Additionally, this blood feud to the death can cause significant damage to Fury Flame's elites. Under normal circumstances, this would not be easy to achieve. Take, for instance, the battle group leader Urso. How difficult would it be to behead him on the battlefield? One would have to break through countless obstacles, and even when facing him, he is still a top-notch extraordinary soldier. However, in the dueling arena, he was left to stand alone. The same applies to the other high-level members of the Fury Flame battle group. It was a great opportunity to weaken the Fury Flame battle group. Ji Hang expected that Fury Flame would certainly send a fair number of elite warriors to the duel, and it was the perfect chance to eliminate them. Of course, although this was indeed Ji Hang's plan, beforehand he could not have possibly imagined that the final result would be so good. Even Urso himself died here. How could he have expected that Urso, with his mind clouded, would actually enter the fray? Moreover, after listening to the report about the duel, he felt a bit of a fright. The fight between Urso and Maddens, a matter of life and death, truly happened in an instant, and if they were to fight again, the result could be completely different. If the outcome had been Urso killing Maddens, although the losses of the Fury Flame battle group would still be huge, the slaying of Maddens would have salvaged some face, and with Urso himself intact, the morale of the Fury Flame battle group, while low, would not have completely collapsed. In that case, when the Fury Flame battle group retreated, it would not be so hasty, nor would it have completely abandoned its plundering actions. Even because of the losses at the gladiatorial arena, the plundering during the retreat could have become even more cruel and violent. It was quite possible that what would be left for Ji Hang would be a completely devastated Yunluo star, and that would be a great loss. While the victory of the blood feud to the death was not a war, what was won back was even more than from a war. From this perspective, Phoenix has earned great merit. Of course, one can't overlook the subsequent achievements of the Alliance government. They rapidly took over almost the entire Western Star Sector, and in the following 8 months, not only did they stabilize the local situation on each planet, but they also implanted the system of the Alliance, which was even effectively operating. Ji Hang was very satisfied with this. The government system he had crafted with his own hands, into which he had thrown an untold amount of grace points for talent and loyalty training over a long time, finally exhibited the effects he had hoped for. At this point, the entire Dragonhawk star domain was entirely under his control. Oh, that's not quite right. Speaking of which, there were still some places not completely incorporated into direct rule by the Alliance. That would be the Steel-Fire Dragon Star Sector. The Mingyang sect almost entirely controlled the Steel-Fire Dragon Star Sector, and at the end of the Iron Teeth War, as they swept across the Greenskins' territories, they also struck out, taking control of the two northern star sectors, i.e., the Dragon Tamer and Dragon Pass sectors. However, one should be a bit more cautious regarding the actions of the sect of mechanics. These oilheads are not easy to deal with, but under normal circumstances, they seldom pose a threat. These two star sectors, along with the Steel-Fire Dragon Star Sector directly controlled by the Mingyang sect, can be left alone for now. Later on, Ji Hang already has a travel plan in mind, to personally visit Jindi's star and have a thorough discussion with the Mingyang sect. By then, the remaining issues should all be resolved. After all, among the senior levels of the Mingyang sect, there exists an old acquaintance of Ji Hang, Wu Jiarong. A lot of things become much easier to handle when one has an insider. Ji Hang had not anticipated that his casual act from the past would now provide such ample shade. For now, let's put aside the matters regarding the sect of mechanics. Inside the Dragonhawk star domain, the remaining 34 star sectors have all fallen into Ji Hang's hands. In total, not one more or less, exactly 400 worlds. The total population has reached 8.2 trillion people. Ji Hang's assets have become much richer in a flash. Moreover, different from the territories Ji Hang obtained during the previous wars, the western part of the entire Dragonhawk star domain, in overall terms, is actually somewhat more prosperous than the east. Previously, the population in the areas Ji Hang occupied totaled only about 3.4 trillion, whereas the west has a greater total population of 4.8 trillion. And leaving aside Yunluo Star, a starfield capital even more developed than Flying Wing Star, the entire Yunluo sector is radiating influence to many worlds from Yunluo Star at its center, strongly driving the economic development of these worlds, unlike the previous situation with Flying Wing Star, which stood alone in its splendor while the other worlds in the Tianma Star sector were as poor as beggars. At the same time, in the Fire Eagle sector, Shanghun sector, and Jiyu Totem sector, these three star sectors which were completely untouched by the flames of war before, have a combined total of over 40 worlds. Due to the war, they became a strong support for the star domain government at the time. A massive amount of resources gathered from the Cosmos domain and other regions of the star domain were stockpiled here. This place was also developed into some production bases as much as possible, to provide resources for the front lines. At the same time, there was also a considerable transfer of population from the worlds that were in a state of war along the front lines. War, objectively, has provided a very good development opportunity for the 40-plus worlds in these three-star sectors. These three-star sectors, together with the Yunluo sector, have become a relatively developed economic engine for the western part of the Dragonhawk star domain. Currently, the Dragonhawk star domain has roughly formed a general situation of three cores, vast ruins. The so-called three cores refer to one centered around Yunluo star, with Jiyu Totem, Shanghun, and Fire Eagle as the three major attached star sectors in the southwestern core, which is also the largest gain obtained by the Alliance this time. Just these four locations alone have a population of 2.5 trillion, with a total output of 6.3 trillion. The annual imperial tax paid reaches 67 billion, but even so, the financial surplus left for the Alliance after taxes is also 100 billion. Such a financial surplus represents almost the cost of 2 battlecruisers per year with some left over. Rich lands, and the other core, naturally, is centered around Ji Hang's old base, the Tianma star sector, uniting with the surrounding 6 star sectors to form the Seven Horse territory. This area has a population of 1.7 trillion and a total output of 3.6 trillion. To tell the truth, it's a cut below the Yunluo center. After all, the Seven Horse Territory Center is a late developing area, one that only began to grow in the last 8 years under Ji Hang's rule. Moreover, the regions that have developed well are mainly within the Tianma star sector. The Tianma star sector has been fully exerting its economic influence on the other 6 sectors, but given the short time frame, its development is still relatively limited. And speaking of total population, that's not ample either. It has reached 170 billion, but that's only due to the recent policies encouraging childbirth, coupled with the influx of people migrating from several other war-torn star sectors. But overall, it still has significant potential for development, and under the guidance of the Alliance, it is indeed on the fast track of rapid growth. There's also a third core area, the Steel Fire Dragon Center, which is a collective of industries that have built up around Jindi Star, the foundry world of the sect of mechanics. But given it's not entirely under the control of the Alliance, it's not worth mentioning in detail. Besides these 3 cores, the other 23 star sectors have a total of 258 worlds, yet the aggregate population is just 388 billion, and in terms of output, it's even less impressive. The total output is barely over 300 billion. After paying the imperial tax each year and subtracting local consumption, there's a deficit of 11 billion remaining. This means that the accession of these worlds is a loss maker for the Alliance. A loss of 11 billion a year is no big deal. The Alliance can afford it. To the Alliance, which has acquired the whole star domain, this is a minor issue that can be easily fixed. But the crux is that this deficit only accounts for resident consumption and the imperial tax. If one were to include the costs of maintaining rule, the deficit would grow even further. Moreover, many of these worlds have been ravaged by the Green Tide War and need post-war reconstruction. Investing more in humanitarian aid is necessary. Otherwise, not only will it take a long time to get better, but there's also the possibility of further deterioration in the short term. Establishing governments, building up military forces, deepening rule. When you add up all types of investments, the Alliance estimates a fiscal deficit of about 60 billion pouring in every year. That's no small sum. By way of comparison, the theoretical annual imperial tax for the Dragonhawk star domain is just over 120 billion. The heavy economic burden these worlds impose has begun to weigh the Alliance down. The Alliance's 50 army groups and 10 billion land forces cost less than 15 billion a year to maintain. An annual figure of 60 billion is indeed too exaggerated. In fact, after Gu Heng returned to the Dragonhawk star domain and met with many people on Yunluo star, the first internal governmental conference of the Alliance was convened to address this problem. What exactly should be done about those 258 feet deficit worlds? Currently, there are 3 broad directions of discussion among the officials within the Alliance. The first is to continue maintaining a high level of centralized rule, with an investment of 60 billion a year, which is not even enough. They'll need to continue pumping money in, up to 70 or even 80 billion. This is not a loss that needs to be sustained over the long term. A high level of initial investment will deliver future development of these worlds. After 1 to 2 years of investment, the cost should be able to reduce by more than half. Meanwhile, the output of these worlds will be fully revived under the stimulation of substantial investment. It's estimated that within 4 to 5 years, this could turn a loss into a profit. But another faction is strongly opposed to this plan. It's too extravagant. Even if everything goes according to their estimates, the total investment in 5 years might need to reach over 250 billion. Yet what they achieve is just not bleeding out anymore. As for developing to the point where they can be a financial asset to the Alliance, or even earning back the 250 billion invested, it's uncertain how many years that would take. Now, it's true that the wars can be considered temporarily over. But the Alliance still faces tremendous external threats. The evil neighbor, next door, the Iron Armor Battle Group, might act out at any time. After the Fury Flame Battle Group returns and licks its wounds, will they forget the humiliation and pain inflicted by the Alliance? The Alliance cannot shift all its focus to economic construction. Spending so much money on the recovery of these deficit worlds will severely hinder the military buildup of the Alliance. If the enemy attacks before the construction yields results, the home front might be pounded into ruins. As for the third faction, they don't have any particular insights, they just represent the centrist stance between the other two. At the meeting, many senior officials of the Alliance were still arguing incessantly. But Gu Heng's mind had already wandered far away. The war within the Dragonhawk star domain, no matter how you put it, was largely over. There might still be remnants of the green skins on various planets. There were also hastily retreating Fury Flame and their allies, who were very likely to seek revenge, and in the northern part of the eastern cosmos domain, the spiderweb domain, Tai Nu Shi might possibly start a major war. The shadow of war was still looming. But no matter what shadows, what remnants of green skins, overall, one could say that peace had roughly descended. Don't expect a regime spanning 400 worlds not to have any disputes at all, that's unrealistic. As long as there are no crises affecting multiple worlds at the same time, it could already be called peace. And after peace had arrived, Ji Yuhang found that he and the entire alliance had more concerns and were busier. In Ji Yuhang's view, the current situation in the entire alliance, where only two centers were making money while the vast majority of worlds were operating at a loss, was fundamentally due to the administrative capacity of the alliance not keeping up with the expansion of its political structure. Yunluo Star was even more developed than Flying Wing Star and was not designated as a level 5 development, but level 4 instead. Richer, yet it had to pay less tax. This was clearly something that the previous star domain government had cooked up. With so many years of accumulation and the 3 star sectors behind it as a major rear, the resources were quite abundant. It should not be much lower compared to the newly developed 7-horse territory, which had only been developed for a few years, a decade or so. In fact, although the output of Yunluo Center was much higher, its fiscal contribution was not high enough. Similarly, those worlds operating at a loss had many objective conditions for their deficits, but if the administrative capability of the alliance could keep up, then the costs of establishing and maintaining control should not be so high. Of course, this was not just a problem of the alliance itself. Ji Yuhang had just previously praised the alliance government for its good work and was not about to suddenly denounce them and think their work was subpar. This problem is widespread throughout the entire human empire. The jurisdiction is too vast. Not to mention the empire, just the 400 worlds of the alliance. Trying to establish a unified, centrally controlled government controlled by the alliance government is quite difficult, and the maintenance costs are escalating significantly. What if one day, the control of the alliance extends to 4,000 or 5,000 worlds in the entire eastern cosmos domain? By then, it might not just be a matter of money. From this perspective, Ji Yuhang could actually understand why the empire turned out this way. Holy Terra might not have figured out up till today how many worlds within the current empire's territory are under its jurisdiction. This number changes every day, with new incorporations, losses, rebellions, resolutions of rebellions. And these changes are not just happening at the frontier. Due to the specialty of the Star Realm Tunnel, sometimes, a star system originally situated in the hinterlands suddenly becomes a front line because a new Star Realm Tunnel was discovered. Not even knowing exactly how many Empire worlds there are, only knowing that it's roughly 1 million or so. The same goes for the military aspect. The Empire might barely know how many Star Realm armies and the Imperial Navy formations it has, but these are also just nominal formations, and the actual situation is unclear. There are too many departments and institutions with the authority to form new Star Realm armies and navies, and it's impossible to keep an accurate count. Not even these basics can be ascertained, let alone the population and industrial situation of various worlds. If the basic information isn't even clear, how can governance be possible? Govern my ass. Under such objective conditions, the Empire's current top-down 5-level structure, Holy Terra, Cosmos Domain, Star Domain, Star Sector, Planet, coupled with various regions having strong autonomous political systems, was also an inevitable choice. Within this structure, the most independent entities are the planetary governors. On their own planets, they can almost do whatever they want. The only reason stopping them from doing so is simply that the power of a single planet is not strong enough. The Star Zone leader is a pasted paper craftsman, not worth mentioning. The Star Domain head is a heavyweight. Among the 3 middle-tier structures, the most significant one is the Star Domain government. Very independent, it can retain imperial tax, control appointments within its various star sectors, and can deploy Star Realm armies and navies within the domain. Each Star Domain government is like a powerful regional vassal, and the higher-up Space Domain government is somewhat like an alliance leader. Generally, a Space Domain government occupies the most developed Star Domain, which is already the richest and most powerful local vassal, and with added administrative authority, various Star Domain governments also have to follow orders to some extent, much like an alliance leader, but the Space Domain government finds it hard to directly control every Star Domain, Star Sector. The whole structure is somewhat like a feudal system, but also quite different from feudalism as the official appointments still come from the Holy Terra government, and there is no autonomous inheritance of power. Of course, Gu Hang doesn't like this setup. His alliance always insists on a high degree of centralization, and as the central government, the alliance government has a high degree of control over the areas it directly governs. But now, with reality bearing down, it seems that some compromises must be made. During his contemplation, Gu Hang also vaguely formed some ideas in his mind. Just then, someone at the meeting called him. Gu Hang came back to his senses. Although he had been distracted earlier, he was actually listening to the fervent discussions at the meeting. At this point, when people called him, it naturally meant that the discussion had reached an impasse and required him, the leader, to make the final decision. After all, everyone's opinions had been clearly expressed in the previous debates. So, Gu Hang did not hesitate or struggle any further and directly stated his opinion. I roughly understand everyone's thoughts. To increase investment in deficit worlds, build them up as soon as possible, and make them profitable sooner by swapping short-term large losses for rapid development. In the future, these worlds can be self-sufficient, break free from long-term deficits, and even make a profit. The other extreme would be to completely abandon these worlds, maintain the empire's conventional ruling method, appoint planetary governors, forcefully demand a 10% imperial tax, and not intervene in other resources unless the entire planet reaches a state of destruction. The alliance will not interfere with local conditions but will leave them to the local governors. I also fully understand everyone's thoughts, but I believe that these two directions are not entirely conflicting, and we can implement them simultaneously. I agree with Jason Morgan's opinion. We need to analyze the situation one region, one planet at a time, to determine how exactly to proceed. We'll discuss the areas separately. Gu Hang began an extensive discourse. During his speech, everyone else remained mostly quiet, listening intently to the opinions of the Supreme Commander of the Alliance. Only when Gu Hang asked questions did the designated speakers respond. Gu Hang first defined the development targets for the Seven-Horse Territory. The entire Seven-Horse Territory has been identified as a core area of the Alliance. Not just the Tianma star sector, but the remaining 6 sectors also need emphasis on development. These 7 star sectors total 88 worlds with a population of 187 billion. It is currently a profit-making area. Although the main profit comes from the Alliance's foundational Tianma star sector, its development will eventually reach its limit. Of course, this limit is not static. Once a certain development level is reached, the pace of development will inevitably decrease. Also, because advanced industries occupy a lot of manpower and production ratios, the population that the planetary environments can sustain will reach a limit. Gu Hang does not want to build a world like Holy Terra. It's too terrifying. Once this soft limit is reached, the star sector will continue to develop, especially in advanced, high-tech industries. But some outdated capacities will definitely be phased out. The Seven-Horse Territory is the best place to take these on. Moreover, during the previous wars, these 88 worlds were already under the control of the Alliance, and the Seven-Horse Framework and the Economic Community Framework have been fully implemented in these worlds. Now, the timing has matured to entirely transform into the Alliance system. These 88 worlds are also where the Alliance plans to invest heavily. Upon inquiry by Gu Hang, the Alliance Premier, Ms. Osana Chin K, after consulting with her staff and several senior officials of the Alliance for a few minutes, gave Gu Hang a definite answer. The industrial and economic development of the Seven-Horse Territory can maintain an annual growth rate of 10% for the next 5 years. After 5 years, the total output value of the Seven-Horse Territory should increase to over 300 billion. The second area discussed is the Yunluo Center. This will be a key area to establish the rule of the Alliance. These 40-plus worlds are populous and economically developed. Running at a loss is unlikely. However, Gu Hang is not satisfied with merely making a profit in these places. What Gu Hang wants is for these 54 worlds, housing 2,500 billion people with a 6,300 billion output value, to fully integrate into the Alliance system, just like the Seven-Horse Territory. Only then, in the future, will it be convenient for Gu Hang to bring various high-grade technologies and industries there for production. This will further boost the output value of these places. And besides, the Alliance believes that these worlds have such high output values and the imperial tax isn't even that much. Why is it that the financial contribution they provide each year is only so little? Changing to the alliance system, Gu Heng hopes to achieve the following. No large-scale turmoil occurs, the living standards of the vast majority of empire citizens do not generally drop, and the industrial economy should at least not decline. On these bases, the control of the alliance over these areas should significantly increase, with a clear rise in fiscal contributions. Regarding this, Osena appears troubled. Many of these points are contradictory. Alliance integration and the absence of unrest are contradictory. Alliance integration will inevitably lead to losses for the intervening consuming class, although according to alliance policy, these business owners, former local officials, as long as they cooperate with the alliance integration, can receive a relatively high grade. But the high grades of the alliance, for common people, truly elevate life to the skies, but compared to the past where they had great power and control over all industries, it's not the same concept. Without removing these consuming classes, how can there be a significant increase in fiscal income, without increasing output value and without lowering the living standards of the populace? The knife must fall on these people. People will resist, and unrest may arise. Even if they don't openly resist, simply adopting nonviolent non-cooperation tactics, due to the lack of cooperation from local governing officials, the alliance's work will suddenly become difficult. This is much more aggressive than the personnel replacement approach previously used by the alliance. But it seems that Mr. Gu has made up his mind. Gu Heng also provided his reasons. No matter how the future unfolds, the Seven Horse Territory and Yunluo Center are core regions that we must rely on. In the foreseeable future, our neighbors to the north will take significant action. Whether we like it or not, we will have to face it. While there is still time, we must resolve issues in our rear security. I don't wish to be under great pressure on the front lines and have the rear fall apart. Osenia expressed her understanding, and this time, she spent a longer period of time discussing with the alliance government team. In the end, their response to Gu Heng, or rather the KPI, set for themselves, was that within the next 5 years, in Yunluo 4 districts, all other economic and livelihood indicators are to remain the same, and fiscal revenue contribution is to increase by 30%, ideally without causing unrest. Gu Heng believes that Yunluo Center has even more potential, but he reluctantly expressed satisfaction with this figure. Then, it was onto those deficit star sectors. Different regions have different conditions. In the Eastern Star Domain, formerly under the control of the Alliance, there are 8 star sectors, including Golden Pass, Copper Barrier, etc., with 94 worlds, but the population is only around 88 billion. These star sectors share a common trait. Before the outbreak of the Iron Tooth Orc's Green Tide, they were worlds surrounding the fallen areas and were part of the Iron Tooth defense line, enduring wars for many years. During the Green Tide, they either fell entirely or partially. After the Green Tide, during the standoff between the Alliance and Flame, they were under the control of the Alliance. The industrial foundations and social order of these worlds were almost all disrupted to varying degrees by the Beastman War, with massive population losses and government dysfunction. Through the Economic Community Act, in the early days and later by directly dispatching Alliance officials to manage, the Alliance has basically firmly grasped these worlds in its hands. In these worlds, there are no rebel forces. On the contrary, they are very grateful to the Alliance, which rescued them from warfare, and the entire social atmosphere is pro-Alliance, thanks to the efforts of the Alliance propaganda department. There is not much governance cost here. The main reason for the deficit is due to the war. Too many people died, and various productions were destroyed. They're now especially poor. The problems with these worlds are relatively easy to resolve. Invest money, and it will have an effect. And Gu Heng's intention is that these worlds can afford financial investment. In these 94 worlds, the Alliance estimates that an investment of about 20 to 30 billion per year will yield good results. In fact, after the arrival of peace, these 94 worlds have already experienced a baby boom, and it is foreseeable that the population will rapidly recover. Osenia is most confident about the work plans for this region. She even dares to guarantee that in 5 years, the total output value of these 8 star sectors could rise from 67 billion to surpass the 100 billion mark. The population could also increase from 88 billion to 95 billion. The remaining areas are the ones that truly need to be tackled. The previous problems were not particularly difficult. Seven Horse Territory is the basic foundation. The 8 eastern star sectors can be considered as the foundation in poverty. With increased investment and development, prosperity will follow. Moreover, building something from scratch to self-sufficiency is relatively easy and quick with external help, and the Alliance has experience in this. Yunluo Center has a complex political situation, and it's easy for chaos to arise, but at least its economic foundation is solid, people won't starve, and with military forces backing, even major chaos can't turn things upside down. But the next 2 areas are really tough nuts to crack. First are Zhongmeiyu, Iron Pass, Kuala, and Silver Pass, these 4-star sectors. These areas have been under the control of the Beastman Empire for decades, almost devoid of human presence. Although, on these planets where the Beastmen are most densely populated, they were directly hit by the Alliance's extinction order, and the remaining worlds still suffer constant orbital bombings. A significant part of the Alliance land forces has already entered the surface, conducting rotational combat, training troops while also wiping out the Greenskins' living forces. Eventually, the day will come when the Greenskins in these 4 sectors will be completely eradicated. For now, the Alliance has already arranged for immigrants to enter these 4-star sectors. These immigrants aren't there to develop the planets, rather, they serve as a permanent force, establishing fortresses on the planets and also setting up munition factories and food factories to supply the local Alliance troops directly, reducing logistical pressure. But regardless, across the 42 worlds in these 4 sectors, it's estimated that there are still about 300 to 400 billion Greenskins active on the ground. Due to the bombings and extermination operations, these Greenskins hid in mountains and dug tunnels, essentially doing everything possible to survive. Even with continuous bombings and continuous dispatches of ground troops for extermination, according to estimates given by the Military Affairs Department and the Alliance General Staff Department, it will still take about 3 to 5 years to mostly complete the cleanup. It can't be said completely, actually, any world that has suffered a large-scale invasion of Greenskins, it can't be declared completely free of Greenskins for a long time. Persistent prevention is absolutely necessary. The moment laxity occurs, Greenskins might just crop up from some unknown corner, giving a huge surprise. But at least, once the ecosystem and the vast majority of adult Greenskins are wiped out, these planets regain their value for reuse. However, the rebuilding process is considerably long, and essentially starting from scratch, population needs to be relocated from the exterior. The Alliance shouldn't expect any profit from these 40-some worlds for several foreseeable decades. Likely the figure will remain rather dismal. The substantial cost invested now is actually aimed at eradicating the Greenskin threat. Otherwise, leaving 600 billion Greenskins on more than 40 worlds to breed uncontrollably might bring about another large-scale Greenskins surge like the Iron Tooth Orc Empire in a few decades. These 40-some worlds are entirely loss-making, with no visible solution in sight, so we can only hope for a quick cleanup. Additionally, in the western part of the star domain, apart from the 4-star sectors of Yunluo Center, another 11 star sectors are in a state of total loss. These sectors are real trouble. No governance foundation, and almost no contact with the Alliance in the past. Suffered from war to different extents, originally underdeveloped and now deteriorated even further. Political forces that previously cooperated with Flame are widely present. These challenges need to be tackled one by one. The Alliance will appoint successive Star Zone leaders. But these Star Zone leaders won't be the traditional, pasted paper craftsmen. In the imperial sense, the Alliance will grant them significant authority. They will control various resources the Alliance invests into this sector, and with the support of military forces, need to undertake the classification of the planets within their jurisdictions. For those with salvageable value, actively aligning with the Alliance, and having low governance costs, establish Alliance-controlled direct governments, develop whatever necessary, and ensure the basic livelihood of the people according to the Alliance's standards. Limited economic aid received within the sector should be invested into these worlds to develop them as quickly as possible and get out of the loss condition. Just pay the damn taxes. Anyway, the Alliance now controls the Star Domain government, which can retain 30% of the imperial tax. Under such circumstances, the Alliance hasn't invested a penny in the planet, so taking 30% of the tax revenue is nothing unacceptable. If things are done too poorly, leading to the inhabitants of the planet being unable to survive, then the Alliance would have an excuse to intervene, following the imperial rules to forcibly evacuate and start anew. without getting entangled in local interest groups. By confiscating all private property on the planet and establishing an alliance-style government while maintaining military control. If things go well, wouldn't everyone be happy? The tax rate could be raised, and once things reach a certain level, the alliance could certainly think of other ways to pluck the ripe fruit. However, this kind of situation is probably 1 in 100 planets. With this arrangement, the alliance's fiscal income and expenditure have reached a balance. An annual fiscal surplus of around 150 billion, plus 390 billion that can be used from the total imperial tax of 1,300 billion. That's a total income of 1,890 billion. Maintaining and building the military roughly requires an investment of about 1,000 billion, constituting 52.9% of the budget, which could be described as exorbitant militarism, but there's no helping it. That's the way of this universe. Actually, the alliance's proportion might even be considered modest. The Navy wants new ships, even new fleets. The land forces aim to expand to 2 billion regular soldiers. Since the alliance now governs many planets directly, the construction of these planets' defense army also falls under the alliance's responsibility, which is another significant expenditure. Everyone is crying poor. Although 1,000 billion is a lot, it still feels like scraping by. Around 400 billion for maintaining governance, including staff expenses, government spending, and public services. Around 490 billion is government-led economic production reinvestment, including infrastructure construction and industrial production investment. And the good news is that some of the land forces can be converted to the Star Realm Army. The military expenses for this part can be claimed from the Empire. This was a condition he negotiated when he returned from Holy Terra. But it can't be too excessive. He was supposed to pay 910 billion in taxes to the Empire each year. Exceeding this number is definitely not okay. The Empire won't provide additional funds. Even pushing the limit of this number is not acceptable, it would seem too greedy. Gu Hang plans to start with 25 army groups in the first year, which is 300 billion tax currency. Then he would also incorporate the entire existing Dragonhawk Legion into the Rage Bear Legion. Thus, the new Rage Bear Legion would have a force of about 1 billion, equivalent to 50 army groups. The annual maintenance fee could be further reduced by about 100 billion. He won't bother with the Navy. Gu Hang isn't keen on placing the warships he painstakingly amassed into the Imperial Navy's roster. The Tianma fleet and Yunluo fleet are already in the Navy's sequence, and there is no other way but to rely on his wife, the Admiral, to centralize power. However, the current Alliance fleet has already surpassed them. A single Retribution-class battleship is already something the Tianma and Yunluo fleets cannot match, not to mention that the Alliance is about to continuously complete the construction of battlecruiser. Gu Hang has even started the construction of 2 new battlecruisers at the same time. One shipyard is on Rage Owl Star, and the other, on Yunluo Star. The one on Rage Owl Star is managed with technology black boxes, which the Alliance has experience with. But the black box can only support the construction of one shipyard at a time. After all, those important production parts can only be made one by one. The one on Yunluo Star will have to rely on the technical blueprints, implemented by the shipbuilding engineers on Yunluo Star. This is exactly why Gu Hang has to ensure that Yunluo Star, including the entire core area centered around Yunluo, is well settled. Only with Yunluo's level of development can it support the construction of production lines for advanced technical products solely based on technical blueprints, independent of the black box. Once the shipyards for these 2 battlecruisers are completed, it will not only greatly promote economic development, but also, a construction speed of 3 battlecruisers every 5 years is quite satisfactory. Many foundry worlds don't have this production capacity. Give Gu Hang a bit more time, and even without proper battleships, he can amass a powerful, luxurious fleet. Moreover, who says the Alliance can't produce battleships? Gu Hang currently has quite a few grace points at his disposal. After wrapping up this lengthy, boring, but necessary meeting and establishing the development path for different blocks and directions within the Dragonhawk Star Domain, Gu Hang went to rest. The Star Domain government buildings on Yunluo Star are quite elegantly constructed, with an Eastern charm reminiscent of Gu Hang's impressions. Aromatherapy turns into a gentle waft of smoke that not only pleases the nose but also possesses unique effects. These are produced by a special plant from a neighboring planet and come in many different varieties. During meetings or work periods, energizing and mind-clearing types can be utilized. And in places like the entertainment lounge, rest lounge, and bathhouse, the air is filled with aromatherapy that relaxes the mind. After the meeting ended, Ji Hang soaked in a hot spring. The scent of aromatherapy, mixed with the fragrance of flowers in the hot spring, created a very comfortable atmosphere. Even Ji Hang felt this was a form of enjoyment. However, though he was soaking in the bath, he wasn't completely relaxing. On the contrary, with his eyes tightly closed, Ji Hang was actually dealing with very important matters in the depths of his mind. Spending his grace points. In the last 2 years, he had accumulated a considerable amount of grace points. Currently, his monthly income of grace points had reached 170,000 per month. This was more than 2.5 times what it was before Ji Hang set off for Holy Terra. The main reason for such a significant increase was, of course, the expansion of the Alliance's control, which almost encompassed the entire Dragonhawk star domain. Of course, due to some issues with governance intensity, there might be some numeric erosion. Moreover, the increase in monthly grace points due to expansion in the scope was not linear. Double the size did not equate to double the growth. Instead, it was more like climbing up slowly, milestone by milestone, as if on an exponential curve. But overall, by expanding the scope, through the improvement of the Alliance's productivity and despite the slow pace of public living standard improvement, it was truly on the rise. These factors still had the ability to affect the monthly income of grace points. Of course, the income level of 170,000 per month had only increased recently, it wasn't this high before. Even so, Ji Hang had now accumulated more than 2.2 million grace points. However, in these 2 years, in clearing out the greenskins, especially in those 4 overrun star sectors, sweeping them in about 2 years contributed about 9 million additional grace points to Ji Hang. At this rate, with 5 to 600 billion greenskins left in those 4 star sectors, completely eradicating them could potentially earn Ji Hang another 17 to 18 million grace points. By adding a bit more to the monthly income, Ji Hang could accumulate about 10 million grace points worth of income every 2 years. This was equivalent to 10 consecutive draws of million-grade technology. At present, Ji Hang just went ahead and made the draw. This 10 draw yielded steady profits. 1 apocalypse-level technology, plus 3 epic technologies. The other 6 are not worth mentioning. The 3 epic technologies drawn were Valkyrie, Mecha, Eden, Ecological Technology, Command Class Aircraft Carrier. The Command Class, alongside the Moon Class currently held by the Alliance, both belong to the cruiser grade. However, their design styles are entirely different. The Moon Class is a typical all-rounder, a standard omnipotent battleship, lacking any standout features, but easily constructed, which offsets all its shortcomings. Moreover, being a jack of all trades is not necessarily a bad thing. With no strengths, it also has no significant weaknesses. It could hold its own against any kind of opponent. The Command Class is entirely different. Its firepower is less than the Moon Class, even less than some destroyers. Its speed is also slower, it has thicker armor, but not by much compared to the Moon Class. Its greatest advantage lies in the massive number of weapon fittings that have been converted into flight decks. This is a youth version of a cruiser-grade aircraft carrier. In the midst of space warfare, the most critical capability of an aircraft carrier is to safely deploy various types of space fighters, from the small Wind Falcon to the large Dragon Elephant, via the launch deck to the vicinity of enemy warships. This allows the fighters to fully utilize their potential and strike against enemy ships. Otherwise, the exchange of fire in space can easily extend out to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of kilometers, which would require the fighters to fly for an inordinately long time on their own. If refined further, a towing system would be equipped that could pull back the fighters from a considerable distance that has been locked in by the towing force before the battle. However, this is considered a luxury. After all, according to the style of the Empire, sometimes treating the fighters launched for missions as disposable, no different from how other warships view their fired shells, is not surprising. It's just that these shells are packed with iron and flesh. Of course, Ji Hang does not plan to operate this way. He insists on meticulously installing the towing retrieval function, and whenever possible during combat, recovering the fighters is prioritized. Treating them as expendable like shells is too costly. Not only in terms of equipment costs, a skilled pilot is also a valuable asset. With a few hundred space fighters aboard a command class and the ability to deploy these fighters effectively, the impact would be substantial. This complements the naval system of the Alliance well. Having an additional cruiser-grade ship is advantageous. Even though the Alliance does not focus on developing an aircraft carrier system as its main force, possessing this set of black box technologies is akin to picking up a shipyard for free, thus allowing the construction of a cruiser-grade ship every few years. Moreover, with the coordination of Moon-class defenses, a command-class ship equipped with several hundred spacefighters could potentially yield a unique strategic value. Eden Ecological Garden, in Ji Yuhang's view, is a high-grade ecological agricultural base. With this technology, the construction of such ecological gardens can yield significantly high agricultural output, and their internal environments are comfortable and suitable for residents, allowing for the building of mansions and villas. Constructing an Eden equates to creating high-end residences, ecological tourism, and high-quality agricultural output. From this perspective, it seems wonderful. It's ecological, enhances the environment, and produces high yields. If combined with planetary climate modification technology, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce garden worlds? However, after a detailed understanding, Ji Yuhang realized that things are not that simple. Theoretically, it is indeed feasible, but no one can ignore the cost issue. Not to mention how much money the planetary climate modification would cost. Even constructing one Eden on a planet with relatively good basic conditions entails a high construction cost. High construction costs alone are concerning, but more importantly, the maintenance cost after construction is also hefty. This reflects in two aspects: manpower and energy. It requires a large workforce to perform basic labor tasks. Numerous biologists are needed to maintain ecological conditions. In terms of energy, it consumes vast amounts of energy crystal blocks to sustain the ecological state of Eden. Purely from an agricultural output perspective, although the yield is significant, it is actually not cost-effective when compared to the investment. There are two profitable aspects: superior residential experience and high-quality agricultural product export. If viewed from the perspective of addressing food and basic food supply, building Eden is clearly not cost-effective. However, if aimed at providing high-quality enjoyment, then Eden is unparalleled. Is it valuable? Of course. The Alliance still needs such a facility. Ji Yuhang has always been concerned about the corruption amongst bureaucrats wielding power. This concern has become increasingly severe as the Alliance progresses. Ji Yuhang is always aware. Relying solely on ideals cannot sustain a political regime in the long term. Tangible benefits are fundamental to every Union citizen. Human desires are infinite. In poverty, having enough food and clothing is already great. Once the issue of food and clothing is resolved, people naturally demand better and higher living standards, especially the new generation growing up in a satiated environment. In many well-developed areas within the Alliance, these young people no longer know the taste of hunger, nor will they remain forever grateful to the Alliance for solving food and clothing issues. It is only natural for the people to demand a higher standard of living. Even if wars are always present, the Alliance still strives to improve the living standards of its people under limited conditions as much as possible. This directly reflects in the gross industrial output, where the figure related to consumer spending, regardless of the world, is steadily rising. In the process of rapid economic growth, this issue has been well concealed. The rise in gross output, even though imperial tax and the Alliance's fiscal revenue have increased, still leaves some developmental dividends for the public to enjoy. A more tangible manifestation is that the average grade level of Union citizens in most worlds experiencing peaceful development is consistently rising. With clear promotional pathways and improving living conditions, this is the core reason the Alliance gains widespread support. The longer a world is under Alliance control, the rule of the Alliance will become more stable as living conditions continue to improve. To maintain the current state, the Alliance must ensure two things. First, economic development must continue without regression. Second, the benefits of development that should be enjoyed by Union citizens cannot be too little. These 2 points impose stringent demands on the Alliance's vast bureaucratic system. The first demands the capability of the bureaucrats, the second demands their integrity. Currently, the issue of economic development appears very promising. Through the education system, which the Alliance values highly, and Ji Yuhang's use of grace points to enlighten and cultivate key personnel, It is ensured that the capabilities of Alliance officials are generally on par, at least far exceeding the average level across the Empire. However, Gu Hang always has doubts regarding integrity. The Alliance has many institutions in place to ensure this, but Gu Hang remains suspicious. He cannot deny that, after the establishment of the Alliance, a massive bureaucratic class has indeed formed. Even more, this bureaucratic class plus the class of military merit now constitutes the ruling class of the Alliance. Governments, state-owned capital, and civil service units, all members within these systems are viewed as a unified class, broadly defined as the bureaucratic group, holding the greatest power and interests in the Alliance. Though they factually control the vast majority of the Alliance's assets, under the Alliance's system, these assets are publicly owned, constituting national capital. This system prevents them from truly possessing this wealth. While the bureaucratic class certainly possesses a much higher status than the general populace and enjoys enriched material conditions, like the ever-growing demands of the populace, these bureaucrats have their own. Would they pursue more benefits? The positions they hold already fail to satisfy their appetites? Would they start to tamper with state-owned capital? The bother of climbing ranks for a minuscule increase in earnings pales in comparison to engaging in more embezzlement and corruption. Strong anti-corruption agencies vigorously crack down, reinforced ideological education prevents issues from the outset, and the establishment of a public oversight system. Of course, all these conventional preventive measures must exist. Besides crackdown and prevention, some sweeteners are also necessary. Eden seems like a fairly good method. Establish high-end communities, allow outstanding, loyal, and honest persons to have better living conditions. Even those who can't quite live there, those working at grassroots level, they also have the right to vacation, seeing this can also give them something to strive for. Eden's superior, high-quality goods, from delicately crafted food to luxury leather goods and artisanal wines, can serve as shopping benefits for high-ranking officials. This allows them to spend their allowances in a way that genuinely improves their quality of life. And then some high-end products can be branded and placed on Alliance-wide store shelves, allowing the ordinary populace to occasionally purchase them to somewhat improve their living conditions. To expect these to bring in heavy profits is unrealistic. However, it can maintain stability and improve the satisfaction of residents, especially the ruling class. Since Gu Hang can see, and also admits, that a massive bureaucratic class exists within the Alliance and has indeed become the ruling class, Gu Hang indeed needs this class to manifest his will. If this class revolts, at the least development would stall and societal corruption ensue. At worst, local rebellions might even lead to the disintegration of the Alliance. That seemingly unbreakable alliance which Gu Hang remembers ultimately moved towards disintegration. Factors related to this likely played a significant role. Thus, Gu Hang, in terms of internal governance, cannot solely rely on oppression, and must genuinely consider the interests of this ruling class. Eden is a new experiment. Gu Hang will build these high-energy consuming ecosystems on many planets. He defines the value of Eden as fulfilling the pursuit of a higher quality of life by Union citizens, especially high-ranking citizens, the ruling class. Valkyrie mech is another matter altogether. This device, essentially, is a type of power armor similar to a Terminator, akin to how the Servant God and Commander types of feedback-type power armor differ from real interstellar warrior-powered armor. Valkyrie also is a Terminator that isn't necessarily exclusive to interstellar warriors. But the distinction lies in some structures on the Valkyrie that Gu Hang cannot quite understand. Those elaborate patterns need to be crafted from gold. But why? Merely for decoration? If it's just for decoration, why is it then marked as essential in the construction process? Placing the energy crystal block as the power source in the back, along with the prayer process. From these perspectives, Gu Hang immediately associated it with spiritual energy. Moreover, it was not just normal spiritual energy, but a kind specifically related to a religious attribute. Just like Galleraldo back in the day, who after being trapped in subspace by him, managed to survive for a prolonged period without perishing. He wasn't even a high-grade psychic, nor did he possess the power of spiritual energy. He was merely an apostle of war, a messenger of the Sun Lord. After the Sun Lord's death, Galleraldo's power rapidly declined, and he would have been done for had Gu Hang not rescued him. Where did the power of the Sun Lord originate? Undoubtedly, it came from the Emperor. With the emperor's favor, the priests, nuns of the sisterhood, and figures like the Sun Lord, who were dubbed as divine chosen, could obtain powers akin to spiritual energy solely through blessings. Regardless of how these blessings came about, once they had them, they could harness them. And the Valkyrie armor had a bit of that implication. He recalled that within the normal imperial system, the Valkyrie mech was seemingly only used by the sisterhood. Logically speaking, the battle nuns are also mortals. Initially, Ji Hang thought it was because the sisterhood was wealthy, and the regular Star Realm army couldn't afford such high-end equipment. However, he later discovered that was not the case. They could use it, but the regular soldiers probably could not. Valkyrie armor required some theological power to operate. Ji Hang felt a bit helpless but also somewhat fortunate. Helpless because the technology had a limited scope of use, fortunate because, after all, he had an organization under him that could utilize it. Saint Li Nun Association. Strictly speaking, they are not technically members of the Alliance. But, at this juncture, the sisterhood being situated in the core territories of the Alliance, their economic, political, and self-development all relied on the Alliance, which had become an objective reality. In practice, they were no longer involved in anti-heretic activities like they were decades ago when they had to collaborate with Corellia. Currently, the work of the Saint Li mainly involves serving as enforcers for the Alliance's spy agencies and judicial institutions, and they often liaised with the Alliance's legal center. When there were problems or a lack of high-end military force, demon hunters would often call upon a few nuns to cooperate and handle the situation. Also, there was the war. During the Iron Teeth War, the Saint Li Nun Association consecutively deployed over 1,000 battle nuns to cooperate with the Alliance army, and many were sacrificed. Their relationship with the Alliance had grown significantly close, especially during the recent confrontation with the Silver Tribunal, where Saint Li provided substantial military support and many of Silver Tribunal's covert agents were eliminated by the nuns. This clearly indicated their stance. Having tested them through this ordeal, Ji Hang indeed felt they could be considered as one of their own. Valkyrie armor was best utilized by these battle nuns. Naturally, it was equipped for them as compensation for their dedicated service to the Alliance. As for the last and most crucial technology that Ji Hang cared about, it was the Apocalypse-level technology. Zug class, heavy space aircraft carrier. This is a battleship-class vessel, exceedingly rare within the Imperial Navy. Partly because the construction cost is high, approximately double that of a Retribution-class battleship. Additionally, within the internal circles of the Imperial Navy, there is a disliking for using aircraft carriers. Or rather, the carrier faction is not the mainstream within the Imperial Navy. Big ships and heavy guns remain the mainstream, followed by the battlecruiser faction. The carrier faction has the least influence. The Empire doesn't favor aircraft carriers, but Ji Hang has no prejudice against them. Or rather, he isn't in a position to be prejudiced right now. After all, the Zug class is a warship of battleship caliber. What's wrong with aircraft carrier types? What's wrong with being expensive? What's wrong with not conforming to the mainstream? The class speaks for itself. If Ji Hang wants to build a ship of this caliber, it's unlikely to happen until he amasses another million grade 10 consecutive draw. Moreover, just because it doesn't conform to the main style of the Imperial Navy doesn't mean it's weak. Similar to the previous Retribution class, the core components of the Zug class also include catapult decks, used for launching fighters directly in the enemy's face. However, unlike the lighter Retribution-class aircraft carriers, the heavy-duty Star Space Zug-class carriers can launch more than just 3 types of fighters of different sizes. It can catapult patrol ships right into the enemy's face. How do small ships defeat larger ships and achieve miraculous victories? Standing off at a distance and exchanging fire would be like sending waves of sheep to the slaughter, not even able to break through defenses, and with one enemy shot, you'd be completely shattered, both ship and shield. But if you get up close and personal, that's a different story. Slow-firing heavy torpedoes are lethal, and the closer the range, the harder they're to intercept. And if push comes to shove, a patrol ship could just ram into it, which is much harder to deal with than getting bombarded with any shell. Even push it to the limit, build it excessively, and the Zug class can even launch a destroyer. Ji Hang actually did the math according to the technical specs, and the largest catapult deck can indeed launch the most commonly used Frenzy Shark class destroyer of the Alliance fleet. The Frenzy Shark is about 5 to 6 kilometers long, while the Zug class is even larger than the 21-kilometer Retribution class, reaching 26 kilometers in length. Its hangar and catapult deck retrofitted, it could potentially swallow a frenzy shark. If a frenzy shark is actually sent to the enemy's face, it might be more than just a big scare for a legitimate battleship. There's a high probability of sending the frenzy shark away. The cost, however, is considerable. It's bad enough that destroyers are expensive, but the Zug class, when retrofitted to launch destroyers, is an extreme case. To adapt to this, there wouldn't be room left to house any other combat forces. After launching a destroyer, the remaining space utilization would be too small. Turning combat into a one-hit affair with no staying power is not ideal. Conversely, what a frenzy shark can do, a few more patrol ships could achieve as well. However, to pair with the carrier's ship launching capabilities, the warships that are launched need some special design considerations. Firstly, there has to be a focus on agility and speed. After being launched, they're not immediately going into the enemy's energy shield or void shield. Patrol ships, with their small and agile nature, need to find a better position for offense, or even penetrate into the enemy's large ship's shields. Secondly, firepower must be explosive. It can completely sacrifice the sustainability of firepower and ammunition capacity, as these are pointless. Survival time is extremely short, so it's better to carry something substantial that can deal a severe blow in one go to a larger ship. Defense can also be forgotten. Just give a nominal thought to energy shields and hull armor, and don't get easily destroyed by enemy interception fire. Otherwise, no matter how well it's done, it's still just a small patrol ship, and being sent into the midst of the enemy fleet. No thickness of shield or armor makes a significant difference. As long as the patrol ship manages to fire off all the firepower it carries, it's fine by me if it gets destroyed. Under such a strategic concept, the Alliance will soon standardize a new patrol ship model named the Swordfish class. Simply put, it's a suicide ship, thin-skinned, fast, and agile, but not durable, lacking even long-distance navigation and star realm tunnel traversing capabilities. Its sole advantage lies in being able to unload all its onboard firepower in a matter of minutes. This firepower includes 8 Skycleave Axe missiles, 4 Scorching East Winds, and 2 torpedo missiles modified from the Scorching East Wind. These torpedo missiles have weak armor penetration, but if released at close range, their hit rate is guaranteed, adept at piercing shields and armor. Most crucially, the explosive power is nearly 5 times that of a regular L-grade Scorching East Wind missile. This means, if not intercepted, a single hit could destroy a cruiser, and, if hitting a large battleship, would also inflict severe damage. From this perspective, a Zug class that can continuously launch 8 patrol ships and thousands of fighters is indeed formidable. If it came down to a one-on-one confrontation, Gu Hang doesn't believe that the current flagship of the Alliance, the Firebath Nova, could withstand an attack from the Zug class. It would almost certainly be devastating. Unless both sides have a massive escort fleet, then maybe the outcome could still be uncertain. However, the construction cost of the Zug class is even more expensive than the Retribution class. If the cost of those thousands of fighters and 8 kamikaze ships are accounted for, the price would nearly reach 80 billion per aircraft carrier. The construction time is 8 years. Even with the first one benefiting from the black box, it would still take 4 years to complete the first Zug class carrier. However, considered this way, the Alliance Navy's strength will see a huge, leapfrogging enhancement after 4 years. If all shipbuilding plans proceed smoothly, by then, the Alliance will have 5 top-of-the-line capital ships. Among the battleship class, there will be the Firebath Nova battleship and the yet-to-be-named first Zug-class carrier. Additionally, there will be 3 battleship cruisers, 2 of which will be the Alliance's newly built Holy Grail class, and 1 is the current flagship of the Yunluo fleet. Although officially part of the Imperial Navy, in practice the Alliance is unlikely to give up the Yunluo fleet that it has already absorbed. It's a Long Dragon-class battleship cruiser, whose overall performance isn't too different from the Holy Grail class, a bit slower but with thicker armor. Besides these 5 capital ships of the battleship, aircraft carrier, and battlecruiser categories, the Alliance will also have around 30 lunar-class cruisers by then, taking into account the Tianma fleet, Yunluo fleet, Alliance fleet and newly produced ships. Not to mention the various destroyers and escort ships. Such a fleet would, honestly, be very formidable. Gu Hang wonders, 4 years from now, Can the main fleet of the Eastern Cosmos domain muster a fleet that can stand against mine? Tai Nu Shi, can you come up with 5 battleship-class vessels? Air. Probably, but at least the Alliance Navy will then have the capability to engage in a decisive battle with the opponent. Content with this thought, Jiyu Hang now only wants to focus on developing quietly. He wants to fully assimilate the Dragonhawk star domain, save money, and exchange time for an improvement in naval quality, which coupled with an increasingly strong land force, and complemented by the Phoenix Battle Group, St. Lee Nun Association, Glory Guards, and Storm Mage Corps. The Alliance will also have a series of high-quality troops at its disposal. Additionally, with an integrated Dragonhawk star domain enriched and strengthened by various blessings from Jiyu Hang's grace points, he will become the powerhouse of this entire region. However, the peaceful development time Jiyu Hang desperately sought did not come. Merely 3 months after his return to the Dragonhawk star domain, the Princess's Grand Rebellion officially broke out. The Princess Major Rebellion actually broke out a bit later than Jiyu Hang had estimated. Previously, he even thought that by the time Tai Nu Shi made its move, he might not have returned to the Dragonhawk star domain yet. In this regard, he believed that the Alliance had made great contributions. If not for that bloody duel that had broken the backbone of the Fury Flame Battle Group and rendered the Fury in Tai Nu Shi temporarily unusable, the Princess Major Rebellion might have been launched even earlier. Although he really did not want to go to war, this matter was not up to him. By thrashing the Fury Flame Battle Group and stalling Tai Nu Shi for several months, it was actually quite an accomplishment. Logically thinking, the current choice of Tai Nu Shi was within expectations. Everyone knew they were going to rebel, and they knew that everyone else knew as well. The atmosphere had been elevated to such a degree that they had no choice but to rebel. However, no one expected the situation to be so explosive. The Great Rebellion stirred up by Tai Nu Shi was as fierce as fire. In the 230th year of the 10th millennium since the establishment of the Empire, in February, the Princess Major Rebellion broke out. Tai Nu Shi issued a public declaration, making it clear that they were the protectors of the entire Princess Star domain, even the guardians of the entire Spiderweb domain. All 14 star domains from the Princess Star domain to the Spiderweb domain should listen to the Iron Armor Battle Group's orders and coordinate with the Iron Armor Battle Group's actions. This is for the benefit of the Empire, that's what they said. The government of the Sacred Terra Empire immediately declared the Iron Armor Battle Group, Fury Flame Battle Group, and Bedrock Shield Warband traitors to the Empire. The Spiderweb domain government immediately followed suit and called for the Empire forces within the space domain to stand guard over their territories. The assembled Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy began to launch probing offensives towards the Princess Star domain. From this perspective, the Empire was clearly prepared. In fact, the entire political faction led by Minister of Justice O Juran had been preparing to militarily eliminate Tai Nu Shi for a long time. However, in earlier years, Holy Terra had not yet reached a consensus, with support factions like Norberto, so the necessary preparations simply could not be fully launched. O Juran and his faction were only able to mobilize their own strength, at most making some defensive arrangements. By the time Norberto was eliminated and the war between the Empire and Tai Nu Shi became inevitable, although the Empire had finally reached a consensus and could prepare for military actions against Tai Nu Shi, the bloated and inefficient political and military institutions of the Empire were simply not capable of acting swiftly. Over the past year, a lot of time had been wasted on meetings and discussions. After finally deciding which forces could be dispatched, and having their leaders accept the orders, the process would get stuck again when it came time to gather supplies for them. Holy Terra had sent envoys to contact some other battle groups within the Spiderweb domain, excluding Tai Nu Shi, but many of those envoys had not even reached the Spiderweb domain yet. There have been multiple inquiries from within the tribunal institutions to the Silver Tribunal, especially from the Heretic Tribunal and the Vigilance Tribunal, which strongly demanded the Silver Tribunal cut ties with Tai Nu Shi and conduct self-inspections and internal purges. They did clean up, but there was no movement. An elite team from the Iron Armor Battle Group interfered with the Silver Tribunal's internal purge, with politically empire-leaning factions being eliminated instead. Along with that, a squadron of battle nuns and a company of loyal air stormtroopers sent by the two tribunals, as well as their judges, were all wiped out. The Heretic Tribunal and the Vigilance Tribunal were furious, and although they had stepped up the recruitment of new forces, it was difficult to respond to the situation for the time being. This was the situation on the imperial side for the past few months. Preparations had indeed been made. They hadn't prepared well, but what could they do? Did the empire itself know about this situation? Actually, they had an idea. They knew that the current preparations were definitely not enough, so often, they were hoping that Tai Nu Shi could start the rebellion later. That the forces within the Spiderweb domain, and even Princess domain, could hold back Tai Nu Shi for a longer time. But, the situation still collapsed, and it was more catastrophic than even the pessimists had imagined. It was originally thought that there would still be some forces loyal to the empire inside the Princess Star domain. Even if these forces were ultimately inescapable from being purged by Tai Nu Shi, shouldn't they at least be able to hold on for a while? No, they couldn't hold on at all. That month, a total of 472 worlds in the entire Princess Star domain almost unanimously declared a change of allegiance and sided with Tai Nu Shi. All Star Realm Army and Imperial Navy units were transferred under the command system of Tai Nu Shi. Resistance? It was not completely absent. But Tai Nu Shi's preparations for this were too ample. This was their stronghold, where they had operated for too long, and even the slight resistance was expected by them. They knew exactly where problems would arise and had people in place in advance. Upon issuing the declaration, as soon as these issues started emerging, they moved in and quashed them. The entire Princess Star domain just switched allegiances like that. If the Empire could barely accept this turning point, then the events that unfolded next exceeded everyone's expectations. By the third month, within the Spiderweb domain and around the Princess Star domain, two more star domains almost entirely switched allegiances and joined Tai Nu Shi. It wasn't as straightforward as the Princess Star domain. In fact, there were brutal, bloody clashes. But Tai Nu Shi acted quickly and forcefully. Even in intense combat, they wanted to handle it with overwhelming military strength and a tough stance. A united fleet formed by the Spiderweb domain, under high-level command in the hope of containing the overspreading tide triggered by Tai Nu Shi, hastily entered Tai Nu Shi's controlled area along with several Star Realm Army Corps, attempting to check Tai Nu Shi's spread. However, this fleet disappeared just 18 days after entering. It was encircled by Tai Nu Shi's fleet, and small-scale skirmishes broke out. Then Commander Paolo, without an escort, without weapons, boarded the flagship of this fleet in a small boat and had a talk with the commanding admiral. Then, this commander and his fleet joined. Ji Yu Hang was dumbfounded when he heard that the fleet organized with great difficulty by the Spiderweb domain was persuaded to defect en masse by Humphrey Paolo's lone arrival, including the onboard Star Realm Army. Especially when some detailed rumors came through, they were even more unbelievable to Ji Yu Hang. The name of the surrendering admiral was Bowen Melandri. The tribunal imprisoned and interrogated his family, friends, and searched his residence and office, uncovering some confidential and non-public information in the subsequent investigation of Admiral Melandri. It was mentioned that Melandri had known Paul from before, and they had fought alongside each other. According to his relatives, Melandri had a very favorable impression of Paul, describing him as a resolute, inspiring, and trustworthy leader. Precisely for this reason, when Paul and his Iron Armor battle group were declared traitors by the Empire, Melandri was shocked. In his view, Paul was the paragon of an interstellar warrior, maintaining peace in one area and fighting against the void insect species for centuries. The Princess Star domain, and even the entire Spiderweb starfield, enjoyed tranquility because of him, without suffering from the invasions of the void insect species. How could such a man betray the Empire? This was a question Melandri had once voiced to his family. Having said such words already, how could they let such an apparent sympathizer of the Empire's traitor hold such an important position? They obviously overlooked what Melandri had said after that. I want to personally capture Paul and bring him to Holy Terra, to repent before the Divine Emperor's golden throne. His attitude may seem problematic, but overall it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Ji Yu Hang was more curious about what exactly the group leader Paul said when he came to persuade Melandri, managing to make him lead his team to defect on the spot. Even the term, defection, is not quite accurate. It ought to be called, turning codes. From the information gathered from various sources, Humphrey Paul seemed to be an extremely charismatic leader, with his charm attribute maxed out. As such a high-ranking officer, Melandri's defection was a great crime, and someone had to be held accountable. His family and many friends who had been close to him were executed. Several high-ranking officials from the spiderweb domain who had recommended his appointment to lead the fleet also got implicated. Setting aside the political upheaval, the key point was that after Melandri switched sides, the defensive forces of the spiderweb domain were almost entirely depleted. The situation was already very dire, and in an instant, it became rotten. Of the 14 star domains in the spiderweb domain, the southeastern 3 had already fallen into the hands of Tai Nu Shi. Of the remaining 11, the defenses that are still standing now are significantly inadequate. Although there are still some navies and Star Realm armies present, their numbers are even fewer than those who defected. Going forward, defense will likely mainly rely on the hastily mobilized planetary defense forces from various planets as the main force, then bolstered by the protection army sent from 2 of the sect of Mechanics Foundry worlds, as well as a large contingent from the Blood Rose Sisterhood dispatched by the Tribunal. In this universe, there are many battle nuns working for the Tribunal, possibly even more than those directly under the command of the Empire. It looks like some main forces still exist, but in reality they are considerably weak. However, in the spiderweb domain, there is still a powerful force present: 7 starfighter battle groups. These 7 battle groups are not transferred from outside but are widely distributed across the spiderweb domain. After all, this is a vast area consisting of 8,000 worlds, and it makes sense to have 7 battle groups. In fact, on average, not even one world could afford an interstellar warrior. Moreover, these 7 battle groups might not even all be at full strength. Looking at it this way, the inner power under the Empire within the spiderweb domain does still possess certain strength. 7 battle groups, along with the Sisterhood and a portion of the Protection Army, plus the sizable planetary defense force cluster, are not weak. If this force could all be rallied together, with one heart, acting under a unified command system, then they might not be able to completely stop the invasion of Tai Nu Shi, but they could at least turn the entire spiderweb domain into a quagmire of war, dragging Tai Nu Shi down with it. In that case, the situation would be much improved for the Imperial side. If Tai Nu Shi could be stalled in the spiderweb domain for a few years, even if the ultimate cost is turning the spiderweb domain into wasteland, it would buy time for the Empire to muster more forces. However, the situation the Imperial side hoped for did not occur. Why would those planets want to turn themselves into wasteland? Surrender, then, became a very rational choice. Resistance is only valuable if there's a chance that the Empire will come to the rescue and you can hold out until then. This is also the most significant reason that most planets face in interstellar wars. When facing foreign enemies, there's no question but to fight or be annihilated. When there's a clear hope of rescue from the Empire, then it's also viable to resist and wait for salvation. But in this war, there was nothing. Not against foreign enemies, there are benefits for surrendering. Don't count on being saved if you resist to the end. It's clear that the Empire is treating these planets as a line of resistance, hoping to trade space for time, and to delay as much as possible, so don't expect rescue. Who would even care about you then? It can't even be said that they are disloyal. Some, more loyal to the Empire than their own hometowns, led their planets in rebellion, only to be wiped out by teams of Iron Armor interstellar warriors, who clandestinely grouped together under the command of the Iron Armor Battle Group. While others, perhaps quite loyal to the Empire, chose to surrender, painfully, considering the preservation of their hometowns. The other 7 trustworthy battle groups, the Battle Nuns of the Blood Rose, and the Protection Armies of the Sect of Mechanics, were originally seen as the backbone. However, their situations varied. One battle group faced a rebellion towards the Iron Armor on its mother planet. When the battle group was sent to suppress the rebellion, they were unexpectedly overwhelmed on the ground by 3 times their number of forces from an alliance of the Iron Armor and Fury Flame, which had slipped through the intelligence network of the battle group. Only a few managed to escape. 2 other battle groups, together with the Blood Roses, formed a combat unit to rescue a world called Tianunv, which was struggling under the attack of the Iron Armor battle group. However, upon arrival, they discovered it was a carefully laid trap to encircle and suppress reinforcements. During this pivotal war, one of their battle groups switched sides on the spot, leading to an internal uprising. Together with an overwhelming number of ironclad interstellar soldiers, this elite unit was annihilated on Tianunv. The Blood Rose suffered heavy losses in this battle. Meanwhile, from the other 4 battle groups, 2 sided with them after being persuaded by the succubus, Humphrey Paulo. The last potential threat that could have caused significant trouble for the Iron Fury Stone was two foundry worlds from the sect of mechanics, both part of a system named the Alfonso sect. They, of course, also received orders from the Empire to contribute personnel, efforts, and resources to resist the Iron Fury Stone. However, their performance was somewhat ambiguous. The orders were followed. The protection armies were dispatched, and the equipment and arms were provided. But the protection armies were not dispatched in sufficient numbers, and they operated independently without taking orders from anyone else. During the war, they hardly engaged in any critical battles but just tinkered around the edges. Strangely enough, the Iron Fury Stone didn't provoke them, mainly avoiding the locations defended by the protection armies during their offensives. It was as if there was some kind of unspoken agreement between the two. The Alfonso sect declared, "This extent of jurisdiction is mine. The two foundry worlds, plus some core mineral worlds within my cosmos domain, provide me with resources. Don't provoke me, and I'll ignore you in return. Although I've deployed troops, I am protecting my own domain. And though I've also supplied equipment to the Imperial side, you must understand, it's a necessary compromise." The Iron Armor Battle Group also declared, "I respect your jurisdiction, you keep to yours, but don't interfere with my plans. You can provide equipment and arms to the Empire, but keep the quantities limited. If I have needs and want to buy, you must also sell to me." Naturally, these statements were not evidenced, merely some alleged suspicions voiced by the Heretic Tribunal when accusing the Alfonso sect. But, evidence or not, Gu Hang, as an observer and third party standing next to a star map discussing it, felt as if he heard the two parties converse exactly in that manner. Gu Hang couldn't help but marvel, this Humphrey Paulo truly is formidable. Succubus, that was Gu Hang's jesting evaluation of Paulo privately. But in fact, it contained a considerable amount of wariness from Gu Hang. This man's charisma is indeed off the charts. Most crucially, the Iron Armor Battle Group has been very powerful over the past centuries and has established its influence everywhere. Although there are examples like the Circe's Flower Rebellion, which opposed the Iron Fury Stone, many indeed have received their help and stood by their side. Certainly, mere relationships and past interactions might not be enough. Beyond that, it came down to Paulo's diplomatic skills and the exchange of interests. Relationships are the foundation. Diplomatic ability and leadership charisma are the means and methods. The essence lies in the exchange of interests. What benefits, after all, could those who surrendered or defected expect to receive by siding with the Iron Fury Stone? Simple benefits would surely be insufficient. No matter how eloquently Humphrey Paulo could speak, he couldn't change the fact that the Iron Fury Stone was fomenting a rebellion, nor could he shift the increasingly stern warnings issued by the Holy Terra. No matter how plentiful the immediate benefits, if the ultimate outcome was defeat, then it was all for naught. Clearly, Paulo made many believe that he could ultimately succeed. This success may not be about overthrowing the empire. That would be too dreamlike. But at the very least, it could prevent imperial interference within regional boundaries. Then the Iron Armor would be considered victorious. The Purple Gold Flower Rebellion over 120 years ago serves as a good example. Although the scale of their current actions is much larger than before, making it harder for the empire to compromise, the large scale also means the situation has become more frightening, and the united front value achieved could be extremely high. As long as there are a series of military victories, and an increasingly strong momentum, more and more people will believe that the Iron Armor Battle Group can ultimately win. Moreover, sometimes when Iron Armor strikes right in the face, many factions are left with two choices: death, or believing that Iron Armor can win. Which one to choose? Naturally, it tends to be the latter. Again, it must be emphasized that this is ultimately a civil war among humans, not a total massacre after losing to the Greenskins. Not full corruption into madness after losing to the Abyss Demons, which eventually leads to a total sacrifice. It's not like losing to the Void insect species, where the entire planet turns into food. External wars must be resisted till the end. In the end, not resisting would mean death as well, so you definitely bite back before dying. In a civil war, if you surrender, the nobles remain nobles, perhaps even with more power. Civilians can also survive, leading to a significant reduction in resistance. Things have gone rotten in the spiderweb domain. Gu Hang sees this and is truly shocked in his heart. Sometimes he can't help but wonder, if it were him, if it were the Alliance, making a move like this in the Eastern Cosmos domain, could they create an impact like the Iron Fury Stone? Probably not. Firstly, there is still a gap in raw strength. The naval resources that the Alliance would take 4 years to accumulate, Iron Fury Stone has now, and even more robust. After gaining the fleet that Melandri led in a defection, it became even stronger, almost incomparable. In terms of ground forces, the comparison might be possible. While iron armor might have tens of thousands of interstellar warriors, Flame and Bedrock Shield definitely have more, potentially each having upwards of 2,000 to 3,000, collectively amounting to over 15,000 interstellar warriors. This is still a conservative estimate. The Phoenix the Alliance can bring to bear strictly adheres to the regulations of the Star Warrior Codex, honestly not exceeding 1,000. However, in terms of quality, after that deadly and bloody battle with the Fury Flame battle group, no one dares to underestimate it. Moreover, Gu Hang is confident that the quality of the Alliance army far surpasses that of the infamous Auxiliary Army of Iron Armor. However, there is one thing, something in which Gu Hang and his alliance can never surpass iron armor: centuries of accumulated reputation. This is something that even with a master diplomat with full charisma attributes, Gu Hang cannot make up for. Without reputation, Gu Hang would find it difficult to convince many to stand by his side, to believe he could achieve ultimate victory, and thus not resist the Empire to the end. His alliance, like Iron Fury Stone, if rebelling, cannot afford to be dragged into a quagmire of war in their own core regions. From this perspective, the alliance really might not opt to rebel and achieve an effect like Iron Fury Stone. And the reason Gu Hang is starting to think about this issue stems from a recent personal letter he received from Humphrey Paulo. In it, Paul invites the alliance to start an uprising in the south. Paul assures that he will absolutely not head southwards. Both parties can engage in trade, and even provide mutual assistance. Humphrey Paulo has been in touch with you, hasn't he? Communications with Holy Terra through star speech remains as difficult as ever. Virtual imagery displays suffer severe flickering, obscuring visibility to nearly nothing. It's better off not used at all to save on data. It was because of this that Gu Hang could discern the weariness and hesitation in Galaraldo's words. Yes, Gu Hang replied candidly, he sent me a letter. I knew it. Galaraldo sighed, then continued with an ironic tone, the grandees on Holy Terra. Each and every one of them is now scared like quails by the mere mention of Tai Nu Shi. In saying this, he completely forgot that as the newly appointed head of the Military Affairs Department, he was one of those grandees himself. He went on to say, even Ojuran is terrified, living in constant fear. What if we can't beat Tai Nu Shi? What if another figure like Norberto from 100 years ago emerges? By then, he would be the one held accountable, bearing the brunt of all responsibilities, political career over, and perhaps even his life at stake, haha. He even began mocking his own boss, along with the rest. Yet, Gu Hang could sense a hint of fear within Galaraldo's words, or at least anxiety. And the reason? It was all laid out in his words. Would not the scenarios Ojuran might face also befall him? If it truly came to that, he might face death even more swiftly than Ojuran. Should the Empire find Humphrey Paulo's actions overly troublesome, could voices for appeasement really emerge? Indeed, they might. Especially after several sizable defeats in a row, an appeasement sentiment could very well surge forth. Under normal circumstances, it might not be a big deal, but with Tai Nu Shi, there can be no complacency. Humphrey Paulo is a master of diplomacy, and as for his mindset, well, how should I put it? He dares to openly rebel today, and 100 years ago, dared to single-handedly instigate the Great Circe's Flower Rebellion. These acts seem like those of a madman. However, looking closer at Paulo's conduct in these series of events, one sees a veteran politician capable of playing the game, knowing when to be firm and when to relent. He can even disregard personal hatred. The Fury Flame battle group should have a blood feud with Gu Hang by now, yet he still reached out with an invitation. Regardless of the sincerity, such a gesture is rare. Moreover, it signifies strong leverage. Otherwise, would he dare invite the alliance? Otherwise, the Fury Flame battle group might turn against the Iron Armor even before the alliance gives an answer. It must mean internal issues have been resolved, ensuring that even if the information leaks, or even if the alliance insanely agrees, the Fury Flame won't retaliate. From this perspective, Ji Hang believes that Paolo must have a way to smoothly end this war. Rapid expansion, sweeping through great swaths of empire territory with resounding victories. All of it becomes immense pressure on the Holy Terra government. Internally, with the appeasers cultivated or inherently from Tai Nu Shi jumping around, and with Paolo willing to make concessions and sacrifices. Is it really impossible to have peace talks? That's not necessarily the case. Ji Hang fully recognized the nature of the imperial central government. Nothing they might do would surprise him. From this angle, Paolo's earlier letter to Ji Hang really did intrigue him. Don't get me wrong, Ji Hang had no intention of heeding the letter's suggestion to rise in rebellion and create some sort of north-south coordinated resistance with Tai Nu Shi. Wouldn't that be insanity? Furthermore, Paolo's intent wasn't really hoping for Ji Hang to take his side. He is essentially expressing a certain goodwill towards the alliance. I won't come south to cause you trouble if you don't move north to bother me. Let's keep the peace as it is. Ji Hang would naturally be tempted by this. What he wanted was to have a longer time for rest and recuperation, wasn't it? What he feared the most was that, after Tai Nu Shi's rebellion, they would come straight south without a word and attack him. There are only 3 star domains between them. It used to seem like a distant gap. But now, this distance doesn't seem safe. Even within the northern part of the Dragonhawk star domain, in the Menga star domain which belongs to the Eastern Cosmos domain, the Fury Flame Battle Group actually has a lot of influence. They have been operating in the Eastern Cosmos domain for over a decade, with Meng River being the main activity hub. Their work in Meng River has been prolific, followed by the outbreak of the Iron-Tooth Green Tide, and the Fury Flame took advantage by pushing south, preparing to move into Dragonhawk. If it weren't for the alliance, it might have already happened. In a situation where they are not neighbors yet not far away, if Paul truly moved south, even if it wasn't with his main force but just a side division, the development momentum of the alliance would be interrupted. They would be forced into a state of war to face the enemy. The main problem is the Navy's deficit. It's too difficult to fill. Now, Paul says as long as the alliance doesn't move north, he won't come down. Isn't this exactly what we want? To develop peacefully for a bit longer, ideally for 4 years. Even if Tai Nu Shi is formidable, is it possible for them to overturn the Empire's situation within 4 years? Impossible? After developing for 4 years, the strength of the alliance will have greatly increased. Then we can confront Paul. As for whether we'll fight against Paul or alongside him at that time, well, it depends on the situation. In the political and interest arenas of this starry sky, where are their eternal friends? Friends and enemies can be interchangeable. This is one consideration that Ji Hang has indeed included in his scope of thinking. Galleraldo was also worried about this possibility. He came to vent to Ji Hang about the situation in Holy Terra, hinting and discussing many things indirectly, with the core goal of wanting to see what stance Ji Hang would take. Ji Hang gave him a reassurance right away. After patiently listening to him vent, Ji Hang said, "Don't worry, the traitor Humphrey Paul will definitely not succeed. What happened 120 years ago will not be replicated today. The alliance will be their biggest enemy." After feeling reassured by Ji Hang's words, Galleraldo rejoiced. "Worthy of you." After his delight, Galleraldo, somewhat embarrassed but also with a serious tone, posed a very realistic and specific question. "So, what kind of help would your alliance need if it were to mobilize now? Put forth any requests you have without hesitation. As the head of the military affairs department, I can arrange anything for you, brother." Ji Hang smiled. Of course, he understood the subtext. Don't just talk the talk, show some real action. Hearing Galleraldo's words, Ji Hang did not answer immediately. Galleraldo waited for more than 10 seconds without a response, feeling a bit uneasy. Just as he began to speak, Ji Hang also spoke. "You are also aware of the situation of the alliance. When I left Holy Terra, the task you and Prime Minister O gave me was to defeat Flame in the Dragonhawk star domain, and block the Iron Fury Stone's path of expanding south. My alliance has excellently completed this task." Galleraldo felt somewhat embarrassed. Ji Hang was right. Before returning from Holy Terra, the alliance's task was indeed only to drive away the Fury Flame Battle Group from the Eastern Cosmos domain. But, who could have expected this outcome? The alliance drove away the Fury Flame Battle Group almost without any cost. Even the Dragonhawk star domain, which was originally expected to be the first battlefield against the rebel alliance of Iron Fury Stone, could have been destroyed. However, that situation did not occur. Since the Fury Flame battle group was driven away through a bloody duel, the Dragonhawk star domain did not even experience any war afterward and remained in very good condition. Under these circumstances, the strength of the alliance also greatly increased, much stronger than originally estimated. Conversely, after the Iron Armor battle group initiated the rebellion, the situation changed too quickly. First, 3 star domains were swept through. Then Melandri led the large forces to surrender, followed by the Heretic Tribunal and Blood Rose Battle Sisterhood, along with 2 loyalist warbands, being ambushed and massacred on Tianunv. Thus, the situation in the entire Spiderweb domain was basically doomed. This was completely different from what the Central Empire had initially anticipated. Why give Ji Yuhang so many benefits? Wasn't it in hopes that the alliance would be the forerunner, fighting against Iron Fury Stone on the front line, and buying more time for the Empire to gather forces later? Now, the alliance is okay, the Dragonhawk star domain is okay, but the Spiderweb domain's 14 star domains and thousands of worlds are in a critical situation. The Empire hasn't even been able to gather enough forces to launch an attack. In the entire Spiderweb domain, the only reliable force that might be able to make a difference seems to be the Alliance, which should have been the first to fight. Ji Yuhang was absolutely right, he fulfilled his promise when he left Holy Terra. However, the task given to him was to essentially hold down and contain a part of Iron Fury Stone's forces, not to let him recuperate here. What does the Empire need you to recuperate for? Hurry up and go to war. However, toward Ji Yuhang, his good brother, Galaraldo would not be too harsh. He said, "Consider my difficulty. I can give you a lot of exceptional support, which I have justified in many ways, so you should give me some support too." "I understand." Ji Yuhang's tone softened a bit. "I am very willing to support you, but..." Ji Yuhang sighed and continued, "Bochoya, if you insist, I will of course launch an offensive. But, are you sure you really want me to do this? I am your undoubtedly most steadfast supporter. The Alliance's current situation simply does not have the capability to resist against Iron Fury Stone. If I rashly move, leading troops to the Princess Star domain, the results are almost certain, it's bound to be a total slaughter. Even after that, Iron Fury Stone won't have any reservations about the south. Losing the main forces, especially the main fleet, if Paul sends a small army south, my alliance will be completely crushed." Galaraldo remained silent. This was indeed a very likely situation. "I am your most steadfast supporter, your brother, and after giving everything away, just to buy a little time? When the time comes, if the most difficult part is taken over by us, the Empire can indeed accumulate some force. But not to mention whether we can achieve the ultimate victory, even if we win, what does that have to do with us? At the time, who knows which marshal or which faction will reap the richest fruits of victory?" His words made Galaraldo fall into deep thought. Ji Yuhang casually picked up a cup beside him and took a leisurely drink. This was a rhetoric he had prepared early, and it was the most suitable to use on Galaraldo. Bochoya Galaraldo, is he some greatly loyal imperial loyalist? Obviously not. This guy has always been profit-driven. Even his fairly good and close relationship with him should not be persuaded from an emotional perspective. This man has a cold heart, and talking about emotions could easily make him feel, "You wronged me." It's not that it can't succeed, he is still likely to succeed, yet, once it fails, no matter how good their previous relationship was, it is easy to reach breaking point. Even if it succeeds, it will leave hidden dangers, and cracks will appear in the relationship. But if it's about interests, staying in a rational and mutually beneficial phase instead has a smaller impact on the relationship. To put it bluntly, for someone like Galaraldo, his previous help to Ji Yuhang was fundamentally because, "You're my good brother, a trustworthy person. Helping you up is also beneficial for me." Now, Ji Yuhang's argument really mattered to Galaraldo. He thought for a while and realized Ji Yuhang made a lot of sense. Sending the alliance to annihilation, even winning, is a blood loss. The alliance belongs to Ji Yuhang, isn't that almost like it's his? Thinking this way, the loss feels painful. The key is, after sending the alliance to its doom, what are the gains? That might be quite beneficial for the Empire, beneficial for Ojuran, but not necessarily for him, Galaraldo. Even if Iron Fury Stone is ultimately defeated, the credit goes to the whole faction. He, as the current second in command of the faction, certainly can share quite a lot, but where is the joy in having all war credits for oneself? However, Galleraldo had one last doubt. He carefully weighed it in his heart. At this moment, Ji Yuheng's voice rang in his ear. Of course, I know you are also under pressure, and I fully understand that. For this, we must definitely take some actions. I will send some troops northward. This way, it will shut some people up in Holy Terra. Hearing this, Galleraldo, who was in Holy Terra, finally showed a smile. Upon hearing Ji Yuheng say that he would at least deploy some troops and take some actions no matter what, Galleraldo had basically no objections left. Preserving strength and showing attitude, what's not to like about that? Even the old-timers on Holy Terra, if they want to criticize, they would have to consider what the others are all about. With all other Imperial regional forces in disarray and everywhere being severely rattled, it's rare to find a direction without major incidents. They should be content and not force others into a death trap. Is Galleraldo, the newly appointed head of the Military Affairs Department, incapable of wielding a sword? Even now, his thinking was beginning to shift. We should probably pay attention to risk management, right? What if we lose? Don't worry, Ji Yuheng said. On one hand, I won't be reckless. On the other hand, the troops heading north won't be our main force. For now, my forces can't reach the spiderweb domain yet. The primary target is the Menga Star domain in the north, where we will stop the influence of Tai Nu Shi from spreading in the Menga Star domain and completely eliminate their influence to avoid what has happened in the spiderweb domain. Next, we will strive to fortify the Copper Bottle Star region, which is the northeastern gateway of the Eastern Cosmos domain. Under the current circumstances, our initial focus will be on defense, cutting off the southward advance of the Iron Armor Battle Group. This too represents a significant accomplishment. I believe the various powers of the Empire will understand. On every other front, the Empire is in retreat. Only we have held the southern part of the spiderweb domain, yet now we are the ones blamed, which is unreasonable. If everything goes smoothly, our vanguard forces will attempt to scout into the spiderweb domain, starting from its southeastern corner, to launch some attacks on the actual control area of Tai Nu Shi. At this point, Ji Yuheng felt the time was ripe. He said, I also need your help here. Galador quickly responded, you say, whatever help I can provide, definitely. I wouldn't be polite with you, Ji Yuheng said with a laugh, then his tone became serious again. Frankly, the performance of the spiderweb domain in this catastrophe has been too terrible. Overall, with Melandri's fleet and the accompanying Star Realm army, as well as multiple battle groups collaborating with the Tribunal and Battle Nuns, along with a vast number of native defense forces and thousands of worlds as support, it shouldn't have ended up like this. The problem lies in the fact that this force is issuing orders from different quarters. Each faction is very independent. When facing the strong force led by the Iron Armor Battle Group, which now already has 6 battle groups combined, the fragmented forces cannot be united. It is inevitable that they will be defeated one by one, eliminated one by one. Moreover, I don't trust any of the other Imperial generals at all. I will not entrust the precious power of the Alliance to others for command. That's out of the question. Galleraldo's voice came through. I understand, and placing a supreme commander above you wouldn't be conducive to establishing your position. It wouldn't be convenient for claiming credit afterwards either. I will endeavor to obtain a position for you as the supreme commander in the Southern War Zone. Although there isn't such a war zone yet, once you engage the Iron Armor Battle Group in the southeast of the spiderweb domain, I will fully promote the establishment of this war zone, and you will be the top responsible person here. This was exactly what Ji Yuheng wanted, but it still wasn't enough. Ji Yuheng said, Galleraldo, my brother, just being a supreme commander is not enough. Take for example what has happened over the past year. Isn't there unified command among those forces gathered in the spiderweb domain? It's not the case. For instance, on Tianyuan, it was the Grand Judge of the Heretic Tribunal who was in charge. But this kind of leadership is too weak, more like a coordinating alliance. At most a general commander in battle, barely able to mobilize the forces of each side. Galleraldo seemed puzzled and asked, isn't that enough? Not enough, Ji Yuheng said, absolutely not enough. How can such a situation ensure that my commands as the overall responsible person and supreme commander of a war zone are fully implemented? An organization whose decisions need to be discussed and agreed upon by everyone, where a commander's orders can be discounted and even rejected, cannot fight a war effectively. What I need is to truly integrate all forces, twisted into a single rope. Every troop, regardless of its origin or identity, must resolutely carry out my orders once received. This requires that, in addition to having the nominal title of a supreme commander, I also need stronger measures. Any troops allotted under my command, I demand absolute control over them. Not only must they obey my military orders, but I also need the personnel authority to appoint officers in these troops. I also need the power to discipline, and even execute anyone in these troops. Upon hearing this, Gallaraldo found it a bit tricky. This Gu Hang was not finished yet. It's not just the military, you know that the military is only part of the war. Under such large-scale total war, we must fully rally all forces, implementing a grand strategy. This requires that if a southern war zone is established, then at least the entire eastern cosmos domain should be fully prepared for this war. These preparations involve everything from start to finish. The entire domain's resources should be available for my use, and I should also have direct control over the administrative power within the domain. Having reached this point, Gu Hang was almost laying all his cards on the table. Gallaraldo continued to hesitate. The command of the military forces, he could manage. But the matters that followed, those were a bit beyond reach. When it comes to appointing and disciplining military personnel, for instance, if Gu Hang were to demote or even execute a general of the Star Realm Army, technically as a supreme commander, that wouldn't be acceptable. The Military Affairs Department couldn't grant Gu Hang that power either. That power resides within the Star Realm Army or naval system. Not to mention possibly reallocating other forces, like a troop from the tribunal. The Military Affairs Department granting Gu Hang the authority to demote or execute a judge. What about the Starfighter Battle Group? Impossible. The Military Affairs Department doesn't have that authority. And when it comes to the matter of local governments later, that's even more so the case. It's the job of the administrative department. Gu Hang, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it supposed to be like this? Hasn't there been such a precedent within the empire?" When Gu Hang asked if there was no precedent for doing so, Gallaraldo didn't know what to say. Precedent? There were some indeed. In the vastness of the empire, anything you can think of has happened before. And speaking of precedents, wasn't Gallaraldo's previous loyalty to Sun Lord Solakium the biggest example? Even without Solakium, in many military operations of the empire, the supreme commanders would do this to some extent. War is so cruel. How could one win without sufficiently mobilizing all forces? Among them, in particular, the Starfighter Battle Group and the Tribunal liked to do this. They, along with a few others who did the same, were usually temporary. After wielding great power for a while, when the war ended, those rights would end as well. Some didn't care about the power, like the battle group and the judges, seizing it truly just to get things done. Once finished, when it was time to leave, they naturally relinquished everything they had to. Some cared but could not move it. Some moved it and were later killed. Of course, there were also those who moved it and continued to maintain it. All sorts of situations existed, and examples for each could be found. Which one did Gu Hang want to become? Gallaraldo believed he understood Gu Hang pretty well. He didn't even need to say that what Gu Hang sought was definitely to hold on to this power permanently. He understood that this was Gu Hang's request. Not just a request in response to this war but also a claim to the spoils after the war. You can't let all the benefits be taken by those old gents up in Holy Terra, while I, who is desperately fighting on the front lines with my neck on the line, gain nothing, right? Having said that, Gallaraldo was not averse to Gu Hang reaping some rewards. But he also made it very clear to Gu Hang. This matter must be approached step by step. The role of Southern Theater Command General will certainly be yours, I can make that decision. In addition, I can try to secure some more tangible benefits for you. You can confidently and boldly spend the Alliance's local taxes to fund the Rage Bear Legion, as well as the construction of the Tianma fleet and Yunluo fleet, which Yelisia now controls. If the Alliance's taxes are not enough, I can even increase the tax revenues originally destined for Central Empire from the Eastern Cosmos domain, including the planned budget for the construction of the local Star Realm Army and Navy, and give it all to you. These were tangible benefits, actual money. Even if the Alliance's production capabilities were insufficient, wasn't the Mingyang sect, a force of the sect of mechanics, present in the Dragonhawk star domain? The Jindi star had substantial production capacities. With money, you could certainly place orders with them. Moreover, these were indeed within Galador's authority. As the head of the Military Affairs Department, he could make these decisions. The personnel appointments you want, the power to arbitrarily punish without cause. I cannot decide on that, but I can discuss it with Star Realm Army and Navy. The complete management rights of the troops dispatched to your command will be handed over to you, no problem. However, if it involves the battle group, the tribunal, or the protection army, that's not possible. There's absolutely nothing that can be done. Unless I forcefully declare on your behalf that anyone unwilling to accept your control should not go to the Southern War Zone. But by doing so, the external support you might have originally received will diminish, and you have to be clear about this in your mind. Hearing this, Ji Yuheng roughly understood that this was indeed the limit of what Galleraldo could do. He thought for a moment and then replied, "Let's do it this way. I would rather not have those who may not come, or if they do come, I'm not sure if they're there to help or to cause trouble. I must ensure I have full control." "Alright, then we'll do as you say." After agreeing, Galleraldo began to sigh and complain, at most, I can give orders as the head of the Military Affairs Department to have the Star Realm Army and Navy within the Eastern Cosmos domain assemble to the best of their abilities and follow your command. But even so, this still has to go through the Star Realm Army and Navy headquarters, and also the Legion commanders and fleet commanders. The local governments, whether it is the Space Domain Government or the Star Domain Government, will not let go so easily. There are endless difficulties. I can only promise to do my best in allocating resources to you and ensuring their logistic support." Ji Yuheng said, "Getting to this point is already quite good. I don't expect more reinforcements. You understand my difficulties, which is good." After sighing, Galleraldo began to talk about the third aspect of Ji Yuheng's requests. As for the administrative authority over local governments, you asking for the entire administrative power of the Eastern Cosmos domain, that's impossible. Even if the war really requires the whole Cosmos domain to provide logistic support to you, handing over administrative management to you would be too excessive. This matter is not just difficult, it's also met with great resistance. Forcibly pushing forward not only has little chance of success, but it also creates enemies easily. It's impossible for the head of the administrative department to agree to this separation from the government's administrative hierarchy. The Prime Minister will not agree either. In addition, it's not only in Holy Terra that work will become difficult, but even our own people, Zuo Zhaofeng, Chairman Zuo himself, will not agree because that would be infringing upon his rights. I can only go as far as to send a message to Zuo Zhaofeng, to mobilize as much manpower and resources from the entire Cosmos domain to assist you. However, I cannot guarantee it will be everything, nor can I promise you will have all the privileges." At this point, Ji Yuheng felt somewhat dissatisfied. But then another promise from Galleraldo turned his anger into joy. "However, as compensation, I can think of other methods. For example, in the midst of the war, those worlds already under the control of the Empire cannot be given to you. But those liberated worlds originally belonging to the Alliance can be managed by the Alliance. As for the reasons, they are already in place. After all, the Alliance is the liberator, and there were no original owners of those places to begin with. It's only fair for the Alliance to temporarily assist the Empire, being responsible for the security and civilian management of the recovered areas. As for the people of these planets feeling grateful to the Alliance for their rescue and returning to the Empire's embrace, and their initiative to join the Alliance, that too is understandable. For planets in the liberated areas during the war, they can be included in the wartime political structure of the combat zone, and the Supreme Commander of the combat zone will have complete wartime management authority. I will work hard to secure this for you. If this step is taken, it would indeed be quite satisfactory." Anyway, Ji Yuheng had no intention of really getting hold of the entire Eastern Cosmos domain just by word of mouth, which is impossible. Even the Iron Armor Battle Group wanted a Cosmos domain as a reward, and they haven't got it even after openly rebelling. It's just an outrageous initial demand. And Galleraldo's counter-offer was indeed not bad. No matter how grandiose the embellishments, the bottom line is, the territory you conquer is yours. This concept interested Ji Yuheng quite a bit. However, up until now, this is all just Galleraldo's unilateral statement. What's said verbally isn't completely dependable. Ji Yuheng needs a concrete document, a statement. This is the most important thing for the Alliance to legally expand. Moreover, it would be best if this statement or document did not come from Galleraldo or Ojuran. Even if it were from the current Prime Minister of the Empire, Mr. Ziebert, it wouldn't suffice. It shouldn't just be someone's word. The legitimacy of the alliance itself has always been the subject of controversy and challenge over the years, primarily because the alliance's founding was originally based on the golden words of the Apostle of War. If it were just an alliance of a few planets, naturally nobody would care. But now, the alliance has inflated to its current size, and even Galleraldo's own status has risen with the tide. The legitimacy is still not sufficient. In the future, if the alliance really does acquire new territories as Galleraldo said, then in the upcoming Great War, the alliance's loss would spell the end of everything. No need to discuss further. But if the alliance wins, and indeed conquers vast lands during the war, expanding its scale further across multiple star domains, then its volume might even surpass that of the openly acknowledged strength of the Iron Fury Stone before the rebellion. By then, whether it's an individual or a group issuing documents or commands in their own name, it's probably not enough. What Gu Hang needs is an Imperial Alliance Act, clearly approved by Human Empire, Holy Terra Central Government, after deliberation by the Supreme Lord Council, the highest authority of the Empire, confirming the legitimacy of the alliance. That way, Gu Hang's alliance would no longer have to worry about its legitimacy. At least, no one would be able to attack him on the legality of the alliance. Of course, this still cannot replace the importance of the alliance's own strength. If the alliance is weak, even with full legitimacy, it will be seen as prey and become a target for powerful factions. But at least, if the alliance is strong enough, and also has this layer of loyal, legitimate protection, then it's truly safe. You can't win the argument, the alliance is bigger than you. That's the safest way. In the subsequent conversation, Gu Hang in principle agreed to the conditions put forth by Galleraldo, but also emphasized his own demand. A clear act that confirms everything. At the same time, Gu Hang also analyzed the importance and the potential role of this act for Galleraldo, from Galleraldo's perspective. If the alliance becomes strong and legal in the future, then it will become Galleraldo's most important support point outside of Holy Terra. In the future, whether it's to support Galleraldo's return to his rightful seat on the Supreme Council as the head of the Military Affairs Department, or to aim even higher, the alliance will be his powerful support. Galleraldo understood and acted accordingly, but he also made it clear that this matter was difficult to handle. It wasn't something that could be negotiated just by talking. He needed the alliance to take some actual action and find the right timing to successfully resolve this issue. What exactly were these actions? That would, of course, be the alliance's movement of troops to the north. But that alone was not enough. If they were winning easily, how would that demonstrate the importance of the alliance? How would it justify the great price paid by the alliance? It had to be that on all other fronts, they were being battered to a pulp. Only the south was faring well, creating a stark contrast, and making the old masters on Holy Terra feel that the Southern Alliance was their only life-saving straw. If the alliance became too dissatisfied and halted in place, or even worse, struck some disastrous agreement with Iron Fury Stone behind the scenes, then truly, the heavens might fall. Only at such a time could they drive a higher price. Gu Hang understood this, and he felt that such a situation was by no means difficult to come about. He indeed almost had no way to influence the movements of the Iron Armor battle group on the northern and western fronts. But it just so happened that the Empire was performing extremely poorly on these two fronts. The entire rebellious faction led by Humphrey Paulo was also too fierce. Looking at the current situation, things were indeed developing in that direction. 2 months after Gu Hang's conversation with Galleraldo ended, the Alliance prepared a vanguard fleet and entered the Menga Cosmos in the northern part of the Dragonhawk star domain. With the support of the Alliance's intelligence agencies, which had taken the lead, they expelled and imprisoned several planetary observers left by the Fury Flame battle group and punished numerous planetary governors and small trade caravans that traded strategic materials with Iron Fury Stone. This was a clear gesture made by Gu Hang. "I've started working." However, Galleraldo brought bad news to the Alliance. Gu Hang's other demands were not too problematic, but the specific Alliance bill he wanted was not passed. In the end, only the Military Affairs Department and the Legal Department would issue a joint document in support of this. In simple terms, it was Galleraldo and Ojuran, the two of them, standing with him. Gu Hang immediately refused to accept this. The vanguard that had just entered the Menga star domain also stopped in their tracks. Then, in the third month, Iron Fury Stone made significant progress again. They captured the capital planet of the Spiderweb domain on the Western Front. There, they indeed faced fierce resistance, but after at least 4,000 interstellar warriors carried out a ferocious orbital airdrop, in 18 days, they dissolved the defenses of the capital planet. On the Northern Front, they broke through the entire Spiderweb domain, and their blades had already entered the territory of the star-devouring cosmos. A loyalist warband, heeding the call of the star-devouring cosmos government and engaging in an ambush, managed to briefly thwart Iron Fury Stone's advance, but 9 days later, they suffered a powerful retaliation. Over 6,000 interstellar warriors, aboard a vast fleet, raided the warband's mother planet and destroyed the warband monastery. And during the furious counterattack from the loyalist warband, they completed an ambush en route. The warband was almost completely wiped out. At this point, the Empire was truly in a panic. In the 230th year of the 10th millennium after the establishment of the Empire, the Grand Rebellion of the Princess was the biggest news throughout the Empire. At first, it was only sensational, just something that many of the high-ranking people thought was bound to happen eventually, and it did happen. Although it came a bit earlier and more suddenly than expected, since it was somewhat anticipated, it didn't really catch anyone completely off guard. The general attitude of most imperial citizens was that the suppression of this rebellion would be somewhat difficult. The empire would need to mobilize a lot of forces. Maybe it would take a year, 2 years? Anyway, it should be about that, right? However, what happened next left many people dumbfounded. The outbreak of the rebellion took place in February. In March, Melandri switched sides, the whole empire burst into curses, and the Heretic Tribunal clamored for the Iron Armor Battle Group to pay the price. In August, the Tianunv incident occurred. A grand judge, overseeing 400 judges of various grades, over 10,000 Blood Rose combat nuns, and a loyalist warband. Such elite troops were annihilated, causing the Heretic Tribunal to shut up and silently lick their wounds. In October, the entire northern front of the Spiderweb domain was breached, and the war reached the star-devouring cosmos. Unholy Terra, the representative of the star-devouring cosmos domain chair, who holds a seat in the Supreme Council, fiercely criticized Ojuran, Galaraldo who had no right to attend the meeting, and Gu Hang who stayed in the remote eastern cosmos domain. The representative from the star-devouring cosmos believed that their overly aggressive actions a year and a half ago led to a forced battle with the Iron Armor Battle Group under completely unprepared conditions. Now, they in the star-devouring cosmos are suffering as they had feared from the beginning. The following year, in January 10231, the capital world of the Spiderweb domain fell. Although, this does not mean that the Spiderweb domain was entirely conquered. The Spiderweb domain is a region much larger than the Eastern Cosmos domain, with nearly 10,000 worlds, so it's not possible to be completely taken over or surrendered in just 1 year. Especially since the Iron Armor Battle Group was actually still accumulating power, having fought several key battles, not thinning their forces to sweep through rapidly. But, after the fall of the capital, it's fair to say that the entire Spiderweb domain was like fish on a chopping board. Wherever the Iron Armor Battle Group wanted to strike, they could just cut off a piece for themselves. That just happened. The Holy Terra government at this stage, especially after facing direct pressure from the star-devouring cosmos representative in the Supreme Council, and the neighboring cosmos domains governments also sending their concerns, Holy Terra was truly bothered. Fortunately, there were interstellar soldier representatives in this session of the Supreme Council. The interstellar warrior from the Death Angel Battle Group, who had already received a call for help from the Supreme Council, they hoped that the Death Angel Battle Group could play their part and come in support of this war. Being reorganized from the First Corps, the Death Angel Battle Group was not only an inaugural battle group but also the first interstellar soldier corps established during the Corps period. During the phase of the Empire's establishment and in the years that followed, they've been absolutely renowned for their war merits. The entire battle group had considerable strength and possessed many secret weapons that even the Holy Terra government did not control, they themselves never admitted. However, the Death Angel Battle Group refused the call for help. Their mother planet was located in the Western Empire border, across an entire expanse of the Empire's frontier. They couldn't make it. They also had other tasks to tend to. What specific tasks? The representative from the Death Angel Battle Group was unwilling to disclose, and no one could force him. However, he still acted a bit like a High Lord, who was also the leader of the Death Angel battle group. He said he would help make contact, inviting other battle groups, especially those active in the eastern frontier, northern border of the empire, to see who had some availability to come and offer substantial help. Indeed, several battle groups did respond to the call and had already started to gather. But first, their numbers were still insufficient. Now, the battle groups standing with the iron armor were not just the original 3 from Iron Fury Stone. Within the spiderweb domain, another 7 battle groups saw 3 destroyed, 1 that fled, and the other 3 all stood with the iron armor. That made 6 battle groups alone, not to mention, 1 iron armor equaled 10 others. Now the responding battle groups totaled only 6, and gathering them completely would still take a few months, as they need time to arrive from various places. And some battle groups, such as those active in the star-devouring cosmos and the military forces of this domain, were also hard to assemble entirely. Although, the threat brought by the Iron Fury Stone was directly relevant to them, a problem lay within, as every cosmos domain had its internal issues. Green skins piece by piece. A small void worm nest needing extermination. Widespread cult activities on some worlds. Rebel army, pirates. With hundreds of worlds in a star domain, thousands to tens of thousands in a cosmos domain, the original military forces were usually stretched thin just dealing with internal problems. At such a time, suddenly facing a massive external crisis was truly difficult to deal with. The forces currently assembled to oppose the Iron Fury Stone were extremely insufficient, at least not enough to provide peace of mind to the old masters on Holy Terra. In such circumstances, on Holy Terra, the Supreme Council has convened time and again. High Lords continuously exchange opinions, exchanging resources, seeing who you can contact, how many troops, how much materiel you can dispatch, and when they can arrive. Actually, the force that can be assembled, at least on paper, is very massive and very powerful. But the problem lies in the fact that these forces often need a long cycle to complete the assembly. Some that can arrive quickly cannot be sent directly to the battlefield, otherwise wouldn't that just be like adding fuel to the fire? Like Calabash brothers saving Grandpa? But if it takes a long time to assemble, who knows what the situation will be in the spiderweb domain by then? Who knows if by then the calamity will not be limited to just the spiderweb domain? Under such circumstances, when another meeting of the High Lords began, Galaraldo entered. 13 High Lords, sitting at the upper end, looked down scrutinizingly at Galaraldo. Perhaps, in the future, Galaraldo might sit among them, but at least not yet. Under this scrutinizing gaze, Galaraldo suppressed some unusual emotions in his heart and respectfully saluted the High Lords. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "This time, I've come to report to the rulers of the Empire, the respected High Lords, about matters concerning the Eastern Cosmos Domain, the President of Dragonhawk Star Domain, Marshal of the Star Realm Army, the legit multiple star political entity, Alliance, and Gu Hang's needs." Okay. We already know what Gu Hang wants, the head of the administrative department interrupted Galaraldo impatiently, but I have a question. What exactly is this so-called alliance? Is it that if Holy Terra doesn't give Gu Hang the benefits he wants, he won't deploy troops? Is his loyalty to interests rather than to the Empire? This was a very serious accusation. But Galaraldo was not the least bit panicked. Of course not. Nobody understands Gu Hang better than I do. He is an extremely loyal officer of the Empire and has been incredibly worried since the incident in Spiderweb Domain. Please do not doubt Gu Hang's stance. Here in Holy Terra, iron armor is still quite far from reaching us. But his alliance is directly under the brunt of iron armor's attack. It's just good luck that Humphrey Paulo, that traitor, hasn't expanded southward yet. The threat he faces is greater than any of us, and he wishes more than anyone to resolve the threat of iron armor quickly. Ha ha, another High Lord spoke up. Why Iron Armor Battle Group is so vigorously attacking west and north, but not south? Who knows if there's some unspeakable dirty agreement between them? This was an even deeper level of accusation. But now, Galaraldo was no longer playing coy. He said, "I don't quite understand what you mean. It almost seems like you hope the alliance stands with Humphrey Paulo? Imagine what would happen if that really occurred." "How dare you?" someone shouted at him. Ojuran, sitting at the top, also spoke up. "We all know Gu Hang's loyalty. This impossible scenario, Bochoya, you shouldn't scare everyone with it." While it sounded like a mild reprimand to Galaraldo, in reality, The stance was quite clear, directly classifying Ji Hang as loyal. What else then? Galleraldo slightly toned down, saying, "Still, please esteemed High Lords understand, the alliance is essentially the only force we can rely on right now. It has consolidated the interstellar warriors, the Navy fleet, and the Star Realm army, and has the direct support of hundreds of worlds. If permitted, the entire power of the Eastern Cosmos domain can be integrated by the alliance, and in the south of Tai Nu Shi, we would possess a potent sword. If you do not agree to the conditions of the alliance, that certainly does not mean the alliance will stand on the other side. It won't affect Ji Hang's loyalty. But we must also respect objective facts. If we do not support the alliance, and do not allow Ji Hang to consolidate enough power, how can we expect him to confront the Iron Armor battle group? Should the alliance, like those forces previously sent to their doom in the spiderweb domain, also be sacrificially disposed, then turn a situation already leaking from two sides into crumbling on three fronts? Please wake up, we need the alliance, we need it to be a strong shield in the southern part of the spiderweb domain and, when necessary, turn into a sharp sword. The most appropriate thing to do on this basis is to fully support them, not to let the incident in spiderweb domain happen again. Regarding those doubts that say, Ji Hang won't move forward without benefits, that's a malicious interpretation. Isn't what Ji Hang is doing precisely what he should be? The Empire hasn't given him extra authorization, he is just the commander of the Alliance, the leader of Dragonhawk Star Domain. What status or power does he have to interfere in the affairs of Menga Star Domain? If he really did anything, wouldn't today's meeting have turned into a denunciation session against him? Towards the end, Galleraldo couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic sneer. But this time, no one berated him. The High Lords each had their own thoughts. "Let's move into the voting phase," said Ojuran, while simultaneously giving a meaningful glance to Galleraldo below him. Galleraldo bowed and excused himself. He wasn't yet a High Lord, and at this stage of voting and decision, he wasn't qualified to be present. However, Galleraldo believed that a spot would open up for him above, in the near future. Ji Hang, you didn't see how I fiercely criticized them at the Supreme Council, Galleraldo was boasting. Ha. Ha. What was the final outcome? Ji Hang's voice came through the star speech communication, sounding very choppy. Galleraldo paused, then answered Ji Hang's question. The outcome was no issue. Although the votes were close, you now legally have the right to claim territories. Every planet you conquer can be incorporated under the Alliance's framework. Then, thank you so much for relieving me of my worries. Galleraldo couldn't help but ask. What's going on over there? Why is it so choppy? I am on a starship. The main force of the Alliance has entered the Menga Star Sector. I am leading the team myself. As Ji Hang spoke, his signal finally improved a bit. Shouldn't I have just informed you of the results? What if the discussions at the Supreme Council hadn't passed this? Ji Hang laughed. What's there to fear? You took personal action, how could I not trust that you'd handle it? Galleraldo also smiled. Then I wish you a triumphant victory. After finishing his communication with Galleraldo, Ji Hang continued handling his own affairs. Regarding the Iron Armor War, Ji Hang had made a decision, he would definitely participate. He couldn't possibly align with Iron Armor on either side. It wasn't just about interests, nor was it merely about past grudges. The most critical point was that Ji Hang never believed that Iron Armor would end up the victor. No matter how substantial the hidden interests were, if ultimately they do not win, even if the process earns a lot, it's meaningless. But he wouldn't attack the core area of the spiderweb domain just yet. Now that the Territorial Claim Act was in place, Ji Hang planned to first capitalize on the influence that the Fury Flame Battle Group had spent years building in the Menga Star Domain, to take a nutritious bite. Inside the Menga Star Domain, many planets were directly or indirectly providing support to Tai Nu Shi, that was a fact. These supports must be entirely cut off, deploy the army, control the planets, audit accounts. To eliminate influence, stationing Alliance troops was reasonable, right? It makes sense to dispatch officials for governance, right? Under the Territorial Claim Act, incorporating into the Alliance framework also seemed perfectly logical. Ji Hang personally took Alliance ships to the Menga Star Domain. His actions, of course, were detected by Tai Nu Shi. Humphrey Paulo's reaction was quite significant. He personally summoned the Alliance ambassador, a lady named Wu Yang. As an interstellar warrior and the battle group leader of Iron Armor, his stature was, of course, not something mortals could compare to. Seated on the throne in the warship's bridge, Wu Yang looked up at him as if she were beholding a deity. It wasn't baseless that many places referred to interstellar warriors as demigods. Ji Yu Hang has personally led a fleet into Menga. Have you decided to become enemies with me? Paul's voice was neither loud nor harsh, it was also not frivolous, just universally plain. But even so, standing below, Alliance Ambassador Wu Yang, despite being mentally prepared, still felt very nervous under the immense pressure. She had been in the Princess Star domain for several months already. In fact, when the Fury Flame battle group was driven out of the Dragonhawk Star domain, the Alliance had already sent an ambassador to the Iron Armor battle group to uphold the representation of both sides as imperial regional powers and maintain exchanges. In reality, the Iron Armor battle group also had an envoy at Flying Wing Star. That previous handwritten letter from Humphrey Paulo was personally delivered to Ji Yu Hang by the Iron Armor ambassador. And later, when the Iron Armor battle group officially raised the flag of rebellion, ambassadors from both sides actually did not withdraw. Arguments with officials from the other side, and being used as a venting tool, squabbling over who is the Empire's traitor, such were their official duties. Of course, if it were merely for this, it definitely wouldn't be worth sending ambassadors to each other. For Iron Armor, it didn't matter, but for the Alliance, it was politically risky. If it were completely useless, the Alliance definitely wouldn't do so. Essentially, the mutual sending of ambassadors indeed played the role of conveying messages and confirming each other's positions and attitudes. And Wu Yang, as a fairly experienced diplomat within the Alliance Foreign Affairs Department, was assigned this important and especially hazardous mission. Should the sides turn against each other, who knows if they might kill the ambassadors in anger. But even so, Wu Yang still had to maintain a sufficiently firm stance. She said, "The Alliance is a member of the Empire, and it cannot tolerate traitors to the Empire, nor will it fail to act. What's happening now is merely the beginning of our actions." The attitude had to be made clear, but the main point still had to be addressed. In the future, the Alliance will certainly enter the Spiderweb domain to execute the Empire's commands, but not now. For now, and for a long time to come, the Alliance's focus will remain within the Eastern Cosmos domain, staying in the Menga Star domain. At this point, Wu Yang added, "This is at the Empire's request." The subtext was also very clear. The Alliance did not wish to wage a major war at the moment. Entering the Menga Star domain was partly to push the Alliance's front line forward to avoid being immediately invaded in their core area when the war starts, and partly to fulfill the Empire's commands. This is to avoid a misjudgment by the Iron Armor battle group, thinking that the Alliance intends to attack them and therefore undertake some rash action. Of course, if the Iron Armor does decide to react this way, there's nothing the Alliance can do. They might as well have it out in the Menga Star domain. The Alliance is indeed not prepared for war and does not wish to engage. But, is the Iron Armor prepared for this? Humphrey Paulo already got the answer he wanted. He lost interest in conversing further with Wu Yang, an ambassador like her, and waved her away dismissively. After Wu Yang left, Humphrey sat alone on his throne, silent and wordless. It was only after a long while that he heaved a deep sigh. Ji Yu Hang also sighed. His sigh had little to do with the Iron Armor battle group. Wu Yang had informed him about the details of her meeting with Humphrey, including the subsequent verbal sparring with officers from the Iron Armor, and their ongoing threats to move south, to destroy the Alliance, just as Iron Armor had obliterated numerous world powers of empires. However, in reality, Ji Yu Hang didn't believe that the Iron Armor would move south. It's not guaranteed, but it's highly likely. Ji Yu Hang roughly calculated the strength of the Iron Armor battle group. If they wanted to maintain their current unbeaten prowess, they would not be capable of opening a third front. Especially considering that the Alliance is a tough nut to crack. And if their recent years' myth of being unbeatable were to be shattered, that would be a very, very bad situation. If those many worlds no longer see the Iron Armor battle group as invincible, and begin to resist more, it could spell big trouble for the Iron Armor. That would significantly increase their conquest costs, and not so many worlds would choose to surrender without resistance. So, really, is Iron Armor's base so much stronger than the Alliance's? The basis of the Alliance is the Dragonhawk Star domain. And doesn't Iron Armor just control the Princess Star domain? The only difference is that they have controlled their entire star domain for a bit longer than the Alliance has controlled the Dragonhawk star domain. To swallow an entire cosmos domain and to turn the war into a tide. One cannot conquer one world at a time. Who can withstand that? How did Solakium's solar expedition conquer tens of thousands of worlds? It certainly wasn't by fighting one world at a time. The Sun Lord also made a name for himself in a key battle, then influenced dozens to hundreds of surrounding worlds to surrender directly. And as this reputation grows stronger with each successful battle, campaigns become smoother. Often, the mere arrival of a fleet prompts immediate surrender. Sometimes, it only takes a single envoy to prompt the surrender of 10 worlds in an entire star sector. This is the main method employed in conquering 3 worlds in 2 days and tens of thousands over decades of expeditions. Reputation. If you truly possess unbeatable strength, then nothing more needs to be said. You don't need to rack your brains. But usually, that's not the case. Even during the early stages of the solar expedition, when Sun Lord Solakium hadn't fully established his reputation or garnered the complete support of the Empire through that reputation, he still needed to wage war sufficiently, smartly, achieving enough victories to pave the way for future developments. And now, Gu Heng could see that Iron Armor was attempting to replicate this approach. Of course, they are still in the early stage, still building their reputation, and so far, they are beginning to see initial success. But there are still several key hurdles to overcome.